She'd met Robert and decided she'd wanted him. She'd used her father's connections to bring in her subject. The jury's out on that, but I certainly will look into his records, Kim offered. Have you thought about pulling up stakes? I don't want you to do that. It fucks with my mission, which is mostly to see if your mission leads anywhere. But I also don't like the wifey showing up at a terribly inconvenient time. Toss in the fact that Levi's somewhere in Europe, and maybe you should head back to London and figure everything out from the safety of the garden. Or better yet, I've got a place in Rome I could stash you and Robert. It's super romantic. Had Kim heard a word she'd said? I can't be romantic with Robert. He's got a wife. He's got a wife he doesn't remember. Did he ask you to back off? He'd come after her like a caveman who wasn't going to let go of his prize, or a man worried he was going to lose someone he loved. Tears were back, pulsing behind her eyes and threatening to make the world hazy. No. He told me nothing had changed. Then believe him. Kim put a hand on her shoulder. He's in love with you, not her. He's not the man she married. I don't even know if he needs a divorce if we've got his death certificate. You know, he definitely wouldn't need a divorce if you hand everything over to me. You can't kill her. You really need to find some new ways to solve problems. Kim wrinkled her nose. Why, when what I do works so well? She sat back. Trust me. At some point soon I'll be able to deal with Levi permanently. Then everyone should watch out. So you've thought about it? In some ways she was surprised Kim hadn't already tried to kill Levi. She really was the kind of woman who plowed through a problem. Sometimes literally. Of course I have. Especially after he tried to kill Beck in Mexico. I've been asked to let the situation play out. By the president. Kim merely smiled. By someone important. But if Levi tries to physically harm Beck again, no one will be able to hold me back. She sighed as though coming to a decision. I'm going to tell you something that is highly classified. Don't put your career on the line. Kim shook her head. I'm not. I've got some leeway when it comes to this op, since it's not exactly on the books, if you know what I mean. I'm not working for the agency exactly. I'm doing a little oversight on them from an interested party. Namely, the president and his men. All right. But you have to know I'm going to tell my boss. I understand. Tell him if he wants to talk to me, I'm more than willing. I think we're looking for the wrong thing. I've had some feelers out at Kronberg, Kim began. They said there was a break-in 3 days before MacDonald left for Argentina. Someone downloaded the backup files and disappeared with them. That made sense. MacDonald, obviously. She knew she was leaving. I don't think so. Do you know what Veronica Croft's minor was in? No. She wasn't sure what a minor in college had to do with anything. Veronica's major had been pre-med. Computer engineering, Kim replied. She was considered quite the hacker at one point in time. It explains how she's managed to hide all these years. The question is, why would she need to hide? No one went after Rebecca Walsh. A few things fell into place. They didn't go after Rebecca because she didn't know anything. You think Veronica did. You think Veronica is the one who stole those files. Why? Why would she take them and not try to sell them? Or turn Kronberg and Dr. MacDonald in? These are questions only Veronica can answer, Kim said mysteriously. So you don't think there's anything left at Kronberg? That would be a reason to go back to London. If Veronica stole the backup and MacDonald took her original research with her when she left, then Kronberg has nothing we need. Or what they have is even more valuable. And I need to know if it's really there. Now they were getting to the heart of the matter. "What are you looking for, Kim?" I think Kronberg was smart and knew exactly what could happen to the company and the board of directors if it ever got out that they knew what MacDonald was doing. I think they kept a comprehensive record of everyone who had anything to do with the project, and that includes certain members of the government who knew exactly what was going on. I'm talking senators. I'm talking cabinet members. A chill went through her. President Hayes wants to know the names of everyone who was involved. If I were President Hayes, I would want to prosecute everyone involved, Kim said with grave intent. What do you want me to do? That kind of knowledge would give them a lot of leverage. I need you to talk to Louisa. She's worked there for a long time, and she'll know where the secrets are kept. All right. That was what I was planning on doing anyway. Ariel admitted. Only the information we're looking for has changed. If we can get this, you can come out of the shadows. Being able to bring Solo in would take a lot of the load off her shoulders. She could be honest with Robert and his men about working with her. If I can get my boss's proof, we'll all come out of the shadows, Kim affirmed. I'm talking full pardons for any man who is subjected to this kind of experimentation. They would be free. All of them. They wouldn't have to hide. I'll find us what we need. Just give me a best guess as to who I need to lean on. Kim stood up and glanced around. I don't want you to put yourself in danger. I'll be in touch and know that I'm still looking for Veronica Croft, too. I'll let you know what we find out. She stayed where she was. She needed a few moments before she went back to the house. Thank you, Kim. No, thank you. And call me if you need to talk. I know you have other friends in your life now, but... well, you're pretty much still my girl. Listen to Robert. He knows what's in his heart. And if this chick gives you trouble, I'm more than ready to handle it. Kim winked and walked away. Ariel sat back. It could all be over soon, and she wasn't sure where that would leave her. If Robert had a home to return to, would he even want to stay in London? A shiver went up her spine, and she suddenly knew she was being watched. She wasn't sure where the person was, but there were eyes on her. She glanced down the way Kim had walked, but she was already gone. Maybe she was paranoid. She took a deep breath and started back toward the club. Chapter 10. You should talk to her, Sasha said. She's still in the living room. You should talk to her so she gets out of our living room, Dante grumbled. Robert turned and gave Dante the same stare he used to give the guys in his unit when they were assholes. Pain flared through his brain. God, he wanted to reach out for that memory, but he let it go. It was nothing more than a thought in his head, the remnants of another life. The trouble was, Emily Seeger was more than a mere thought. Dante shrugged. I think if he talks to her for a few moments, perhaps she realizes he's annoying, and she no longer wants to be married to him. We don't know that she was married to him, Tucker pointed out. It could be a lie. She could be a plant. You think Levi Green planted her in the army a decade ago? Made sure she met Senator MacDonald, so one day she could do what? Owen asked. Look, I'm all team Ariert here, but I'm not sure how sending Emily in here works for the people against us. That's terrible. Tucker sent a dismissive look Owen's way. Robari is the only way to go here. You don't get to make power couple names. Says the man who came up with Jiver, Owen shot back. Well, Jax wouldn't let me call them racks, Tucker replied. You know I call you and Rebecca Obecca. That's terrible, man. Sounds a bit like Chewbacca. Stop, Both of you." Dante shook his head. "You're both idiots. I'm going back to work. Robert, you should handle this situation, and quickly. Everything Sasha and I have found makes me believe she's who she says she is. I find it interesting that there's no mention of Russell Seeger, and yet I can find you on her social media. There are some pictures of you buried on her Facebook. She posts something about you every year on the anniversary of your death," Sasha explained. "I'm sure it's something Adam's new facial recognition would have eventually picked up, but her page is set to private. Naturally, knowing what to look for means I can hack into it. I can't guarantee they're not manipulated, but you look happy." He wasn't happy now. Emily was still waiting for him, and Ariel was gone. Peter had told him she'd gone for a walk. By herself. It made him sick to think that she was out there alone. Ari didn't believe him. She had some bullshit thought that he would magically look at a woman he couldn't remember and fall back in love with her. Still, if Emily did have any information about him, he needed to know. If she was some kind of plant, he needed to know what she wanted and why she was here. And if she was real, well, he had to deal with that too. "Keep looking into her. I'll go and talk to her. Don't forget we're meeting with the administrative assistant this evening. This mission doesn't stop simply because my world blew up." He strode down the hall, not looking back. If they could find the information they needed, he would talk Ariel into going home and letting another team deal with retrieval. Once he had her at the garden, he would prove to her that nothing at all had changed. Except he had a wife. His wife sat on the sofa, staring at the big TV screen, though nothing was on. She looked lost, kind of the way he felt. She blinked and seemed to realize she wasn't alone. Her jaw tightened as she looked up at him. "Hello, Robert." It was obvious she wasn't going to leave until he talked to her. And what else would a wife who'd recently found out her husband had come back from the grave do? Was he being too hard on her? Owen had been right. It was a stretch to think someone had planted her long before MacDonald had actually started her experiments. There was such a thing as coincidence. "I'm sorry I left the way I did before. I wasn't polite, and I apologize." "Well, your girlfriend was upset. I'm not wrong about that, right? There was a lot of emotion between the two of you. She's good at covering it, but she was upset. And not for professional reasons." He hadn't meant to hide this from her. Not from anyone. "Ariel is important to me. I've been in love with her for a long time. I'm sorry if that hurts you." She pursed her lips and seemed to think about what she wanted to say. "Well, apparently you didn't remember me at all. I suppose it's not surprising you would find someone else. I should point out that you were in love with me for much longer." He hated the fact that he was obviously hurting her. "I don't remember. Do we have kids?" He should have asked right away, but he was scared of the answer. How would he feel about kids he didn't remember? He wouldn't be able to walk away from them. "No." There was a wealth of sorrow in her tone. "We put it off. I didn't want to be alone with kids while you were deployed. And then we ran out of time." He managed to not breathe a sigh of relief, but it was there. "You said something about me having a brother. Just one? Or did I have a big family?" She stared at him for a moment. "You really don't remember anything, do you?" He shook his head. "As far as I know, I woke up in a medical facility a few years ago. All of my memories are from there on." He didn't tell her about the feelings he had, the vague shadows of the past that sometimes played along his brain, or the ones that kept him awake at night. You were born in Wyoming. You lived on your granddad's ranch. Your father walked out on your mom after your brother was born. You were the oldest. She spoke as though going through a report for school. There was no emotion in her voice. She was trying to get through it. Your brother's name was Timothy. I'm so sorry to tell you he died in a car accident after you died. He was drinking, and he lost control of the car. And my mother? She shook her head. Cancer. A couple of years ago. So he didn't have a family. That must have made it easier to erase him from existence. I need names and dates. Of course. I'll help out in any way you need me to. She turned to him. I'll answer all your questions, but you have to talk to me too. I know you don't remember me, but I've spent years thinking about you. My life ended the day you died. If you're back, I want a chance with you. That wasn't going to happen. He felt bad for her, but she was missing the point. I'm not the man you married. He really did die. He might not have gone the way the military told you he did, but he's not here anymore. What happened? Your whole squad was lost in a bombing, she said, the words seemingly tortured. There were 10 of you who they couldn't even find enough body parts to bury. 10 of us? He'd always imagined he'd been alone. She nodded. I went to 10 funerals. You loved those men. I made sure I went to all of their ceremonies, even though I was aching inside. I needed to honor you by being there. We still talk. I'm still close to some of the wives. Emily, it's important that I have those names. Had they been placed in MacDonald's program too? Were they some of the men who died under her tender care? Were their secrets contained in those files they'd found? Of course. I'll give them to you, but you should be able to look it up. I can't imagine the reports aren't available to the public. I assure you they are not. Why wouldn't they be? He wasn't ready to trust her with the answer to that question. Did you get my insurance and the death gratuity? She nodded. Yes. The military sent me everything they owed me. Insurance paid out quickly. Rob, I didn't have any reason to think you were alive. You were a soldier and you died in combat. Why would they lie to me? This is what I don't understand. Do they know you survived? Did anyone else survive? The enormity of what had been done slammed into him. MacDonald had taken a whole team. He'd handed them all over to his daughter to play around with, like they were toys, and it didn't matter if they broke. He would simply find her new ones. I don't know. He had to tell her something. It honestly didn't matter. If she was bad, she already knew it anyway. There wasn't an explosion. I was part of a medical experiment. The experiments involved memories and behavioral control in an attempt to create super soldiers. Her eyes had gone wide. They experimented on you? The army did that? He shook his head. No. Though I'm sure there are some factions in the military who know exactly what happened. There have to be. It's why we wanted to talk to you. She gasped. Because I worked with the MacDonalds. Oh God, it was her. She did this to you, and I introduced you. I made you come to that party with me. I did this. He hadn't expected her to take it that way. Not that he should expect anything at all. He definitely didn't expect to feel a tug of compassion for her. She looked genuinely upset. If she was real, he couldn't be angry with her. Why wouldn't she be real? It wasn't your fault. His voice softened. He was angry that her appearance had upset what he had going with Ariel, but he couldn't take that out on her. Dr. MacDonald decided I would be a good candidate. She would have found a way to take me no matter what you would have done. It was what she'd done with Theo. If Hope MacDonald had worked the same way she had when she'd taken Theo, she'd likely taken him to the primary site and moved the other men in his team to the secondary. He needed pictures of them to see if Tucker or the others remembered their faces. They still talked about the other members of their team, the ones who had died that final day. "I can't believe this is happening." Emily started to sob, and she leaned into him. He didn't want to touch her, but he put an arm around her shoulders. She shuddered as though relieved and wrapped herself around him as she cried. How would he feel if he'd lost Ariel and found her years later? He would have mourned. He didn't think he would have moved on. She was in his soul. He would be devastated. "Please let me stay for a couple of days," Emily begged. "I understand that you have a life, but I need some closure. You need answers. I can help you with that. Your group called me in for a reason." He wanted to tell her to go. He wished she'd never shown up. He wasn't sure why, but he didn't like being near her. It didn't feel right to even hold her while she cried. He was a bastard. But he was a bastard who needed information. "I'll see if Peter can find you a room. We do need to talk about what we do from here." She looked up at him, tears in her blue eyes. "I just want a little time." That would be all he had to give her. The Marienplatz was filled with people enjoying the early evening. The city center was a vibrant combination of shopping, cafes, and Gothic architecture. Ariel would far rather be exploring St. Michael's Church or the Rathaus Glockenspiel than sitting here with Rebecca and her friend Louisa. Instead of enjoying the end of the day, she was gently herding someone into telling her information that could endanger her life. There was a reason she'd gotten out of MI6. She hated all the lies. They sat in a small cafe across from St. Michael's. Somewhere near the church, Robert and Sasha were watching them. Tucker was shopping at the H&M next door. Peter sat on one of the benches reading a magazine. Any one of them could be there in a few seconds if something went wrong. Not that they expected Louisa to attack them. She seemed more than willing to talk. Dante had offered to stay behind and watch the new girl. She assumed he would really be diving into the shipment of beer Peter had recently had delivered. She did feel better not leaving Emily alone in their safe house. She'd placed her computer in the safe, and there were security cameras to catch her if Emily snuck around the club. She hadn't needed security cameras to catch the tender moment between Robert and his wife. She'd decided to check on the woman when she'd returned from her meeting with Kim. He'd been there. He'd had his arms around her even though it was obvious he was uncomfortable with touching her. Would he feel the same way in a few months? That was why she had to keep her distance. His memories could come raging back, and she couldn't be the reason he stayed away from a wife he loved. "I'm trying to understand what happened to Stephen and Veronica." Rebecca's words cut through her misery, reminding her she still had a job to do. "I don't know why you would care," Louisa replied. Her English was excellent, and she spoke it with a light German accent. Ariel would bet she'd spent a lot of time in other countries. She was a bit younger than Rebecca. She was the assistant to the VP of Research for Kronberg Pharmaceutical, and if Rebecca was right, she also slept with her married boss. Stephen was an ass. Veronica wasn't as sweet as she seemed to be. "How do you mean?" Rebecca was getting good at interrogation. She had a friendly style that brought people in. She was always nice to me. "I don't trust anyone that nice. Veronica seemed like a scared little mouse, but then I would get security reports about her being in sections she wasn't supposed to be in," Louisa replied. I have no idea why she liked to prowl around the lab at night. And I don't need to tell you Stephen was terrible. You were the only one worth anything, and Dr. MacDonald knew it. Is Stephen the reason you dragged your therapist all the way to Germany?" It was their cover. Ariel was helping Rebecca confront what had happened to her here in Munich. She doesn't completely understand what went on, and why Dr. Reeser attacked her that day. It's helpful to hear from people who were there. There were events going on around the same time, and she needs to know if they're connected. It would help her put the episode behind her. A cunning smile crept across Louisa's face. "But no one is exactly sure what happened. You're right. There was a lot of drama surrounding your departure." "I figured if anyone knew, it would be you," Rebecca said. "You know everything about the company. Everyone talks to you." Louisa took a drink of her beer and sat back, looking satisfied with the compliments. "It's because they know to get to my boss, they have to get to me. All right. I'm interested in helping you. You weren't obnoxious. I don't know the whole story. There are things the boss doesn't tell even me." And that bothered her. Louisa thought she should be in the middle of everything. Being shut out would upset her. It always helped to know what motivated a person. Louisa needed to feel like she was the center of attention. It was an easy thing to offer. "That doesn't seem like a smart thing to do. You're a team. I've always found the support team for a boss is usually smarter than the boss." "He's practically a senile old man," Louisa said with a dismissive wave of her hand. She was on her third beer, and they hadn't been here very long. Louisa took the term happy hour seriously. "I run that office, but old men need to keep their secrets. What do you want to know?" Rebecca leaned forward. "The last time I saw Stephen, he told me I didn't understand the scope of Dr. MacDonald's research. She'd asked me if I wanted to go to Buenos Aires with her. Stephen didn't want me to go, and that was when he... Well, I won't go into the details, but he was why I left. He scared me. He must have, since you never looked back." Louisa glanced around. "Look, I don't know everything about it, but I know she was doing something the big bosses didn't want the press to find out about. I assumed it was something about her testing. She wouldn't be the first to ignore protocol in search of a breakthrough. She was likely using testing methods the world wouldn't approve of, and that's why they were so careful with her. My boss personally looked at her daily reports. We were working on a cure for several degenerative brain diseases," Rebecca said. "I was in that lab every single day. I was responsible for a lot of those protocols. I never saw anything that would worry me." Louisa tipped her beer Rebecca's way. "Well, I think you were brought in for different reasons than Stephen. You had some incredible instincts, and she was working on a problem. You were working on the same problem in your own research. Dr. MacDonald always could find bright minds to steal from." "I thought Dr. Reeser was quite smart." According to Rebecca, he'd had a brilliant mind. It was the only thing she could believe Tucker and Reeser had in common. Oh, Stephen was smart, but that wasn't why she hired him. Maybe it was in the beginning, but he was more like her defender, if that makes sense. What's the term I'm looking for? Second in command? He made sure she got what she needed. He scared all of the employees. He kept copious records and investigated everyone who came in contact with him. If he found dirt, he would use it as leverage to do her will. I thought when you left that he'd found something on you." Rebecca shook her head. "No. He made me run for different reasons." From what Ariel had learned, she believed Stephen Reeser had used the time dilation drug to torture Rebecca. He hadn't physically harmed her, but the drug had made it seem like he had. She would have been extremely open to suggestion. She'd been so frightened by the experience that she'd left the country and her job behind. She'd buried the memory deep, and it had only come out when she'd seen him again in Toronto. It hadn't been long after Rebecca had fled that Stephen Reeser himself had disappeared. Not that they had proof he'd ever really existed. "What do you know about how he died?" Rebecca asked. "I know the rumors, and I know what I think is true." Louisa sat back and looked completely serious for once. "The rumor is he went away with Veronica Croft for a weekend before he left for Argentina. Some people say he blackmailed her into it. He was obviously into her. If you were in a room with the two of them, his eyes were on her. She might have been attracted to him, but his behavior put her off. At least, that was what she said. I wouldn't put it past him to blackmail her into his bed. He didn't come back to the office after that. I assumed he flew directly from Paris to Argentina. That was where her other lab was." "And that was the same time MacDonald cleared out her lab here?" Ariel asked. Louisa nodded. "Well, she cleared out far more than that. You can't tell anyone I told you this, but shortly after Stephen and Veronica took their trip to Paris, it was like the world exploded. My boss got called in and everyone was here. There were some people I didn't even know were associated with the company. Wealthy, influential people. I wasn't in the meeting, but no one was happy when they came out." Rebecca's gaze was steady on Louisa. "What do you think happened?" "Well, the project was shut down immediately," Louisa explained. "I was never told exactly what it was about. I was only the secretary, but it wasn't hard to figure it out. Someone found out what MacDonald had been doing. Whoever it was confronted her, and she ran. Or she caught wind of what was happening, and she ran. She took everything. The night that she left the country, the Kronberg executives worked overtime to cover their asses, as you Americans say. They cleaned it all up, and we're stronger than ever. And if anyone comes after us, well, my boss taught me how to handle that. He's a bit like Stephen in that way." So he did keep a file. Somewhere in that building was the information Kim needed to jump into the game and free the men. This was exactly what they needed. "He kept some leverage?" Rebecca asked. "Always. But I think this was serious leverage. Let's just say there's a safe in his office that not even I know the code to." Louisa looked up, and a waitress was approaching with their food. "Rebecca, I hope this brings you some peace. You need to know that even if Dr. MacDonald was doing something she shouldn't, it won't ever get out. My boss will make sure of it. You're safe. As for Stephen Reeser, well, you're safe from him too. I wouldn't be surprised if the company had a hand in that. Like I said, there were many people in and out of the offices after she left, and I would bet some of them were connected to powerful agencies. You're safe, my friend." The waitress set down the tray and started passing around the food. Ariel glanced at Rebecca, who was smiling at Louisa. "That is exactly what I needed to hear. Thank you so much," Rebecca said before looking down at her plate. "Schnitzel. Oh, how I have missed you. Why don't we talk about happier things? Tell me all the gossip." Ariel looked down at her own plate. She wasn't hungry at all. She looked back, hoping to get a glimpse of Robert. He'd been standing outside the church with a camera around his neck, looking every inch the curious tourist. He wasn't there now. Where had he gone? She started to pull out her phone to text him, if something had happened. The door to the church came open and he slipped back outside. His shoulders were straight, and even from here she could see the way his jaw was tense. He took up his place again, but he wasn't pretending to be a tourist. He simply stood there. She could feel him staring at her. She took a sip of her wine and tried to force herself to listen to the conversation. All the while, she wondered why he'd gone into that church. Chapter 11. Robert stared across the plaza at the restaurant where Ariel and Rebecca were sitting down with the target. He probably shouldn't think of her as the target. He should call her the witness or something. But he was in a nasty place, and even the words in his head seemed to have sharp edges. He knew Ari needed time to process what had happened earlier today. Hell, he knew he needed time, but he didn't want to take it. He wanted to get her in bed and reassure them both that they belonged together. He wasn't Russell Seeger. He wasn't going to let himself be treated like his body belonged to someone. His soul was completely different, and it belonged to Ariel. She had to see that. "If I were a murderer, I could kill you now," Sasha said. "You need to get your head in the game. Not that I expect any excitement, though we really need 4 of us out here in a public place. I think Tucker is only here because he wants to buy clothes. I pray he finds socks that can handle his stink. You know why we're here." Though he would admit that there was some truth to what Sasha had said. It felt good to be outside, to breathe fresh air and remind himself there was a sun in the sky. "Yes, we're here because Damon and Big Tag told us to be here." He didn't want to have this fight again. "If you want to go back, feel free. You can catch a cab at the entrance." "You must be truly off your game if you're not going to give me one of those rah-rah speeches of yours." Sasha leaned against the white wall of St. Michael's Church, watching the tourists go in and out of the massive wooden doors. It was a gorgeous day, and he wasn't sure he'd ever seen a sky that same color of blue. The plaza was packed with shoppers and tourists. This part of the city center was pedestrian only, all the streets blocked off to traffic. It was where the city held its festivals and Christmas markets. Had he come here with Emily? Why did the thought of him walking through the Marienplatz holding Emily's hand make him vaguely nauseous? Who had that man been? Obviously he'd been a soldier, but why had he gone into the army? Had it been because he loved his country? Or because he hadn't had any other prospects? "Hey, stop thinking about it, or you'll be sick right here," Sasha said. "Do I need to punch you? I don't know how they will take it here. If we were in Russia, no one would care. But Germans tend to follow the rules of society." He shook it off. Sasha was right. He'd been about to dive down that deep hole. "I'm fine. I'll concentrate on the job." "Have you thought at all about what Dante and I said the other day?" Sasha stared out, his eyes on the cafe across the way. "I have, but I think we need to wait until we get back to London so we can all be together to discuss it." He turned and looked up at the statue that stood between the 2 big doors. It was a bronze work depicting St. Michael defeating Satan. The saint held his long spear to the devil's throat. Sasha's voice went to a whisper. "You haven't thought at all about the fact that we're more closely watched in London? If we want to do anything at all about it, we should do it while we're here." Robert turned to face him. "What the hell are you talking about doing?" "Has it occurred to anyone that we're trained for this?" "Trained for what?" Sasha's eyes rolled. "Dr. MacDonald trained us. She taught us how to rob a bank. Why don't we simply go into the place and take what we need? You might not want your memory back, but I do." "We don't even know where it is or if it's there," Robert shot back. "We have no idea if there's a cure at all." "But that data could give me my name," Sasha argued. "It could—" "Never mind. You think getting your memories back means losing Ariel. Jex doesn't care. Tucker really doesn't want to remember who he was." He hadn't realized how isolated Dante and Sasha must feel. When they'd first come out of McDonald's lab, they'd been matched pairs. Dante and Sasha had been close, and Jax and Tucker had stuck together. Over time, Jax and Tucker had integrated with the rest of the garden, but Dante and Sasha had held themselves apart. I promise I will do everything I can to reunite you with whoever is out there. I promise. I won't let you down. Sasha's jaw went tight. I know you will. You are a good man. And I know Damon is too, but there are higher powers in play, and being good doesn't always work out. We should know that more than any others. You're being naive. You want to be one of them, but you are not. We are not. We're still merely a job for McKay Taggart. His cell phone buzzed in his pocket. Give me a second. Sasha said nothing, simply took out the camera they'd given him and started taking pictures. He moved around the front of the church, blending in with the rest of the tourists chronicling their adventures. Robert pulled out the phone and swiped the screen to get to the text that had just been sent. Hello, Rob. I'm happy you're back to fighting shape after our last round. Sorry for shooting you, but I had to slow Ariel down. I'm sitting in the back pew on the right side if you would like to discuss the situation. Don't forget, we're not alone. Fucking Levi Green. He looked over at Sasha. Peter was across the plaza. He couldn't even see Tucker. He could text Ariel and let her know. Another ping let him know Levi was still texting. Don't keep me waiting, man. Come on. I'm not here to fight. How about I give you a gift? He knew he should ignore it, but he'd had a day. He quickly texted back, How about you fuck off? How many men did Levi have hanging around? He'd selected a very public place, so the likelihood of a firefight wasn't high. It didn't mean Levi couldn't drag him into the shadows, but he was ready for that. If he were going to arrest them all, wouldn't he simply do it? The screen flickered, and then a picture filled it. Robert stopped, staring down in disbelief. It was a picture of Ariel. She wore the same clothes she wore right now, the dress she'd put on this morning when she'd gotten ready for her meeting with Emily. He would have known since he'd been the one to zip her up. She had the same white Prada bag over her shoulder, and her hair was in a halo around her head. She was sitting on a stone bench, and she wasn't alone. Kimberly Solomon sat next to her. She'd met with Solo today? She hadn't mentioned that piece of news to him. The agency was here, and she was meeting with them. Had she met with Levi, too? Every little whisper he'd heard lately rained down on him. What if he was wrong? Damn it, Robert. I'm not cleaning up after... Sasha set the camera against his chest again. What's going on? Levi Green is in the church. Sasha's brow rose. Is he planning on killing us here? He wants to talk to me. He should shut down everything right now. But that picture... I'll back you up. Sasha looked behind him, staring at the table where Ariel and Rebecca sat gathering information. They're fine. Peter and Tucker are still watching. No one will notice if we slip away. I'll have your back if you want to talk to him. Ariel was talking to Solo. Why shouldn't he do the same? Because Solo never shot, you moron. He wasn't listening to reason. Come on, Rob. I'm offering you knowledge they won't give you. 10 minutes. It's all I ask, and I'll tell you exactly who your girlfriend is. Robert turned and walked in the door. He went from the bright light of day to the shadow of the vestibule, From the vibrant sounds of the Marienplatz to the hushed murmurs of a working church that also functioned as a tourist site. What the fuck was he doing? "I'm going to keep my eyes on you," Sasha promised. "I won't be far away. You're doing the right thing. You're being our leader." He wasn't sure about that, but he knew he had to face the man. He had to ask him about that picture. He had to know what Levi knew about Ariel. He walked into the church, his sneakers thudding along the white marble of the floor. The high altar was the focal point of the building, and there were hundreds of tourists walking around the sanctuary, taking pictures of the stained glass windows and the reliquaries. But he had one focus. The sanctuary was in 3 sections. He moved past the candles toward the far side of the church. The middle section of pews ran all the way back, but the sides were shorter. He had to make his way around and through the crowds. A dark-haired man sat in the last pew, his arm casually around the back. He looked like he was simply studying the great altar, perhaps contemplating the nature of God. Or thinking about his sins. "I'm here." Levi looked up. He was wearing slacks, a white dress shirt, and a black vest. His hair was still done in that manner that looked like he'd just rolled out of bed, but had likely taken the man an hour to perfect. He should have been in a cafe somewhere, complaining about how the eggs weren't organic, and how music was better on vinyl. "I always knew you were the reasonable one. Have a seat." "I think I'll stand." "Then you'll attract attention, and we shouldn't talk because I know Solo's around, and I can't be sure she isn't here right now." Fucker was right. He slid onto the wooden bench beside him, keeping as much space as he could between them. "I want to know about Ariel." "Do you? Some things are better left behind us," Levi mused. "I'm sure you wish your past hadn't come back to bite you in the ass." He already knew about Emily. "I suppose I can thank you for that gift. You should know I'm not stupid. I don't believe she's my wife simply because you sent her in." Levi held his hands up, an innocent look on his face. "Oh, I didn't send you that particular gift. I believe you can thank the Taggarts for that one. They've been scouring the globe for any scrap of information they can find. I believe they were interviewing Nurse Emily because of her connections to the McDonald's. I don't think they understood who they were dealing with, but the Taggarts are deep ones. If they thought sending in your wife would give you a shock that might end in them getting much-needed information, they would do it. Or you sent her in and she's lying. You're once again putting us all in a position where we'll get the intel you need and you'll run off with the prize." It seemed to be how Levi liked to work. This Emily person is nothing but chaos to throw us off. Something like sympathy hit Levi's eyes. "I wish that were true. If only for your and Ari's sake." "What? I like true love. You think I'm some kind of monster, but I really was pulling for the two of you. Ariel deserves someone like you, which is precisely why I gave you that distinctly non-fatal gunshot wound. You're welcome. I'm walking back out of here in 10 seconds if you don't tell me what you know about Ariel. Why the hell would she meet with Solo?" One of Levi's shoulders moved in a casual shrug. They've been friends for years, ever since Ariel worked for MI6. The man was supposed to be some kind of ace operative, and he didn't have his facts straight. Ariel didn't work for MI6. She worked for Scotland Yard. Yes, that was her cover, but I assure you she absolutely was MI6, and she was good at her particular job, which wasn't sitting in a therapy room getting men like Damon Knight to talk about their feelings. She was an assassin. Robert laughed. Did everyone in the world underestimate his intelligence? You must be getting desperate. He pulled a tiny drive out of his vest pocket. This is a thumb drive with agency intelligence files on her. Have Jax verify them for you. Hell, let Jax off the leash a little. Have him hack MI6, and what you'll find is that Ariel and Damon are still in bed with them. They're feeding the agency a bit, too. Not enough to get me off your ass, but enough I'm not allowed to simply arrest you all. Almost as if it moved of its own volition, his hand opened, and Levi dropped the drive on it. He should shove it back at the asshole. Damon would have told us. And yet, he did not. Levi relaxed against the pew, looking perfectly comfortable. I will tell you everything, Robert. You're afraid that I'm going to turn mad professor on you all and vivisect you or something. That's not the case, man. I want to help you, and not in the sit-on-my-hands way Big Tag is working. Have you thought about the fact that the agency could use your team for something beyond medical experiments? No. He knew damn well he should shove that thumb drive up Levi's ass, but he found himself placing it in the pocket of his jeans. Well, widen your horizons, Rob. Tag and Damon want to keep you hidden. I wouldn't do that. Come in with me. You'll do a couple of interviews, figure out what you do and don't know, and then we'll get you on the payroll. All of you. We'll clear your names. I can do that, but you have to trust me. Imagine it. Being free and clear of every warrant out there. You could come back to the States. Now he saw what the man was doing. I could come home and settle in with the little wife. I would actually suggest you don't do that, Levi said with a mysterious smile. You're in love with Ariel. I hope you still are after you read those files on her. She was only doing her job. If she didn't tell you, it's because Damon asked her not to. She's used to obeying orders. It's kind of a necessary thing in our line of business. Ariel would have told him. She was his lover. She'd been pretty much his everything since the moment he'd laid eyes on her. So why hadn't she told him she was meeting with Solo? It wasn't like they hadn't talked about the woman. All I'm saying is maybe you should put the blame where it belongs, and that's on the big guys. Levi sat forward. I'm going to admit something to you that I haven't before. I've been in this game for longer than anyone knows. I was working to find out what MacDonald was doing long before Ezra or Big Tag got involved. This is my case. I know more about it than anyone. I didn't get involved because my brother got taken. I got involved to help my country. Yes, you've made it clear that you think MacDonald was doing good work. Levi shook his head. No, that is not true. She took good soldiers and messed them up. Now, I'm a realist. I know bad things happen when we put our soldiers in the field, and sometimes you have to sacrifice a few to save the many, but what she did was monstrous. However, there is nothing gained by throwing the knowledge away. The pain has already been had. There's no way to give that time back to you, but I can make it worthwhile. Your pain could mean something. Yes, it could mean other people have to endure it, he shot back. Or it could lead to someone like Rebecca Walsh finding a cure for Alzheimer's and dementia. Levi sounded altogether too reasonable. The time dilation portion could mean a prisoner could serve his time and not lose a whole life. A young man dying of cancer we can't cure might live a life in his head. You see the bad, but I see a wealth of possibilities. He was being far too optimistic. And it could be used for bad. Levi leaned forward. Everything can. It doesn't mean we don't try. Look, my time is running out. The truth is, Solo's getting the upper hand, and I've got one last shot at making this thing work. I'm offering you and anyone who wants to come with me knowledge. I know who you are, Robert. I know why you were placed in the program, and I know a few things about Tucker, too. If I can't get your cooperation, I'll have to play my final card, and I would rather not do that. I suppose your final card would be a fatal gunshot wound. Not at all. I don't plan on killing any of you. You're important to me. Think about it. Talk to the guys about my plan. I can open up the world for you in a way your current keepers can't. Look through the material I sent you. Levi stood up and straightened his vest. Text me back if you want to talk further. Obviously, I can't come to your place, and you might have trouble getting out. They watch you pretty closely. I find it interesting Ariel doesn't have the same restrictions. By the way, she knows I'm in town. Solo knows, so I'm sure she'd talk to her bestie about it. You have to wonder, if Ariel was so scared of me, why would she take a walk through a park without any backup? Either she's not scared, or she knows she can handle anything I throw at her because she's a badass. I wouldn't mess with her. You've got a couple of days before I have to make a decision. His decision was already made. I'm not going to willingly come with you. Read those files. Talk to the others. I suspect they might be getting tired of being shut away. After all, they haven't been shut away with a woman like Ariel. Tell Tucker I have an even bigger hooker fund than Tag, Levi said with a smirk on his face that faded as he glanced around the church. You know, there are a bunch of people buried down in the crypt. If I want a history lesson, I'll talk to Peter. But this one is important, Levi insisted. One of the men buried here was King Ludwig. He was one of the last kings of Bavaria. He was inconvenient. The people loved him, but the government at the time found him troublesome. They had him declared mad and took him off the throne. When he agreed to live quietly, they still had him killed. Oh, history questions it, but I know a cover-up when I see it. If Solo gets her way, if the people she's working for cover up everything MacDonald did and hide her work, you and your men are the only pieces of evidence left that prove she existed. The church suddenly seemed colder than it had before. What is that supposed to mean? It means the factions I work with want to use her research. You're important to that. You can take what happened to you and turn it around. You can be the hero. If Solo gets what she wants, you're nothing but evidence of something they want to cover up, something a lot of people will want covered up. Think about that. The people she's working for, well, I don't even think Big Tag can protect you from them. Know that I'm somewhere in the city, eagerly awaiting your text. You're their leader, Robert. It's time for you to make the decisions and stop letting McKay Taggart lead you around by the nose. He moved to the end of the pew, and Robert had the strongest instinct to go after him. He could beat the fucker until he got the truth out of him. Or was the truth in his pocket? Don't attack him here. Sasha was suddenly standing in the aisle, his eyes watching the retreating Levi Green. There's a lot of security, and many cameras. We need to be careful leaving. I wouldn't like our faces to show up on the evening news. We should go. You can tell us what he said when we get back. He said the same bullshit he always says. Except it had been different. We'll have a meeting this evening. Sasha nodded, and they carefully made their way out the doors they'd entered through. Robert blinked in the bright light of day. He glanced over to see if he could catch a glimpse of Levi in the crowd, but he was already gone. He went back to his job and wondered if the thumb drive in his pocket would change everything. Ariel knew that something was wrong. Very wrong. It was there in the harsh set of Rob's jaw, in the way he wouldn't quite meet her eyes. During the trip back to the club, he'd said all of 3 words to her, and she was almost certain he'd lied. He'd told her he thought he'd seen someone suspicious go into the church. Peter closed the door behind them. "I'll go and get the recording transcribed. I think you got a lot of information out of that. And I noticed Robert and Sasha took a quick tour of the church. You should have waited. I could have taken you through the whole thing. Michael's Kirche is a stunning example of a Renaissance church. Did you take note of the organ?" It was easy to forget that Peter used to work intelligence, which was probably why he'd been good at his job. He was handsome, but not in a showy way. He was the guy next door, the one who would check on your pets if you needed him to. He was also incredibly observant. "I thought I saw someone suspicious," Robert said. Robert wasn't a good liar. But then she'd always known he wasn't an operative. She'd always thought it would turn out that he'd been a soldier, the kind who did heroic things and didn't sneak around in shadows to do his job. Why would he lie to her? "We are very paranoid." Sasha was much smoother. He stepped in beside Robert. "And I have terrible memories. Robert thought he saw someone from our days with MacDonald. I followed him in. It was nothing but a tourist. Sorry. You know how paranoid he can get when he thinks you're in danger." Sasha, on the other hand, was an excellent liar. What had happened in that church? "Are we going to debrief?" Robert asked. "Yes. Give me some time to bring Ezra up to speed. He texted me to say he's here." She nodded toward the rest of them. "Why don't we meet in the conference room in an hour?" They broke up, and she found herself alone with Robert. "We should go upstairs." Robert gestured for her to go first. It's been a long day. It felt like an endless day. Had it really only been this morning that she'd woken up happy and warm in his arms? It had been mere hours before that she'd known he was the one man in the world for her. But she wasn't the one woman for him. Once he'd made vows to another, and they hadn't broken up. There hadn't been a divorce. There had been a tragedy, and she worried she was going to add to that. Robert stopped at the top of the stairs. "Is Ezra here to talk to her?" "Yes," she replied. It was hard to look at him when all she wanted to do was wrap her arms around him. She couldn't be a coward. They still had to work together. She joined him on the landing. "I'm too close to the situation to be professional about it. I can't be the one who figures out if Emily is telling the truth." His eyes seemed darker than normal. "Funny. It felt like you weren't close to the situation at all." She moved away from the stairs since this was a very personal conversation. "How can you say that?" He followed her, stalking like a hungry predator. "You dropped me pretty damn quick the minute she showed up. It was almost like you were waiting for a reason to drop me." Was he insane? "She's your wife, Robert. What am I supposed to do? You have to figure out who she is to you, and don't tell me she's nothing. You can't know yet. You need time. And the fact that I want nothing more than to get into bed with you and pretend none of this ever happened won't change the fact that it would be wrong." He moved into her space. "I don't love her. I don't know her." She reached up and put her hands on his arms to steady him. "But she apparently knows you. Think about it. What am I supposed to do? Should I pretend none of this matters? What happens when you start to get your memories back? What if being around her would be the key to opening up your whole life?" His hand wound around the back of her neck, forcing her to look up at him. "Then fuck my memories." Ariel, run away with me. Go to your room, get your things, and let's just leave. All that will matter is the future we can have together. It was so tempting. They could leave and not look back. She had plenty of money she could access. They could find a place on the beach and hole up and hide away from the world. They could be their own world. But it would always be waiting for them. The world he could have had. The one that might be real. You need time. Running won't solve anything. He took a step back, and all that heat she'd felt coming from him had gone to ice. I suppose you're right. Why couldn't she make him understand? She was so articulate at expressing herself, at helping people through their feelings, but she was failing when it was most important. I'm not rejecting you. I'm in agony over this. Then I should step back and leave you in peace. She couldn't stand the tension between them. Have you thought about calling Kai? Of course. I should do that. His face was a polite blank. I'll try to get him on the phone. He wouldn't. He was placating her. This was the way Robert worked. When he was done with a conversation, he wouldn't argue. He would say anything he needed to say to extricate himself from the situation. She reached out to touch his arm. She couldn't let him walk away. He had to understand that she still cared about him. Rob, please don't leave like this. He stood there, not breaking her hold, but he didn't look back at her. There's no other way to leave it. I have to wonder if it was ever real. If you were ever real. She let him go. What is that supposed to mean? He turned, and his eyes were stark as he assessed her. Is there anything you want to tell me about your past? Fuck Levi Green. So Levi was the one in the church. Why should I tell you anything, Agent Adisa? Maybe he was, maybe he wasn't. Answer the question. This was the fight she'd been trying to avoid. If I've kept anything from you, it was because it wasn't important. Whatever I did before I met you doesn't matter. Ah, but my past is everything, isn't it? Robert asked, the words thick in his mouth. My past is something you want to crack open and force on me. Yours gets to be a secret. I don't know what he told you, but he did it to turn you against me. Can't you see he wants you alone and vulnerable? He shot you. He nearly gave Owen over to the Chinese. Do I have to go through the litany of his crimes against us? You can't trust him. It didn't matter that he hadn't acknowledged that Levi had been the one he'd met. Only one person in the world could have turned everything upside down. Levi could have easily gotten her records. It would be unethical to use them, but no one ever accused Levi of having ethics. Maybe he's not the only one I can't trust. He gritted his teeth and took a step back. He seemed to take a steadying breath. I'm sorry. I'm angry and too emotional right now to do my damn job. I got a text while I was doing the surveillance at the meeting with the assistant. Obviously, it was Levi, and yes, he's trying to create chaos. I'll write up a report. She managed to catch a breath. He was being reasonable. She could work with that. Why would you lie about it? Sasha did too. Because I don't know who to trust anymore, Robert admitted. I thought I knew everything about you. Why would you lie about MI6? Were you or were you not an assassin? I can't talk about my work in the past. It's classified. Her gut was in knots. He knew, and he was definitely angry about it. You have to understand. I understand that I'm an open book, and you haven't bothered to tell me the basic truths about yourself. We wasted a lot of time. I pushed you away because I thought you were far too delicate for me. If I'd known you were some kind of super assassin, I would have hopped into bed with you the first day. Tell me something. All this time, have you used my attraction to you to control me? I've been thinking about this a lot. I'm the leader. The men tend to do what I tell them to do. It wouldn't be a bad play to keep me on your leash. Anger rose. He was the one manipulating things now. No, I didn't sleep with you so I could control you. I was an assassin, not a whore. He paled, and his next words weren't as solid as the accusations from before. I didn't call you that. I didn't mean to do any of this. I'm so angry with you, and yet I meant what I said. I would run away with you right now. I would do it without taking anything with us. I want you. And I want you. But baby, you have to remember what happened with Theo and Erin. Her anger had fled in an instant, and she was all tears and heartache again. He didn't want her, and then he remembered how much he loved her. What if he'd found a woman and she came between them? That wouldn't have been fair. Not to anyone concerned. I've seen this happen before. He shook his head. No, you haven't. You might have heard about it, but I watched it up close. It is not the same. Theo was attracted to Erin the minute he saw her. No matter what MacDonald did to him, he still dreamed about Erin. He might not have remembered her name, but he remembered how he felt about her. He saw her in a bar and wanted her immediately. I do not want that woman. I'm not attracted to her. God, I'm vaguely repulsed by her, and I can't figure out why. Robert! She gasped and turned, because that had been Ezra's voice biting out the command. Robert's face had fallen, and he stepped back. Ariel turned, and it was worse than just Ezra standing there. Emily was at his side, a hand over her mouth. I'm sorry, Ms. Seeger. You shouldn't have had to hear that, Robert said. Maybe you shouldn't have said it, Ezra shot back. Robert shook his head. No, I'm not a piece of meat to get tossed around. Look, I understand that everyone wants me to take one look at a complete stranger and get my life back. I was supposed to run to her and have my soul magically healed, but that's the thing. The healing already happened. I'm in love with Ariel. I'm not going to fall out of love with Ariel. Although I might walk away because she's been lying to me, and that means you have too, Ezra. So maybe I should think about this for a while. Or maybe I'll just go drink. Enjoy the debrief. I don't think I'm needed here. He turned and walked down the hallway. I think I need a moment. Please thank Peter for the lovely room. It's very comfortable. And Dante was quite the gentleman. Emily turned and moved toward her room at the end of the hall. Ariel's stomach churned. She'd hoped Emily wouldn't find out about her connection to Robert. Maybe it was cowardly of her, but if Robert eventually went back to Emily, Ariel wanted to have a spot of dignity left. That plan hadn't worked, but then none of her plans seemed to work out lately. Ezra stepped up, his blue eyes staring down at her with sympathy. Are you all right? She had to force down her pain, focus on the job. Levi apparently paid a visit to Robert. He knows about my work with MI6. I'm sure Levi sent him whatever files he has on me, so Rob is probably finding out exactly how bloody my hands are right now. Ezra looked down the hallway the direction Robert had gone. I can stop that. She put a hand on his arm. Taking those files away would only make things worse at this point. Who knows? Perhaps him knowing who I used to be will change his opinions of me. Maybe he'll be more open to giving his wife a chance. Or maybe he knows what he wants, Ezra replied, his voice softer. I only heard the end of it, but I think I got the gist. The two of you finally took the plunge, and then his wife shows up and you stepped back. Are you sure you want to do that? You love him. Everyone knows that. She loved him so much it hurt. And now it felt so wrong that she hadn't told him, that she might go to her grave never having said the words to him. It doesn't matter now. He's not in a position to make this decision, unless you found out her story is complete rubbish. I wish I could tell you that, but she checks out. Once we knew where to look, it was easy to find her pictures of him. Now, according to all records, Russell Seeger doesn't exist. But we know McDonald always did a hell of a job getting rid of a person. They were particularly thorough with Robert. Why? Why not report him as killed in action and let it be? I think by then she realized what could happen if he showed up on a camera somewhere, Ezra explained. She talks in her diary about being more careful with her subjects, especially the ones she thought she would be able to put out on the streets. You know, she had several teams she used to rob banks to fund her after she fled from Kronberg. Which was precisely why several of them still had warrants out for their arrests. Yes, I suppose she was an excellent tactician. What did you think of her? Emily, I mean. Ezra sighed as though he didn't want to leave the personal talk, but he seemed to accept the inevitable. He turned and walked to the kitchen. I think she's upset and off balance, but I would expect that from a woman whose husband came back from the dead. She followed him, more than willing to get out of the hallway. Yes, I imagine it was quite a shock. And then he wasn't happy to see her. Ezra strode to the fridge and pulled out 2 beers, offering her one. He wasn't happy because he knew how you would react. I think you both need to take a deep breath. We know she is who she says she is. We don't know that their marriage was happy. We don't know that Robert will ever get his memory back and want to fly away with her. We need more time. We need to get boots on the ground and ask some questions. She took the beer and twisted the cap off. She didn't even think about refusing it. She settled into the chair across the table from Ezra. What would she do if she wasn't involved with Robert? If this was Tucker or Dante's wife, how would she handle it? We should talk to people who might have known them, get a feel for what Russell Seeger was like. Was being the most important part of that sentence. Ezra sat back. He is not the same person. None of them are the people they used to be. I think you two need to cool off and then sit down and talk. Now tell me why you're okay with him reading whatever bullshit Levi gave to him. Also, why don't I ship his ass back for meeting with Levi and not bothering to mention it until later? He should have immediately reported in and given us a chance to take the man down. I think shipping him back like a naughty toddler would do a lot of damage. He deviated from protocol and we're looking for a traitor. The group is in a very tenuous state. She had a lot to tell him, and he wouldn't react well to most of it. I think if we push them too hard right now, they'll break. I told you they would only be able to stay in this state for so long. Who's having trouble? Ezra asked, because Jax seems perfectly happy. Owen got emotional after he went to Scotland with Rebecca that weekend, but I thought that was a good thing. Owen had taken his girlfriend to his old home and finally faced his past. It was healing for him. Jax and Owen are balanced by their partners. Robert was balanced by his position in the group. Leading the men has given him grounding. A grounding I'm worried he's going to lose if the group splits. I think he'll lose it if you walk away from him. She couldn't let this get back to her screwed-up personal life. I'm going nowhere. Ezra, this is serious. Tucker hasn't been stable since Rebecca positively identified him as Stephen Reeser, and Dante and Sasha have started to question whether or not we're taking the best course of action. Ezra's brows rose. Well, if Dante and Sasha want to leave, the door is open. It might solve a whole lot of our problems. Because, like Ian, he thought one of them was the traitor. I think any of the lads leaving would harm the group. And if one of them is talking to Levi Green? I think that could be devastating to them all. She hated to even think about what morale would be like if one of the Lost Boys turned out to have betrayed the group. They know we've kept things from them. Things they didn't need to know, Ezra argued. You know why I asked you to keep your prior work from them. You weren't burned by your group. You're still friendly with them, and Robert and the others have a whole lot of reasons to be wary of any intelligence agency. It's why I agree with Damon about not telling them we've cooperated with several agencies. It's the only thing that's kept us all safe. Levi hasn't raided the garden because we've kept certain parts of the agency fed. I think they'll understand our reasoning. Keeping it from them is far worse. There was more to the story. And you should know, I met with Kim earlier today. Just like that, all of Ezra's casualness was gone. His every muscle seemed to tense, and his eyes focused in. I knew she was in town. She called you again? This was the bad part of Ezra being here. He couldn't be reasonable about his ex-wife. No, I called her. I wanted her input on Emily Seeger. You know she's got better contacts than anyone else. She can get us information not even Big Tag can. If she's telling us the truth, and she's not simply trying to beat out her boyfriend to get to the prize. She was always competitive that way. I'm not Damon, Ezra. I know he puts up with your prejudice against her, and I'm not in a good mood. I know, Kim. You can't get away with that shite with me. If you don't want to work with her, maybe you should go back to England and send Damon down. Believe me, I'm considering benching myself after today's revelations. I'm wondering how fast we can get Kai here, or Eve McKay. I don't need your jealousy further endangering these men. For a second she thought she'd pushed him too far. His jaw tightened, and she could see the way his hands fisted. But then he relaxed, sitting back and taking a deep breath. I'm not good when it comes to Solo. I'm still... How can it be so raw after all these years? Because you still love her. It doesn't do you any good to fool yourself, because you're literally the only one who believes it. He was quiet for a moment. You don't think she's working with Levi? It took everything she had not to roll her eyes, but at least he was asking the question. I think she hates the man. I believe her when she says she made a mistake. I believe her when she says she was drunk and depressed over the divorce. She's not dating him. He always wanted her, and he took advantage of her. Ezra, have you ever considered that? She was vulnerable, and he moved in on her. She shouldn't have been drinking. I'm sorry, I don't mean that. I hate myself for even thinking that. God, I don't like who I am around her. He took a deep breath and schooled his expression to something like professionalism. I know what the boss thinks. Do you believe she's working for the president? I do. I think she's on our side. If we can get the right data, the president can clean up the agency. If you want to take down Levi Green, Kim is your best shot. He took a long swig of beer. How is she doing? He'd never asked the question before. Not once. Even after she'd been shot, he'd ignored her. She's good. She's Kim. She offered to handle Emily for me. Ezra snorted. I can imagine. Do I need to get the woman a bulletproof vest? You should know she told me she's planning on taking out Levi. A grave look came over his face. We'll see about that. Does she want to come in? I think so. But she's worried if she hasn't got solid proof of what she's looking for, you'll throw her out. Ezra growled, a sound of deep frustration. She can come in, but she can't stay here. She can talk to the men if she wants to, but she can't sleep here. And why was that? Did the great and mighty Ezra Fane think he couldn't control himself if his luscious ex-wife was underfoot? I think she'll be fine with that. If I know her, she's probably in a much nicer place than this. I'll give her a call. He nodded. Do it tonight, and we'll bring her in tomorrow morning. We need to figure out what our play is. We'll hold the debrief then. I don't think I can face her until I've had some sleep. He stood and finished off his beer, dropping the bottle in the recycling bin. And I don't think you should give up on Robert. I think you distancing is more about your fear than wanting to save his marriage. She didn't want to save his marriage at all. She wished his marriage didn't exist. I'll think about it. It would be all she would be able to think about. She reached for her mobile and dialed Kim's number. At least she could make one person happy today. Chapter 12. Robert stared at the scotch in front of him. It was late, and he should go to bed, but he couldn't quite make himself get off the couch. He could hear the thud of music from downstairs, but he wouldn't be going down to the club, either. He would have. If his world hadn't gotten turned upside down, he would have been downstairs with Ariel sitting on his lap as they watched the scenes. He would have felt the anticipation of playing out their own. He wouldn't feel this emptiness, the utter hollowness that came from knowing she hadn't walked away with him. It was funny. He'd read the file Green had given him. He'd gone through all the surveillance shots of Ariel meeting with Solo. It hadn't had the effect he was sure Green had hoped for. Those shots of her in the park had contained a few where he'd been able to see the pain on her face. In that moment, she hadn't been a ruthless operative, conspiring with another. She'd been a woman in pain, confessing to her friend. He didn't even question it. She had been talking about him, about the fact that their relationship was threatened. And the rest of it? He didn't even fucking care. She'd identified threats, some of the worst, and she'd taken them out when the legal system couldn't. He didn't care that she'd killed some terrorists, a couple of cartel heads, a dictator who practiced genocide. As he'd read about her skill, he'd kind of wished someone had sicked her on MacDonald. He'd had a brief fantasy of Ariel being the one who'd come for him that day. She would have brutally murdered Hope MacDonald, and in all the chaos, the smoke would part, and he would see her. She would have been a vengeful goddess until she caught sight of him. Their eyes would lock, and she would fight her way to him. She would carry him out of that lab like he was payment for all her hard work. Yeah, he'd had a lot of scotch. He heard the floor squeak and sighed. They'd all come in to talk to him. Tucker had offered to sit with him. Sasha had wanted to talk about what had happened with Levi Green. Owen and Rebecca tried to get him to eat dinner. Even Dante had come in. He'd talked about spending time with Emily and how it must be nice to have a lovely wife. He didn't want to deal with any of them. "Well, you always did like scotch," a feminine voice said. Emily walked around the couch and picked up the bottle, noting the label. "Though you're drinking a better brand now." Damn it. He forced himself to sit up straight. She was the last person on earth he wanted to see, but he'd been quite cruel to her earlier. "I'm not the one buying it. My bosses have high standards." You work for Ian Taggart and Damon Knight, she said, sitting on the chair across from him. I talked to Dante this afternoon. He explained about your job. Well, he said mostly your job has been trying to figure out who you all are and what exactly was done to you. I need you to understand that I plan on telling you everything I know. I'll help in any way I can. Thank you for that. He was so uncomfortable with her. Shouldn't he feel something for a woman he'd married? I'm sorry for what you overheard earlier. But you weren't sorry for saying it. No, it's how I feel. I can't even wish I felt differently. You're in love with the doctor? She's stunning. I can see why you would fall for her. Ariel was more than a gorgeous body and beautiful face. She's one of the kindest women I've ever known. In my defense, you haven't known many. You're kind of a toddler, and a sheltered one at that. He should have been offended, but he laughed, because it was pretty much bang-on true. Yeah, that has been pointed out to me on occasion, by more than one person. You want a drink? It was the least he could do. He didn't know if she did drink, but she probably needed one after the day they'd been through. Yeah. I'm usually more of a vodka girl, but you don't remember that. She gave him a half smile as he poured her a few fingers of the 18-year-old scotch. It's so weird to think that you have no idea who I am. Most of my adult life, you were the one who knew me best. I'm really sorry for what you've been through. It must have been terrible. Terrible didn't begin to cover it. He passed her the glass and sat back. He didn't want to talk about that part of his life. It's over. It doesn't sound like it's over. It sounds like you're still having to fight for your life. She took a sip. You should know you were good at that. At fighting. You were an excellent soldier, and all your men loved you. If you ever want to know about them, I've got some pictures back at my place. Could you tell me about my family? It was the one thing he did want from her. Sometimes I think I remember them. Her eyes widened. I thought you didn't remember anything at all. I don't, really, he admitted. I get flashes of what seem like memories. I get brief glimpses and feelings. It's hard to explain. The strongest are about holding hands with a woman. I have the sensation of warmth on my face, and I know I'm safe with her. She's taller than I am, and I feel love for her, but not desire. She's my mom. I'm almost certain of it. He'd gotten used to that memory. He was able to let it flow over him like a warm blanket. It was a good part of his day. She sat back, a frown on her face. I'm not sure how to put this. You weren't close to your mom. Maybe you were when you were young. I never met her. You left home because you didn't get along with her or your brother. I want to candy coat it. I really do, but you were always a man who valued honesty. That hadn't come close to the feelings he'd had, or that voice that sometimes whispered through his brain. What did we fight about? You didn't talk a lot about your family. I know your father wasn't in the picture. You didn't talk to either your mother or your brother the whole time we were together. You went into the army to get away from those problems. We became your family, and you were happy with us, she said, her tone wistful. It hurt something deep inside him to think he didn't talk to his brother. His brother was nothing more than an idea in his head, a whisper across his brain, and yet the thought that he was gone and they'd parted badly made Robert ache. He'd liked thinking there was someone out there he'd shared a childhood with. I was close to my unit. You were really close to a guy named Bill Barrows, though you called him Happy. He got that nickname in boot camp because he always had a dumbass grin on his face, even when he was doing push-ups or running until he got sick. You told me the only time he wasn't smiling was when you got into a firefight. She was much more animated now that she was talking about the past. Happy was your closest friend, but you had a ton of them. Jimmy Collins would come over every Sunday because he knew I made a roast. He would show up and find a reason to stay until we pretty much had to invite him for dinner. I would make the roast because you liked roast beef sandwiches. I mean, you craved them. He still did. When they made roast at the garden, he would always go back for seconds or thirds. So I was a private? You were when I met you. When you... Well, you were an E5 when you went missing. I was a sergeant. That felt right to him. Somehow he knew what it felt like to stand in front of his team and give out orders. Happy would smile even though he was telling them they were likely going to see heavy fire. He let it go. You were so proud when you got your promotion. I always knew you would go as far as you could. Our plan was to put in your 20, and then figure out where to go from there. We were pretty happy to go with the flow, if you know what I mean. We didn't need a ton of money. We had each other. He heard her words, but he was thinking about other ways to jog his memories. I wish I could read my records. Yeah. Apparently those are all gone. I guess having a senator for a dad helped Dr. MacDonald out. He could get rid of all those pesky records. She needed to hide what she was doing but still be able to have us go out into the world. It was precisely why she never worked in the States. She preferred South America and Asia. If she'd worked in the States, someone could have seen our faces and potentially asked why we weren't as dead as we were supposed to be. My mother. Did she come to my funeral? I'm sorry. She didn't. She cut off all ties with you when you left Wyoming, Emily explained. I called to invite her, but your brother told me you died a long time ago. He nodded. He needed to stay away from those questions, especially since it seemed like there was no one left to answer them. I understand. We should talk about Dr. MacDonald. Her face flushed. I still feel guilty that I introduced you to her. How did you meet her? She did some work at the hospital I was stationed at, taught some classes, Emily explained. We thought it was amazing to have someone with her reputation willing to come into a base hospital and give us her time. Now I realize why she did it. She was a sick woman. Dante said this Rebecca person thinks she might be able to cure you. Is that true? You might get your memories back? He didn't want to give her hope. Rebecca worked with patients who have Alzheimer's and dementia. She believes with therapy and some drugs in the pipeline she might be able to reconnect the neural pathways Dr. MacDonald broke in our brains. But that doesn't mean it's going to happen tomorrow. It could be years down the line. Dante mentioned there's a man out there who claims to have a cure. Dante talked a lot today. She shrugged. We were the only ones here. He was nice to me. That doesn't seem to bother him most of the time, and he's not known for being nice. You should be careful around him. He's been through a lot. He should have thought about that when he'd walked out the door. He shouldn't have left her alone with him. He should have insisted Tucker stay behind. Even Sasha would have been better. You all have been through a lot. He told me a little about it. Some of us handled it better than others. Dante's got a dark side. I don't think you should be alone with him. A smile came over her face. You were always protective. It was one of the things I adored about you. He didn't want her to get the wrong idea. I would say that about any woman. I'm not trying to hurt you, Emily. I'm not. You need to understand that even if I do get my memories back, it won't erase what I feel for Ariel. She seems to think it might, she gently pointed out. She's wrong. I didn't come here to fight, Emily insisted. Look, I can help you. I can talk to you and tell you about your life. Believe it or not, we were good friends before we got married. It's why I think we worked so well. I get that you're not attracted to me anymore. He hated the fact that he'd hurt her. I'm sorry. That was a harmful thing to say. You're obviously very attractive. But I'm not your type. A rueful laugh huffed from her mouth. You pretty much told me that the first time we met. I won you over in the end. He had to admit he was curious. Now that he was settling into the new reality, he had to wonder about his past. How did we meet? Her lips curled up. How do privates and nurses usually meet? The private was a dumbass and needed the nurse's attention. You were super flirty, and I accused you of hitting on me. You weren't very smooth at the time. You told me I wasn't your type, and then still asked for my number. He winced, because that sounded about right. What had I done to end up in the hospital? Well, you'd managed to make it all the way through boot camp without a single injury, and then you decided to show everyone that you could breakdance. She shook her head. You could not breakdance. You were, however, excellent at breaking your big toe. Is that the reason it hurts from time to time? It was an annoyance, and one he'd never figured out. He'd decided he'd likely gotten it in one of the many fights he'd been in during his time with MacDonald. She nodded, grinning his way. Yeah. You would always think you could do things when you got a little tipsy. Sometime I'll tell you about the great juggling incident. You promised me you knew how and decided eggs were the best way to go. That was a nasty cleanup. Her smile faded. It was also the first time you kissed me. I'm sorry. That memory was overwhelming. I know you don't want to hear about those things. I do need to know about my past. He would have to listen to her stories. She wasn't so bad. She seemed quite nice. He supposed a nurse would have to be a person who cared about other people. She might be able to help figure out how MacDonald's network had operated. He'd always had questions. What did I like? Sorry, that's a pretty broad topic. She leaned forward, an eager look on her face. You loved baseball. You would watch football, but it wasn't your favorite. You were on a team, too. Center field for your high school. You played a lot of video games, but I think that was more about spending time with your friends than the actual games. You were good at fixing things. I would want to throw something out, and you would always find a way to fix it, like our old toaster. I wanted a new one so bad, but you just kept that sucker running. Your favorite subject was history? You liked to read non-fiction? I still got a bunch of your books. I gave away your clothes, but I kept some of the books. And you said you had pictures. It would be surreal to look at himself in a picture and not be able to remember anything of the hows and wheres that it was taken. She bit her bottom lip. Some. A lot of them got ruined when I got water damage in the apartment. The upstairs neighbor had an overflow, and it dripped down and wrecked a lot of my keepsakes. He wasn't terribly upset by that, but he had to say something. I'm sorry to hear that. It forced me to move, she admitted. I needed that push. I think if I hadn't, I might have stayed there and mourned you for the rest of my life. I wouldn't have ever dated again. It's good for you to move on. It's okay if you have a boyfriend. He would be more than happy if she'd found someone. She seemed uncomfortable with the shift, but she plunged ahead anyway. I dated a couple of guys. A doctor, a guy who works in admin, but I haven't taken things past dinner and a movie. I haven't cheated on you." "It wouldn't have been cheating," he said gently. "That's the whole point. You didn't know I was alive." Her chin came up, a stubborn expression on her face. "But now I do. I know you think you won't remember me, but you can't be sure. Like I told you, there's a very slim chance of that. The only one of us who's managed to get back his past is Theo Taggart. He wasn't in the program as long as I was." "I still think you should try," she implored. "Come back to the base with me. It might jog your memory. Did coming to Germany make you feel anything at all?" He didn't want to admit that it had, but he owed her an answer. "I remembered Spargel." She dropped to her knees in front of him. "Yes, you loved it. I would make it for you, and I would make a ham." She reached up for him, and in his mind she shifted. She was different. Her hair up in a ponytail, her eyes desperate and beseeching. She was afraid. The memory was right there, and he couldn't stop himself from chasing it. This was important. Why was she afraid? He had to know. His head started to pound, but he knew there was something important about that memory, about Emily looking up at him from her knees. He was angry. So fucking angry. He could feel the volcanic rage in his gut, but he had no idea why he was upset. "What's wrong?" Emily's voice sounded far away. She knew what was wrong. She fucking knew. Why couldn't he remember? He could see the carpet underneath her. It was basic beige, the same as every other unit in their bland apartment building. Light flared, making the world a stark white place. He was going to lose it if he didn't stop. He would puke all night and he would be vulnerable. He was alone with her. He couldn't be alone with her. "Find another memory, one you don't have to fight for. Throw yourself into it, love." Ariel's voice came to him, clear as day. He clung to it, and did as she asked. In an instant, he was back in time. Loa Mali. He liked the ocean. He liked the feel of sand beneath his feet, and the way the air smelled. He definitely liked the sense of peace he found here. But he wasn't staying. "I thought I'd find you here." He turned, and the reason he wasn't staying was strolling down the beach, wearing a flowy white dress. Ariel. He could see the thin strings that held her bikini top in place. Thank God she'd covered up, or he would have a hard time looking at anything but her body. Her gorgeous, curvy body. Now he could concentrate on her beautiful face. "I thought I would take a walk before the evening's festivities begin. Who would have thought getting married was such a social event?" Her smile was brighter than the sun. "I think it's supposed to be a social event, and Erin and Theo have been through so much that they deserve a bit of indulgence." She moved to stand beside him, the tide brushing against her feet. "Are you not having a good time?" "Of course I am. But it's more change. Now it's good change, but a whole lot of it. I'm going to miss Theo." He'd known Theo Taggart as Tomas. He'd been there when Theo had been born into the family. That had been MacDonald's euphemism for wiping their memories. Reborn again and again into a world where she'd controlled everything. "I don't think you have to miss him. I heard Ian offered you a job." She turned and started walking in the same direction he'd been going. He fell into step beside her. "He did. I was also offered a job here with the king of Loa Mali. He's in need of a new bodyguard. I turned them both down. I'm staying in England. I think Damon is going to need a hand with the new kids. And he couldn't quite bring himself to leave her. He'd only been living at the garden for a few months, but he already wanted to be around Ariel every moment of the day. It was precisely why he should have taken either of the jobs he'd been offered. He couldn't have her. He wasn't in any kind of place where he could be in a relationship, and he was pretty sure casual sex was off the table, mostly because it wouldn't be casual at all. But he'd found himself turning down every offer.
I'm so glad, Rob. I will admit that I think they need you. You handle them so well. Even Dante, who I can't get to say a thing in sessions. He seems to respond to you.
Dante was a bit of a mystery. He hadn't spoken much at first. He'd seemed more dazed than the rest of them, and Robert worried his abuse had been worse. I think he's settling in. I'll reiterate the need to open up in therapy. She shook her head.
He has to come to that conclusion on his own. For now, I'll keep our sessions light. I think he might be feeling shame. I've talked to the others, and apparently Dante was frequently violent with them. MacDonald used him to punish the others at times.
She did that to all of them, I believe. She wanted to see if she could get us to go against our better natures. She often gave us the choice. We could be the one doing the ass-kicking, or be the one getting our asses kicked. She tried to pit me and Theo against each other several times.
And what would happen?
Ariel asked. Well, there was a third guy in our group, and Victor liked using his fists.
But you wouldn't hurt Theo, and Theo wouldn't hurt you.
He'd never been about to bring himself to that point. He'd always taken the beating. No, I couldn't do it, even when I knew it would cost me. I think I had to hold on to some piece of myself no matter what. Ariel nodded as though he'd made her point.
Yes, and Dante did not, from what I can tell. He did her bidding.
He was in there for a long time, Robert replied, needing to explain. Longer than most of us. It's hard to tell. She wiped our minds so many times, but most of them remember Dante being there.
Still, shame is a hard thing to deal with. From the outside, it can look like he feels nothing, but I think he's afraid he won't be accepted, given the fact that he was brutal in the past.
I'll talk to Sasha, he promised. He seems to get along with him better than the others. I'll see if he'll spend some time with Dante.
Good, because I'll be honest. I'm a bit worried he might run.
Where would he go? Where would any of them go? They had no homes. There were warrants out for their arrests. They were trapped. Ariel gasped and stumbled. He caught her before she could hit the ground, dragging her against his chest and twisting so when they fell, he bore the brunt of it. He turned to try to see what had caused her fall. A tiny crab raced away.
I'm sorry, she said, her voice breathless. I'm not much of a nature girl, it seems.
She was so close. All he had to do was lift his head slightly to brush their lips together. His arms were already around her. It wouldn't take much to flip her over and be on top of her, their bodies nestled together in the sand. He released her because he wasn't good for her. He was one of the sad sack men who she had to sit and listen to. She deserved far more. She deserved a man who could give her everything. He got to his feet and helped her up. Her fingers tangled in his, and she didn't let go. She blinked up innocently at him.
In case there are any other wild creatures who try to attack me.
Her hand in his gave him the warmest feeling in the world. He could give her this. They started down the beach, talking about absolutely nothing meaningful. It was one of the best days he could remember.
He was shaking when he came out of the memory. It was odd how they hit him when he got to this state. They were like dreams. He was fully inside them, as if he were living it all over again. "Oh, I was so worried about you." Emily was looking down at him. His head was in her lap, and she brushed a hand across his hair. He felt so sick he couldn't move. "Here, I've got a cool rag." Ariel's voice hit him like a slap in the face. He had to get up. Emily gently pushed him down. "You've had an episode. You need to move slowly or you'll get sick again." Ariel heard me shouting and came in to help. She said this happens when you're trying to remember. "I'm so sorry. I did this to you." He wanted Ariel, but Emily was correct. If he moved right now, he would get sick and make it all worse. He was forced to lay there, his hands shaking as Ariel handed Emily the towel. "Do you want to talk about it? I can write down what you remembered." Ariel's gorgeous eyes were staring down at him. He didn't want to write anything down. He wanted to go to bed with her. He wanted to shake off this horrible feeling and lie in her arms until he felt human again. The last thing he wanted to tell her was that he might have abused his wife. She'd been scared of him in that memory, and he'd been so angry. "He doesn't need to write anything down. He needs to forget," Emily insisted. "If this is what happens when he tries to remember, then I want him to forget. Babe, you don't have to do what she tells you." Ariel started to stand again, but he reached for her hand, stilling her. "I was in Loamali with the magical attack crab," he said. Her eyes softened and she smiled at him. "You were my hero that day." "What are you talking about?" Emily asked. "When he starts getting caught in a memory that's hurting him, I've trained him to find a memory that's 100% his, that no one ever tried to take from him. It grounds him and allows him to find his way out again." Ariel took a deep breath and stood. "Though we're lucky he was sober enough to do it. I remember how full that bottle was, Rob." She sounded like a disappointed wife. "Tucker helped with some of it. He was feeling good enough to sit up. Though I should go and take a cold shower. That will shake off the rest of it." "You should take more time." Emily moved in beside him. "I'm a nurse. I should stay with you tonight. And Rebecca is a doctor, a neurologist. I assure you she can handle Robert's needs." Ariel held a hand out and helped him stand. She sounded awfully territorial, and he liked that. Despite everything they'd been through today, he wanted her so badly. "It's not a problem. Rebecca is right down the hall," he assured her. "But I'll be fine. I won't go down that road again, at least not tonight. I'll be a good boy and get some sleep." "Excellent, because you should know we're going to have a guest tomorrow. Kim is coming in. She's going to be with us for a while," Ariel said. "She's going to explain quite a bit tomorrow." That meant they were in for some drama. His men would be nervous about having the agency involved. 2 members, really. Sometimes he felt like the bone 2 dogs were fighting over. "All right. I'll get some sleep then. Emily, thank you for the help. I'm sorry you had to see me like that." "I would do anything to help you." Emily got to her feet. "In the morning you can sit down with Ezra and tell him everything you know about MacDonald. That's how you can help." He wanted so badly to not feel like she was smothering him every time they were in a room together. It was a sick feeling in his gut that had nothing to do with the memory he'd tried to catch. Or did it? "Can I see you again?" Emily started to move toward him. He took a quick step back. "I'm sure we'll see each other. We have a lot of things to decide on. But I need some sleep. Good night." He walked away,
and forced himself not to look back. Ariel watched Robert leave, and her heart ached. Was she making the right choice? It was obvious he was in turmoil. Robert was the calmest of the men, the one least likely to make himself sick chasing a memory. He'd learned that a long time ago. But from the moment they'd set foot in Germany, he'd been on the edge. Should she go after him? Should she accept that they were different and had to deal with things differently? She hadn't forgotten what Ezra had said. She was cutting the relationship with Robert off more out of fear for her own heart than for his good. "I would like to read any and all medical records you have on my husband. I want to speak to Dr. Walsh as well." Ariel turned Emily's way, and the woman's whole demeanor had changed. She was staring at Ariel with a haughty look on her face. She'd gone from soft and sweet and pleading to full-on cast-iron bitch. Wasn't that interesting? "That's up to Robert. He's my husband. I'm a nurse. I have the right to know what's happened to him and whether or not he's ever going to be able to remember his past. I'll float that question by the neurologist." Ariel squared off with Robert's wife. "You can certainly speak to Rebecca, but I think she'll have the same rules as the rest of the medical world. His medical records are private, unless he chooses to share them with you. I'll ask him if he wants to assign those rights to you." "He assigned them to me when we got married," Emily insisted. "That was another man in another life. He'll have to make that choice again. And trying to force yourself on him will only make things worse. Robert is a kind man, and for the most part he's perfectly reasonable, but he can be stubborn." Emily sneered her way. "You don't have to tell me who my husband is. That's what I'm trying to explain. He's not the same man. After what he's gone through, how could he possibly be the man you married? I was told Ezra explained the program Robert was a part of." She hoped she wouldn't have to go over this with Emily. "Yes, the disgraced CIA agent talked to me. Quite the team you have around you." That was interesting. "Somehow I don't think Ezra discussed his status with you, so that makes me wonder how you know." "I talked to Dante this afternoon. He was very open about how bad things are here." She stared at Ariel for a moment, her arms crossed over her chest. "I thought you were planning on doing the right thing." "The right thing?" Ariel's mind was working overtime, because there was much more at play here than she'd thought. "Obviously you're involved with my husband. Anyone with eyes and ears can see that. I thought you had decided to do the right thing and back off. You need to stick to that plan because I have no intention of giving my husband up." "He doesn't remember you," Ariel replied, despite the fact that she was fairly certain the other woman wouldn't listen to a word she said. "He might never, and it's his choice as to what he does with the rest of his life, and who he spends it with. I'm not leaving here until I convince him to come home with me. He needs to be with me. He'll make that choice. He's not a child." "No, but according to Dante, you treat him like one," Emily accused. "He's your lapdog. It makes me sick to think about it. You were supposed to be his therapist. He was vulnerable and you took advantage of him. You're still doing it." It was time to extricate herself from this conversation because her anger was rising. "I'm not having this conversation with you, Ms. Seeger." Emily pointed a finger her way. "You'll be having it with a lot of people because I intend to find out what really happened. You're keeping him locked up. You won't let those men out in the world. That sounds like imprisonment to me. That's not my call. But I can put you in touch with someone who can help you." She knew exactly who to throw this problem to. "His name is Ian Taggart. You can call him and tell him everything you hate about me. And you would have done better to have stuck with the wounded wife play." Emily's gaze turned distinctly wary.
What is that supposed to mean? She shoved down her anger. She needed to be calm and truly assess the situation. I was off my game. You walked in and I panicked. You are everything I was afraid could happen. I love Robert. I've loved him for a long time, but I didn't take the chance because I was terrified that you would be out there somewhere. Naturally, you show up just as we've gotten comfortable. I wasn't thinking straight. I put myself in your shoes. How would I feel if my husband was back from the grave? You've taken it quite well. How can you say that? You don't know what I feel. Emily finally looked less than confident. It was absolutely true that she could never know what another person felt deep down, but beyond the first tears, Emily had been calm. According to Ezra, she'd listened to everything he had to say and hadn't asked many questions. You've been very accepting of the situation. I'm still in shock, Emily replied. Have you called anyone? Your mother? A friend? She shook her head. No. So you haven't told anyone at all what's happening? No one had taken her phone. She could have used it at any time. I don't know how to tell them yet. She seemed surprised by the question. It will be shocking to them, too. She'd been so upset about Robert's wife showing up that she hadn't taken the time to ask pertinent questions. Robert's whole team died. Now we know his death was faked, yet you haven't asked about them. Did it not occur to you that the rest of the team might have survived, too? That seemed to shake Emily. Her jaw went slack before she answered. I assume they used the bombing as a way to hide the fact that they took him. Ah, logic is hard, isn't it? You think Senator MacDonald somehow managed to know that there would be a bombing, Robert's whole team would perish, and he would survive, and then somehow managed to have someone waiting there to scoop him up? No. The logical conclusion is that bombing was staged, and MacDonald took a whole team. She needed subjects, after all, yet you didn't ask about any of the other men. She knew she wasn't being kind, but her mind was rapidly filling with suspicion. I'm too concerned about my husband, and I didn't consider the rest of it. You're right. They could be alive too. Another thing you and your group have to answer for. She moved closer. Her eyes lit up with something like righteousness. You should have had his face out on the news. You should have been looking for his family. You didn't want that because you wanted him. That's why. You've kept him all to yourself. I'm going to assume Ezra explained the situation to you. If you try calling the press, I'll have to handle you myself. You will put them all at risk if you do that, and I won't stand for it. Emily looked her up and down and obviously found her lacking. What are you going to do? Talk me to death? I doubt it. I will be speaking to Mr. Taggart, and I assure you, when we're done here, Russell will come home with me. He loved me. Underneath it all, he still loves me. You're a bump in the road. In some ways, it was good her past was out in the open now. You're going to be a body in a bag if you don't back off. And as to what I'll do to you, I'll use my skills as a former British intelligence agent. My specialty was wet work. I was very good at it. Do you know what wet work is, Emily? It means I'm very good at solving problems. Permanently. Are you going to be a problem for me, Emily? Emily's eyes narrowed, but she took a step back. I don't know that I believe you. Good. Then that makes two of us. It was time to really figure out who Emily Seeger was and what Robert's life with her had been like. Hey, I know that I should run and hide because I am seriously scared of the violent estrogen raging through this room right now, But I also promised Rob that I would make sure you're both okay. Tucker stood in the doorway. Ari, are you going to kill her now? Emily rolled her eyes. I'm going to bed. Tell my husband I'm fine, despite the fact that his side piece insulted me. I am not going to tell him that. Tucker shook his head. Well, you're useless as ever, then. Emily breezed by. It's good to know my reputation precedes me. And dude, that was some serious intimidation you had going there. Tucker walked in and picked up the scotch Rob had left behind. She's not as sweet as she seemed. She's one of those chicks who's super nice if she wants you, and ugly to everyone else. Or she's hiding something. Pour me a glass. What did she mean you're useless? Tucker picked up 2 glasses and poured them each a drink. She does not like being in the same room as me. Seems to adore Dante and Sasha, though. Didn't have a problem with Owen. I guess it's just me. I'm okay with it. She gives me the creeps for some reason. Ariel took the glass he offered. I want to know more about her. And I want to know about you, Tucker said with one of his heartbreakingly handsome grins. Assassin lady. I like it. Tell me all. She sighed. It was going to be a long night. Chapter 13. You did what? Robert stared at Sasha, his gut twisting at the words he'd just heard come from the other man's mouth. Sasha sat across the kitchen table from him. They weren't alone. Dante had a mug of coffee in front of him, but had so far been silent. I read the files Green gave to us. Morning light filtered in, but it did nothing to soften Sasha's harsh features. His eyes were always bloodshot, his face marked with the scars he'd taken during their time with MacDonald. I took the drive from you, because I knew what would happen. I knew you would rethink things the moment you laid eyes on Ariel again, and then you wouldn't share it. Sasha wasn't wrong. He'd opened the files and browsed through them, but he hadn't called the guys in for a meeting. Ariel hadn't tried to take it from him, hadn't denied her former occupation. And he'd decided to think the whole thing over. Then the scene with Emily had happened, and he'd known he would wake up in the morning and give the drive to Ariel. He'd allow her to share what she felt comfortable sharing. He'd intended to give her the power back, because deep down he trusted her. Her past was over. She was a therapist now and on their side. She'd quit MI6 a long time ago, and surely the meeting with Solo was about finding out how she could help them now. He'd justified all of it in his head this morning. You had no right to do that. The words came out of Robert's mouth in a harsh grind. When had Sasha taken the thumb drive? He'd kept it on him the night before, or he'd thought he had. By the time he'd gone to bed, he hadn't been thinking about the drive, and this morning when he'd awoken, it had been gone. He'd come out to accuse Ezra of taking it, but the boss had already left. He and Ariel and Peter were on their way to pick up Solo and bring her back for a briefing. He'd come to the kitchen to prep his men and found out they were the very ones who'd taken the drive. Sasha frowned his way. His laptop was open in front of him. I had every right. That information was given to you, but it affects all of us. Do you know they're bringing in Solo? Yes, I know. They're picking her up because they don't want her coming here on her own. At least that was what Ezra had told him over the phone. They should be back in half an hour or so. And you're all right with it? Sasha asked. You know what's going to happen. She's going to come into this club and start dictating how we live. I thought we were trying to avoid becoming CIA stooges. Or they just wanted to string us all along until they could find a way to use us to get what they want, Dante said. They seem to have found the right combination now. I never thought Ezra would be the one to bring in his ex-wife.
Perhaps they have lied about their animosity. Why would they do that?
He was sick of this. They needed to have it out, and it wouldn't wait until they were back in London.
To keep us off balance.
Sasha shook his head and looked at him like he was a pathetic, naive child.
We are inconvenient to them now. I'm sure they started this with the thought to help out. But as you Americans say, the shit is getting real now. We know too much, and so does McKay Taggart. If the agency decides to come down on them, the best play they have is to give us up. Not Owen, and probably not you. But the rest of us are fair game, and this is not a game I wish to lose. No one is selling you out to the agency. If they'd wanted to do it, why wait? And why sell us at all? Robert asked. We all know that Levi got an enormous amount of data from Colorado. It wasn't enough, Sasha replied. It couldn't have been, or they would leave us alone. And we're dealing with several different factions within the CIA. If Solo can be trusted, she claims she's working for someone who is diametrically opposed to Levi's bosses. Dante shrugged. I don't know why they do anything. I only know that they are lying to us. They are covering up their dealings, and I'm done. I say we go to Kronberg and get this intelligence ourselves. Then we will have power. Then we can force them all to do our bidding for once. You're talking about the file Ariel thinks Kronberg is holding on to. Owen walked into the room, followed by Rebecca. I read her memo this morning. Apparently we're saving the briefing for later. Ariel is bringing Solo in to talk to us. He felt a weird numbness. We'll have a briefing then. Well, we'll hear what the agency wants us to hear, Dante grumbled, his accent thick. Has anyone thought about the fact that yesterday we find out there is some kind of blackmail documents out there? A file that ties powerful people to Dr. Walsh, and today Solo shows up. Do you understand what we could do with that file? What's going on here? Owen seemed to be figuring out that this wasn't a casual breakfast conversation. Sasha's brow rose and he looked directly at Rebecca. I think this is a meeting for the men. Sexist much? Rebecca asked, going to the cabinet and grabbing a coffee mug. If you were a woman who MacDonald had erased, you would be more than welcome. So really the misogyny was on her, Sasha quipped. I think we should have this meeting in private, Dante insisted. If something's going on, Rebecca's affected too. Owen stood in front of Dante. I'm sick of all this shite about who's a real member of this team and who's not. We're all in this together. Are we? Sasha asked. Then why has Ariel been meeting with Solo and not mentioning this fact to us? Solo is the one who followed you that first day. Ariel knew that too. She did not mention this to me. Did she to you? Or did she keep it to herself so we would be afraid of leaving the club? She'd known who'd followed them? She doesn't keep her phone as private as she thinks. Sasha's jaw tightened, as though he knew he was in for a fight. I duped it 2 days ago, when I got seriously worried we were being placed into a position we cannot get out of. Solo texted her shortly after we got to the club. They've been talking regularly. The betrayal hit him like a kick in the gut, and he wasn't sure which betrayal was worse. Ariel hadn't mentioned she'd been talking to Solo. You duped Ariel's phone? Someone had to. Sasha turned the laptop around. Someone has to make you see what's happening. Rebecca, I think you should come stand next to me, Owen said slowly. I think I'll wait for you in our room, she replied. Dante stood. If you're thinking about calling your friend, you should know she's out with Ezra. They're picking up Solo and bringing her back here, where I'm sure we're going to get a bunch of crap about how the agency wants to save us all. She'll ride in on a fucking unicorn, and we're supposed to believe everything she says.
Rebecca had left her coffee mug behind. She joined Owen and quickly found herself placed behind him. I wasn't planning on calling anyone. He needed to ratchet down the emotion.
No one is going to simply buy everything Solo is selling, least of all Ezra. I think when they get back, we should all sit down and figure this out. We won't do anything else until we're 100% certain we know what's going on. Okay? I'll go wake up Tucker, and we can sit down and discuss the situation. Of course you want to talk, Sasha said, frustration in his tone. Talk is all you want to do. Ariel will walk in and she will work her magic on you. She figured out very quickly that you were the one to manipulate. We all follow you, so she made sure she could lead you around by your dick. Stop talking about her that way.
He wasn't going to let anyone insult Ariel or the relationship he'd had with her up until now.
I understand she didn't tell us the truth about what she used to do for a living. She's a different person now, and her records are obviously classified. Used to do? Dante asked.
Maybe we should slow down, lads, Owen began. Sasha wasn't listening. He turned the laptop around.
She still works for them. Do you remember all those trips to Paris? She says she's going off to meet with a girlfriend. That girlfriend is Solo. Ariel was working at the garden at the time, and surprise, there was a rumored terrorist killed in the streets that same weekend. I wonder how they celebrate it.
She did not. Maybe he should have read all the files. She wasn't still working for them. Her past was one thing. He could understand that. But actively working for an intelligence agency and not telling him? Sasha seemed to know he'd just gotten the upper hand. He calmed visibly.
She did, according to the later records. You should read them. She's even given MI6 reports on her progress with us.
She wouldn't do that. God, he might be sick again.
We can't trust any of this. Levi Green sent it. But we can trust Solo? Dante asked. Wake up. We can't trust any of them. We need to get out of here while we can. We've been lucky so far, but now we're here in a place where it would be easy for them to turn us over. We need our own leverage.
Or you could come with me, a new voice said. Robert tensed. Emily stood in the doorway, dressed in the same clothes she'd worn the day before. Her hair was up in a neat ponytail, and she looked young and pretty. So why did the sight of her turn his stomach? She walked in, and there was determination in her eyes. I know people too. I have a place where we can all lay low while you guys figure out what's going on. We can get on a train and get the hell out of town.
We're not going anywhere.
He needed to slow this down. If you stay here, they'll keep you dumb, Russ. Robert. Emily moved toward him. I know the doctor has made you believe you're a completely different person, but I can still see the old you. Have you thought about the fact that she wants to keep you here for another reason, one that has nothing to do with helping you? You don't know Ariel, Rebecca said, and you don't know this group of men. I know her type, Emily replied. She's an opportunist.
She's also an assassin, Sasha pointed out. I bet you didn't know that about her, Rebecca.
Rebecca's eyes flared. I know she saved me and she saved Owen. She didn't have to. It would have been so easy to not come after us.
I'm sure she had her reasons.
Dante shook his head. You've made up your mind. Owen's hands were on his hips. No one is holding you here. I don't think there's a reason to talk. I think anyone who doesn't want to be here should go.
And have Ezra call the police on us? Sasha asked. We've always known they had that to hold over our heads.
Ezra didn't cause the problem, Robert argued.
Dante didn't back down. But he can certainly use it to make us do what he wants to. I can't believe you didn't learn. Years you spent with Dr. MacDonald, and you're still letting yourself be manipulated. I think she wiped your memory far too many times. And I think you're far too cynical. Ariel, I need to talk to her. He couldn't simply believe some files. He needed to listen to her. You think she can honestly love you after everything you've done? Sasha asked. She knows the things we've done. Owen and Jax managed to find women who they never have to tell the truth to. But Ariel knows. Rebecca knows everything I've done, Owen replied. I'm going to go downstairs for a bit. I think you guys really do need to work this out. Rebecca reached into her pocket. Look, I'll even leave my cell phone behind. I'll wake Tucker up because he should be here. Emily, I think the guys need some time. I think they need to start thinking about their own futures, Emily replied. Rebecca shook her head and walked out. Robert turned to Sasha. You need to back off. I don't want to talk about Ariel right now. Sasha leaned against the counter, obviously settling in for a long argument. She is the only reason we're still in this position. You won't see what's going on. Emily put a hand on Robert's arm. I know you've been through hell. I don't care what you've done. You did it to survive. We can get through this. He ignored her. It was time for him to take charge. I am the leader of this group. You two stand down. We're going to talk about this after we hear what Solo has to say. And he would talk to Ariel. Dante shook his head. Why would anyone follow you? This is what I have been telling Sasha for months. You are nothing. You are weak, even with your so-called brothers. I have been beside you all this time. I could have gone anywhere else. He didn't have warrants out on him. He'd been offered other jobs, a more normal life. I chose to stay with you, to fight with you. A derisive laugh came from Dante's throat. God, why would anyone fight beside you? Why would they trust you? Everyone here thinks you're such a good man, that you will be the one to save them. Did you save Theo Taggart's face? What did you do when they were carving him up? Nothing. You sat there and did exactly what MacDonald told you to do. You're nothing but a piece of shit, like the rest of us. The whole room seemed to go cold. Robert knew what had happened to Theo's face only because Tony had told him. Tony had been the man who disciplined them. He'd worked for MacDonald. Theo didn't remember how he'd gotten his scars. You know, there wasn't anything he could have done, Owen argued. Sasha had gone still, his eyes on Dante. How would you know? How would you know what Robert did or didn't do? It doesn't matter what happened when he was with that woman, Emily said. Come on, we need to cool off. It seems like you guys are saying things you really don't mean. Why don't we take a few minutes? Sasha was shaking his head and looking at Dante like he didn't know the man. No. I want to know how you would know what happened to Theo. I do too, since I didn't even know I was there when Theo got that scar, Robert said. He and Dante hadn't been on the same team. They hadn't even known each other until Taggart had found the secret lab. Tony told me, Dante said with a shrug. What's going on? Tucker walked in, yawning. Sasha ignored him, choosing to turn on the man who was so frequently his partner. Tony died long ago. You would have had your memory wiped after he died. I read about Tony, Tucker said, heading for the coffee pot. He sounded like a dick. Yes, but no one but Robert should remember him.
Sasha's stillness had taken on the air of a predator.
"Then I must have read it in the reports we got in Colorado," Dante replied. "Or I'm being fanciful. The point is, Robert isn't perfect, and he needs to stop pretending to be our leader."
No. The significance washed over Robert like cold rain. You knew what happened. That wasn't something you made up in your head. You were very specific. You knew what happened even though you weren't there. Or were you? You're the one talking to Levi Green. You're the traitor.
Dante's the traitor?
Tucker yawned again.
I need to wake up.
He's more than a traitor. Owen stood in the doorway as if he felt like he needed to block it. Were you ever one of us? Sasha breathed the question. No. Robert could see the truth plainly now. It all made sense. He was the plant. He was always the one who did her bidding. He was the one who told her when we were remembering. I wouldn't have given myself away, and yet according to those notes, she knew when the drug was losing its control. You were her man in the trenches. You never had the fucking drug in the first place, Sasha accused. There was suddenly a gun in Dante's hand. Don't move. Not any of you.
Rebecca woke me up for this?
Tucker complained. Yeah. It might have been better if they'd all stayed asleep. We are not going to mention where we picked up Kim to Robert. Ariel watched as the gorgeous blonde stepped out of the Charles Hotel and waved. The door was held open by a uniformed bellman. The whole place looked elegant and expensive. Ever. Would things have gone differently if they'd ended up at this beautiful hotel instead of staying at the club? Probably not, but their drama would have played out in more romantic surroundings. She would have cried it out on 1,000-thread-count sheets. Peter got out of the van and opened the door for her. Despite the fact that there was plenty of room in the back, Ezra was sitting in the front with Peter. Coward. He'd been sitting in that chair long before Ariel had even been ready to go, as if he wasn't taking any chance of having to sit next to his ex-wife. "Morning," Kim said with a sunny smile. She was chic in tailored slacks and a blouse that showed off her curves. She'd likely spent the better part of the morning deciding what to wear, given the fact that she'd known who she would be seeing. "Peter, it's good to see you. Been a long time. Ari? Not so long." She stopped as she realized who was sitting in the front seat. Her smile dimmed, and for once she seemed less than confident. "Beckett, I wasn't expecting to see you until we got to the club." "Solo?" He didn't turn to look at her. Not that she could have gotten anything off his expression. He'd had his poker face on all morning, and his eyes were covered in mirrored sunglasses. He was fully armored up. Kim stepped into the van, and the smile was back on her face. "Thanks for coming to get me. It would have been very difficult to get a cab or take public transportation or even rent a car in a major European city. They're so behind the times, you know." The sarcasm was going to be flowing. If she could ever get these two on her couch. "You're lucky I don't blindfold you and drive you around for a couple of hours before I allow you into the safe house," Ezra shot back. "I know where the club is," Kim replied, as the door to the van closed and she clicked her seatbelt into place. "So I would have to suspect that you just want to spend time with me." Which shows how bad your instincts have gotten. Ezra kept his face forward. Ariel sighed. She would bet a lot that he was staring at Kim through the rearview mirror, and that was precisely why he'd worn the sunglasses. So his ex-wife wouldn't know he was staring at her while he was pretending to ignore her. "Are you going to bicker like children the whole time?" Peter slid into the driver's seat. "They sounded more like an old married couple to me."
We're not married. Ezra slapped the denial out as quickly as he could.
I was going to say we're not old.
Kim sighed and settled into her seat.
And no, we're done bickering from my end. I promise to be perfectly pleasant. I can't say the same for Beck.
Did you realize you're staying in a hotel German intelligence has under surveillance? Ezra asked. It was precisely why they hadn't been able to stay in the luxury hotel. Of course, if they'd stayed at the Charles, she and Robert wouldn't have had that insanely wild night at the club. She could still feel the pinch of those pins against her skin, remembered the rush of ecstasy as he'd brushed them off her body. And she could still see the look in his eyes when he'd asked her if she'd lied to him.
Of course.
Kim waved off Ezra's worry as Peter pulled the van out of the circular drive.
I love the Charles. Bastien makes the best martinis. Seriously. I think half of why he's so effective a spy is his restraint when it comes to vermouth. And I got a hell of a deal. Someone had booked the 8th floor and then canceled at the last minute. Who does that? I've got a sweet balcony. By the way, that balcony has an incredible view, Ari. You parade your little problem anywhere close to this hotel and I can take care of it for you.
Ariel glanced up and didn't miss the way Ezra's lips quirked before he managed to school his expression again. Somehow I don't think sniping Emily Seeger is going to fix the problem, Ezra said.
Though I do have an excellent rifle.
Peter made a left, his eyes on the road.
And there's a long history of assassinations in Bavaria.
She needed to head off the history lesson.
I think we should talk to Emily. She might actually be able to give us something, though we need to treat her carefully. She's not what she seems. I'm starting to get suspicious.
I am too, Ezra agreed. Though I'm also suspicious about where the tip about her came from. Big Tag said he's gotten several leads from sources he wasn't willing to name.
Well, if you had known it came from me, you wouldn't have listened. And that's precisely why I went around you.
Kim turned to Ariel.
I got a tip about some people who worked with MacDonald before she went on the run. I sent it to Big Tag. He had his brother run down a couple of people, but I guess he decided Seeger was the best. I had no way of knowing she would turn out to be married to Robert. He couldn't have either. MacDonald did a spectacular job of getting rid of evidence. I suspect it was actually her father's office who did that.
Come on. We both know it was someone in the agency. Ezra's words came out with a bitter huff. No one else could erase a person so thoroughly. It was one of ours. Well, one of yours.
I called in a couple of favors, and I'm trying to run down some info.
Kim frowned.
I didn't know. About the wife part. You have to know I would have given my friend a heads up. Well, maybe I wouldn't have. I would have just taken care of it. I hate that it surprised me. I'm off my game. Kim, you can't murder people to solve my problems.
Sometimes having Kim Solomon for a friend could be scary.
You wouldn't have known.
Both Kim and Ezra managed to say it at the same time. Kim blushed but went on.
I believe in true love.
Ezra coughed.
I do. I have way more faith than other people, Kim continued. But sometimes true love needs a little help. I think of myself as a Cupid.
A psychopathic Cupid, Ezra said under his breath.
He sat up straighter.
I do accept that you didn't know about Emily's connection to Robert. Did you know Levi Green turned over files on Ariel's previous work?
What?
Kim slid the sunglasses off her face and looked genuinely shocked.
To who? Why would he do that? He's an asshole, but he's never put an operative in danger before.
I've got a bullet wound that proves you're wrong. And Kayla Summers still has problems taking baths. Ezra's voice had gone arctic. You know he had her waterboarded, right? He did it so she would tell him how to get into the garden. He wanted to steal one of the Lost Boys and do God knows what to him.
She wasn't working for the agency, Kim replied, and there was nothing about that in his report.
Surprise. He lies. Ezra's mouth had turned down. Stop trying to justify Levi's actions, or just come out and tell me you're working with him.
I'm not. Kim's hands had fisted. I was only saying he's been careful up to now, and I don't understand what he's doing. Why would he out Ariel? Everyone already knows. Robert didn't.
She hadn't talked to Kim about what had happened. Kim sighed.
Of course he didn't. You wouldn't want him to worry about divided loyalties. There's a reason we work in secret. I will definitely report Levi to the agency for outing you. Those files are classified. It's a gross violation of his job.
He'll have someone cover it up for him, Ezra said. And the only person who can confirm it was Levi is Robert, who we rather want to keep out of the agency's clutches.
No, that's the thing. Kim sounded hopeful again. The tide's turning, and that's probably why Levi's getting desperate. He got the notes Dr. McDonald left in Colorado, but the formulary wasn't in them. He understands the basic protocols, but without the formulary, there's not a lot he can do. I think he's put his whole career on the line to deliver this to his people. The heat is on now, and if he doesn't find something soon, they'll have to let him go. You mean fire him?
Ariel asked. Or worse. The smile was back on Ezra's face. The group he's working for is very aware of what could happen if it got out that they've been trying to gain access to highly unethical medical research. The easy play is to say they knew nothing about it, and Levi was acting as a rogue agent. It's the way the game goes, and Levi knows it. You're right. He is getting desperate.
And a desperate man is a dangerous man, Ariel pointed out. I have to ask, why would Robert or any of the men be shocked that Ariel used to work intelligence? Peter stopped at the light. Almost all of the company's employees used to work for some form of intelligence agency. Robert has an emotional attachment to Ariel that comes from her ability to empathize, Kim began.
Yeah, it's got nothing to do with her boobs.
The eye roll from Ezra was implicit. She didn't need to see it to know it was there. Beck. Kim could still sound like an embarrassed wife. Though they are nice. Have you shown them to Robert lately? It could be the distraction you need. Could we stop talking about my breasts? She needed to steer the conversation back to the professional. What Kim is trying to say is I've forged meaningful ties with these men on the basis of therapy. They trust me. I didn't tell them I used to work for one of the agencies that's very interested in them. I certainly haven't told them I'm still in touch with the same agency. It's going to cause trouble.
Yet you didn't stop him from looking at the files.
Now Ezra took off the shades and turned to look back at her.
I could have ordered him to give it up. He told us flat out what he had. He didn't have to keep it.
And that would have made things worse. She'd sat up all night thinking about it. Even after she'd seen him with Emily, she'd wondered if he was awake and reading through every bloody thing she'd ever done. It's better to get it out in the open. Let's hope Levi gave him the real files, and not something he's doctored. Reality is bad enough. You were working in the best interests of your country. Hell, in the best interests of the world.
Kim put a hand on her arm.
You did nothing you should be ashamed of. Lives were saved. He's going to see that.
She shook off the thought.
It doesn't matter. Robert has other things to worry about now. And we've got to figure out if we should take the risk and try breaking into Kronberg to see if there really is proof of who all worked with MacDonald. That could be leverage. That could be everything, Kim corrected.
It could be exactly what I need to give my boss the broom he'll use to clean up the agency, and then Levi won't have any power at all. We can work toward getting the men pardoned. If that file exists, it could give them all their lives back. Ezra's eyes narrowed. You can't expect us to do all the work and hand over the prize to you. You can't do anything with it. I can. It's not like I wouldn't give you a copy, and honestly, I expect you to come in with me. We can show my boss together, Kim offered. Ezra stared at his ex. Somehow I don't think the president is going to want a disgraced CIA agent in his office. You won't be disgraced when I'm done, Kim promised. Ariel noted she hadn't argued about who her boss was. None of this is meaningful if we can't find that file. Do we think Veronica Croft might be the key? Ezra sat back again and shook his head. She's the key to who Tucker used to be. We can't think that means she knows about Kronberg's internal processes. According to Rebecca, she was an intern. I seriously doubt she knew what MacDonald was doing if Rebecca didn't. We still need to look for her, but I think we should shift our immediate focus to the potential list of people who actively knew what MacDonald was up to. And we need to figure out who the hell Emily Seeger is. That was Ariel's focus. What would she do if Robert decided to go home with the woman? She knew it wouldn't be for anything beyond a curiosity about his past, but after the night before, she couldn't trust him to be alone with her. Something was off. Maybe she was simply being jealous, but there had been something threatening about the woman the night before. Emily wasn't going to go away until she got what she wanted, and what she wanted was Robert. She'd been very concerned about his memory. Of course she would be, but she kept harping over the chances of him getting it back. Rebecca was probably being deluged with questions at this very moment. Well, she's not afraid of Dante, that's for sure. Peter turned again, finding one of the main streets in town. It would take them the few miles to the club. Why would you say that? Ariel had been curious about how the afternoon had gone between the two of them. She'd expected they wouldn't speak at all. Dante rarely talked. He was the most introverted of all the men. I think she should be very afraid of Dante. Every woman should be. Ezra crossed one leg over the other. I did not think it was a good idea to leave him behind, but he insisted he wasn't feeling well and didn't want to go out. Not that he would let Rebecca examine him. I always glance at the security tapes in the mornings, Peter explained. Something tripped the one in the yard yesterday afternoon. I thought it was probably one of them sitting outside for a bit. I noticed Tucker seems to enjoy being outside. But it was the two of them. Ms. Seeger went out first, and then Dante followed her. They seemed to have some kind of argument, but I guess they worked it out because they were perfectly pleasant to each other this morning, before we left. Why on earth would those two have been fighting? You got the argument on tape? Yes, most of it. They went back inside after a bit, but it did not turn violent. Peter slowed as they approached a red light. I would have come straight to you if that had happened. It seems more like Ms. Seeger was upset, and Dante was trying to calm her down. Given what had happened earlier that day, it seemed a reasonable response. I would have been upset if I'd learned my husband had come back from the dead. But Dante wouldn't care enough to comfort anyone, Ezra pointed out as the van came to a stop. It's not in his nature. Do you have access to the camera feed on your phone? Sure, though my tablet will show it better. Peter reached in the console between the front seats and pulled out a tablet. He opened the cover and used his thumb to activate the device. It's under the security app. It's the last segment I watched. I'm sorry. I didn't think it was important. I would very much like to see it. She would be able to tell a lot about how Emily reacted when she wasn't around. Does it have sound? No, I'm sorry.
It's video only. I got out of this game a long time ago. The system is only there for basic security. Because of the club, I like to know who is coming to either door." Peter handed over the tablet as the light turned green, and he started down the street again. "Solo, if you don't mind." Ezra passed it off. One of Solo's many talents is the ability to read lips. "Hey, it's come in handy over the years. I don't speak all the fancy languages you do." Kim pressed play on the recording and leaned in so Ariel could see. On the screen, Emily strode out into the yard, a hand on her head. She wasn't angry. Her body language told Ariel something else was present. "She's afraid." "Wait for it," Peter promised. "She is not afraid for long." Emily wiped tears from her face and then took a long breath. That was when Dante walked out. "He's telling her to stay calm." Kim's eyes were intent on the screen. "He says we'll know something's wrong if she doesn't stay calm and think about every single word coming out of her mouth." What the fuck does that mean? Ezra's whole body had gone tight. What would be wrong? Ariel looked back to the screen in time to see the moment Emily went from afraid to angry. She turned to Dante and pointed a finger at him. And what Solo said next made her heart race. "We have to get back," Ariel said. Robert was in danger. More danger than she could have imagined. Chapter 14. Robert took a long breath and wished he was a more paranoid person. He didn't simply strap on a weapon after he rolled out of bed and went looking for coffee, but Dante did. Dante, who wasn't one of them. Dante, who'd lied the whole time. Owen had his hands up. "Hey, mate, there's no reason to get violent. No one else here has a weapon." "Oh, there are more weapons than mere guns," Dante said bitterly. "You will use everything you can against me now." "I certainly will." Sasha's stare could have burned a hole through Dante. "He is the traitor. He's working with Levi Green. You bastard. I thought you were my brother. I thought you were the only one I could trust." This could get bad fast if he didn't do something. The ramifications of Dante's betrayal would have to wait. He needed them all alive at the end of this. "Hey, you worked for MacDonald? She wasn't any nicer to you than she was the rest of us. When Taggart came through, you had two choices. You could out yourself and go to jail or come with us. I understand that." He would kill the bastard, but he understood the choice Dante had made. "He lied to us?" Tucker had put the coffee mug down. He wasn't carrying either. None of them were. If Sasha had a piece on him, it would have shown up by now. Instead, his hands were in fists, and Robert wasn't entirely certain he wasn't about to launch himself bodily at Dante. "He lies about everything, it seems," Sasha said between gritted teeth. "You're one to talk," Dante bit out. "Sasha has been with me this whole time. You think I'm the only one who has betrayed you? He's been talking to Levi Green too." "Because I thought he was the best move for us to make. Because I thought he would clear our names and get us out of limbo," Sasha argued. "He says he has a cure. He can give it to us, and I can get my life back. A life you helped her take." Emily was standing across from him, and she'd gone still. He held out a hand, trying to get her to move behind him, but she was watching Dante with wide eyes. God, he was glad Ariel wasn't here. He would be so worried about her because there was no way she hid behind him. Ariel would be out there trying to solve the problem, and if she couldn't solve it with words, she would solve it another way. He glanced around briefly, looking for any kind of weapon. "Owen,"
Move out of my way, Dante said. I'm leaving. If any of you tries to stop me, I'll kill you. Just go. Not that he would actually allow it to happen. Dante knew things. Things they needed to know. He wasn't about to let him walk away, but they were at a disadvantage. Sure, they had Dante outnumbered, but the room wasn't large enough for any of them to maneuver their way behind him, and Dante had that gun. If one of them rushed the man, a brother was going down. That wasn't going to happen on his watch. Just go. I'm not letting this fucker go. Do you know the things he did to me? I could forgive it because we were all under McDonald's boot, except he was getting a fucking paycheck. Sasha's hands were shaking. You're not so innocent, Sasha. Move, Owen, or I'll shoot you. Get over there next to Tucker. Dante moved in tandem with Owen, sliding closer to the door as Owen moved away from it. Think about it. Think about how Sasha has been trying to manipulate you all. Wasn't he the one who encouraged you to talk to Levi Green the other day? Sasha is as bad as I am. Sasha wasn't the one who worked for the doctor who tortured us. Tucker's eyes had gone bright. Sasha didn't pretend to be one of us. Sasha didn't report back to McDonald. Dante chuckled. No. Sasha is the one who got his memory wiped time and time again because he was too stupid to realize every time he talked to his friend about how he was starting to remember, I would tell McDonald. I got a bonus every time I caught one of you starting to remember. Tucker, stay calm. Don't forget we have a civilian here. He might not think he was her husband, but he didn't want to be the reason Emily got shot. Emily finally looked at him, her eyes widening. Yes, we should all stay calm. Calm. The word coming from her mouth sparked something deep inside him. She'd wanted him to stay calm that day, too. She'd begged him. You don't understand, Russ. It's a good thing. She's trying to make a breakthrough. It's only some people who don't matter. Do you know how much money we've made? We need it. I did it for our future. Their future. God had hit him like a sledgehammer. He caught her gaze. You worked with her, too. All the blood left Emily's face, and she went a ghostly pale. What are you talking about? Russell, stay calm. I think he just wants to get away. Let him go, and then we'll be okay. Did you sell me to her? The memory was vague, a hint of what had happened. He questioned it, but didn't force it. He wasn't questioning the memory, he was questioning her. What are you saying, Rob? Tucker asked. Owen, if you reach for your cell phone again, I'll shoot you. Dante reminded them all that he was the snake in their midst. Owen's hands came up. But his had gone down that day years ago. His had gone around her throat. He'd reached for her even as the drugs had kicked in. He'd fought through them, because destroying her had been the only thing that mattered. It had never been McDonald in his dreams. It had always been her. Emily was the woman from his nightmares. So you finally figured it out. Dante's laugh was cold. I can tell you my sphincter has been clenched since the moment that bitch walked in the room. I was certain you would remember that your dear wife was the one who sold you to McDonald. I didn't sell him, Emily said between clenched teeth. Or at least I didn't mean to. He found out what I'd been doing. Yes. The vision of a laptop screen floated through his head. He'd found the proof on her laptop and asked her about it. I was investigating you. I got onto your computer. Her whole demeanor changed, and he realized he was finally seeing the real Emily.
You were a self-righteous moron. Do you have any idea how much that money was going to change our lives? But no, you had to play the good guy. Good guys finish last in our world. Haven't you figured that out yet? The memories banged through his head like buckshot caught in a ricochet. He couldn't catch them. Standing proud with his men. These were his men, his first team. He wouldn't let them down. Sitting in the sun with his face turned up. It was his day off, and he was out in the world. If only his brother could see him now. Tim would love this. But he was stuck in school. He was so damn smart. Kissing Emily. It would be all right. She'd convinced him that getting married was the smart thing to do. He had never felt that crazy rush his mom had told him love felt like, but he liked Emily. It was comfortable. If only she got along with his brother. His brother. The face was right there. Something hard smacked him right in the arm. Pain flared, and he looked to see Tucker standing beside him. "Don't you fucking leave us right now." He forced down the bile that threatened. "No, please do that sad sack thing where you whine and cry and can't quite remember." Emily had moved closer to Dante. She frowned his way. "I was out of all this. When MacDonald died, I was supposed to be safe. And I wasn't supposed to be left behind, stuck in this stupid role she put me in." Dante shot back. "We don't get a choice in this. I told you it was probably time to run. They're closing in on our whole network. Do you have the gun I gave you?" Naturally, all the bad guys were prepared, and the good guys were armed with coffee mugs and cereal bowls. Rage swamped through him. It took everything he had not to jump on her and finish what he'd started all those years before. But Owen and Tucker needed him. Hell, Sasha needed him. He would beat the holy shit out of Sasha later, but Sasha needed him now. Emily reached behind her and pulled a small pistol out. "I do. They'll tell everyone if we leave them alive." "No. If we leave them alive, they'll get us the information we need to buy our freedom," Dante explained. "I've been watching the German. He's made contact with a few people over the dark web and concluded that he knows where the secrets are kept at Kronberg." "Why would we give you anything?" Owen asked. "We won't," Sasha snarled. "I won't give him anything but a bullet." "Ah, but our Miss Emily has information that Robert would do anything for," Dante crooned. Emily held the gun like she knew what she was doing. God, I never thought that asshole would be my only bargaining chip. "What are you talking about?" He needed to figure out how to get that gun out of Dante's hand. "I lied about your brother. He's alive. So is your mother. MacDonald hid all evidence of them, but I know the truth. If you want to ever see them again, you'll get us the data from Kronberg," Emily explained. She was a liar. She was probably lying now, but he needed to get them out of this room. He was fast. He could get to his room and his cig and be on them again. Ariel and Ezra and Peter had taken the car. What was the plan here? Run through the streets of Munich? This wasn't a video game where all they had to do was evade the cops until the stars on the screen disappeared. Levi. That would be Dante's play. He would find Levi, and Levi would give them cover because he wanted that intel too. They might be pulling one last heist, but he wasn't going to give up the data. He wasn't going to believe his viperous ex-wife. Not that he would let her know that. "Of course. I want to know where my brother and mother are." Tucker looked at him and seemed to understand the play. "Yeah, we'll get it." "I'm going to leave now." Owen kept his hands up. "I'm not calling anyone or getting a gun. I'm going to find Rebecca. She's downstairs, and I won't have you shoot her. I'm going to get my girlfriend, and you're going to let me."
"You'll stay right where you are," Dante said.
"I can't let you run around down there without securing her. If she comes around the corner, you could kill her." It was obvious Owen was trying to keep his cool.
"Or I can prove to all of you that I mean business."
Dante pulled his hand up, and the world seemed to go into slow motion. Robert heard himself shout, felt Tucker start to move beside him. Owen. Dante was going to shoot Owen. He'd always hated Owen, likely because Owen had a place among them and he'd been on the outside. Owen had found some happiness that Dante's dark soul never would. Owen was going to die. And then Sasha was there, throwing himself in front of Owen, taking the bullet meant for him. Bright blood bloomed across Sasha's chest as Owen's arms went around him.
"Prost!"
Dante spat in Romanian.
"You are such a fool. I'll be in touch. Don't follow me, or you'll end up like your brother there."
Emily went first, and then Dante, running out the door and toward the stairs. Owen eased Sasha to the floor, and Tucker sprang into action, but there was already blood seeping from Sasha's lips. "It's bad," Tucker said. "We need an ambulance." Sasha shook his head.
"No. Too late."
"I've got to find Rebecca." Owen looked tortured. "I have to get my gun first." Robert nodded. "Grab one for me, and I'll go with you. And I'll call." Sasha reached out and grabbed his hand.
"Robert, I'm sorry. I wanted a life. I thought I betrayed you. Please forgive."
Owen ran from the room, but he couldn't leave Sasha yet. He dropped to one knee. In the end, they were all just doing what they could to survive. They'd been placed in hell and had to figure out how to escape the maze of pain and loss and emptiness.
"I forgive you, brother."
They'd been forged in fire. Sasha had done something terrible, but Robert couldn't withhold those words from him. He had to choose who he would be.
But there will be no forgiveness for Dante.
Or his ex-wife. None. A smile lit Sasha's face, blood-streaked and savage.
"None, brother. Give him hell."
He coughed, a rattling sound that seemed to come from his chest. The hand in his weakened its grip.
"Promise me."
Oh God. He knew what Sasha was asking.
"I'll do everything I can to find her."
The child he thought might be his.
It was worth it.
Sasha coughed again.
It was worth it, because I can die with my brothers around me. I will see them all again, and this time they will welcome me home.
"Rob, we have to go," Owen was saying. He had 2 guns in his hand.
"Sasha, I'm so sorry, brother."
Sasha's eyes went blank. "It happened too fast." Tucker was shaking. "There wasn't anything I could do. It must have hit an artery." Robert let go of Sasha's hand and stood up. He would mourn later. He took the gun from Owen's hand.
"Call Ezra, Tucker. Let's go secure Rebecca. And then I'm getting a permanent divorce."
Owen nodded, and they took off. They had work to do. Ariel held tight as Peter turned onto the street the club was on. German intelligence trained that man well. She knew Dante. Emily Seeger knew exactly who Dante was. Ezra seemed to be processing the information they'd received from the security cameras. And Dante knew her. Kim already had her Ruger out. A plus B leads to one of us killing that asshole, but only after we torture him for information. And don't you tell me we can't, Ariel. You know what he did. Dante had been MacDonald's man on the inside. He'd pretended to be one of them and reported back to her. He'd been used to torture the others, and they'd forgiven him because he'd been in the same position as the rest of them. They'd all been trying to survive, and they'd bonded. But Dante's betrayal was bone deep. Oh, I'm not telling you to do anything. I'll torture him myself if it helps the lads out. And you know what I'm going to do to Emily Seeger. Sister, I will help you clean up when you're done, Kim promised. And don't worry about burying the body. We can do a lot with acid. There's a big shower unit at the club, Peter offered helpfully. Perfect for taking apart a body. And honestly, on the right night we won't even have to close the club down. Everyone will assume it's a very heavy scene playing out. We need to talk to her too, Ezra pointed out. She recruited for MacDonald. She sent her own husband in. It makes me wonder if she didn't send the whole team in. We need to ID these men and give their families some peace. Naturally, Ezra picked this moment to become the bloody voice of reason. She forced herself to calm down. Robert and the lads were likely all sitting around the breakfast table talking about what they needed to do today. They would be prepping for the briefing, and they wouldn't have any idea that those two snakes were amongst them. Robert couldn't know that the very woman who'd sent him to be tortured and twisted into a tool for MacDonald's use was probably sitting across from him, batting her eyes his way. I'm going to kill her. She couldn't stop the words. She'd promised she wouldn't use those skills again, but Emily Seeger deserved her avenging angel side. Of course you are, Ezra replied. But we need to know who else she worked with. She didn't know what she was walking into. Kim unbuckled her seatbelt. They weren't far now. She had zero idea her husband was still alive. From what I could tell, she was angry and upset Dante was there. She thinks he's going to blow her cover. He said something about playing it cool, called us all idiots. Well, we kind of are, Ezra admitted. How could you know? Peter was completely cool under pressure. The way MacDonald used Dante, none of the men knew he was a plant. It would have been easy for him to blend in with the rest of the group, because they accepted him. To the outside world, he was one of them. She had him accompany the men on their robberies, Solo pointed out. He was there to keep them in line, but to our eyes, he had the same warrants as the rest of them. You couldn't possibly have guessed he wasn't exactly who he seemed to be. Ariel's mobile trilled, and she reached for it. Another 3 minutes and they would be there, but it was Tucker calling, and she could give him a heads up. It's the lads. She swiped across the screen to accept the call. Tucker, I need you to listen to me and not give away what I'm saying. No, you have to listen to me, Ari. Sasha's dead. Dante killed him. Dante betrayed us all, and he's got Emily with him. Her heart was suddenly in her throat. Are they in the house? Where's Rob? Peter sped up, and Ezra and Kim were suddenly looking her way. Rob and Owen are going after them, Tucker said. We don't know where Rebecca is. I'm following. I just wanted you to know what's happening. There wasn't anything I could do to save Sasha. I'm so sorry. Panic started to rush through her system. Dante has a gun. Everyone has a gun, Tucker replied. We don't know where he is. He's somewhere in the club. I've got to go. I have to help the others. We're almost there, she promised before the line went dead. Stay calm, Ari. He doesn't need you to panic. He needs you calm, Kim said. I don't know the layout of the club. You'll come with me, Ezra commanded in a tone that brooked no disobedience. You'll watch my 6, and I swear to God if you go rogue on me, you won't like the consequences. When you get inside, there's a panic switch behind the counter that puts the whole club in lockdown, Peter explained. "Hit it, and they won't be able to get out until you put the code in. The code is on the back of the book lying on the table. It's the registry number of the book. I'm going to stay with the car and guard them from getting away through the back. I'm out of practice." She wasn't so sure about that, but she definitely didn't want them fleeing by hot-wiring the van. She checked the magazine on the weapon Peter had left for her under the seat. "Don't risk yourself. He's already proven he'll kill, and we know where they'll go." "Straight to Levi," Ezra said under his breath. "They'll run home, but not if I get to them first." "He's got a tracker, but he'll cut it out." It was exactly what she would do in the same situation. "If he gets away, we might still have a chance if I can get online fast enough." Ezra's jaw tightened as Peter pulled into the driveway. Tall hedges granted the drive and the backyard plenty of privacy. The alley was used only by people on the street, so they had a chance to come out of this without involving the police. The walls of the club were soundproofed, and they were likely about to test how well that worked. Peter put the van in park, and they were out in a heartbeat. Ariel held her weapon at her side, following Ezra and Kim. "I'll go in the back. You two take the front. They could come at us either way, and one of us needs to put the club in lockdown." Ezra nodded, and he and Kim peeled away, going around to the front of the building. It was eerily quiet, the morning only disrupted by the sound of a dog barking somewhere in the distance. Her heart thundered in her chest. Rob was in there, and he was vulnerable. Had he been forced to watch Sasha die? She had to stop panicking. Kim was right. Rob needed her calm. She moved quietly toward the house. The backyard was an oasis of green that wound around to the front of the building. There was a fence, but massive shrubs turned the place into a private playground, complete with a hot tub and small gazebo. The stairs leading up to the door were roughly 20 feet away. She started to move toward the door when Rebecca walked around the back of the house. Rebecca had a bottle of water in her hand, and she sighed as though relieved when she saw Ariel. "Thank God you're back. It's bad upstairs. Something's going on with the guys. I decided to get some air because they have some serious stuff to work out." She started to walk by the gazebo when a dark shadow peeled away, and Ariel brought her gun up. "Rebecca!" Dante was faster. He had his gun to the back of Rebecca's head and was using her as a shield before Ariel could get a shot off. "Don't even try, Ariel. I've got this right at the base of her skull, and I won't hesitate to pull the trigger. Set that gun down now." If he killed Rebecca, he was dead. They were at a standoff. "I can't do that. If I put the gun down, you'll kill me or her. That's not acceptable." "Or I could kill you." Emily stepped out of the gazebo. "I would love to do that." Oh, she'd picked the wrong direction to go in. Tucker had just called. They were still in the club looking for these two, and if Ezra did what he was supposed to do, they would all be locked in, and she would be out here. "Dante, you don't want to do this." "I've wanted to do this for a very long time," Dante replied. He had an arm around Rebecca's throat. "Break free, that is. The fact that this bitch walked in and screwed up everything just facilitated my jailbreak." "I didn't screw anything up." Emily's arms were shaky. She wasn't used to holding a gun for so long. Luckily, Ariel was. "I think Rob would argue with you." Russ was a bright-eyed idealist. Emily was moving slowly, following Dante as he crept toward the path that led to the driveway. "He found out what I was doing, and he was going to turn me in. Luckily, the senator had people to help with that, and then the senator was happy because he had 10 new men to hand over to his daughter." It made her sick to her stomach to have to deal with this woman. You were a nurse. Do you know what they pay nurses? She shook her head. Look, I didn't understand what I was getting into, and then I had no way out. No one was happier than I was when that bitch died. I didn't walk in here thinking my husband was alive. I hoped he was dead. Now I have to run.
I told you. We have a place to go, and now we have someone the boss wants. Get a move on. We need to take the van.
Dante kept his back to the house.
Rebecca, if you try anything, I'll put a bullet in your brain and still use your body as a shield. Do you understand me? If you stay calm, you'll survive this. I need you to get Levi to take me in.
Her stomach nodded, but she could see the logic there. Rebecca simply nodded. Dante was too big, and Rebecca had only started self-defense training. Stay calm, Rebecca. I'll find a way to get you out of this, even if they take you to Levi. You do everything they tell you to. She glanced back toward Emily and saw Robert standing in the window. A look of horror crossed his face as he realized what was happening right in front of him. Owen joined him and immediately lifted his gun to take off the back of Dante's head. The windows were bulletproof. Peter had told them when they'd taken a tour the first day. Robert yelled something, and Owen's face fell. He turned and started running, likely toward the back door. It was only mere seconds later that she could hear Owen pounding on the door that would have led him outside. They couldn't get through. They'd misjudged the timing, and now they were trapped until Ezra could get the code in and release the lockdown. She had to do something. God, it was so different when she cared about the people around her. Emily started at the sound of the door. They're coming. Dante laughed.
The dumb bastards put the club in lockdown. Goodbye, Ori. You weren't as smart as you thought you were.
No, she's not. Emily looked behind her, and Robert was trying to break the window. Dante disappeared with Rebecca. When Emily looked back, she had a smirk on her face. Not at all. Emily pulled the trigger. Ariel moved to her left, hitting the ground and rolling. She heard the windows shake with the force of Robert hitting them, trying to find a way to get to her. She twisted and came up to her knees and fired on pure instinct. Emily looked down at her chest, where the bullet had lodged. The gun in her hand fell to the ground, and she dropped. Ariel couldn't think about it. She moved. Dante was still alive, and he had Rebecca. She ran, praying Ezra was getting the doors opened again. She hit the pavement that marked the driveway and stopped. Peter was in the van. He sat in the front seat, his hands on the wheel. Rebecca was slumped on the seat beside Dante. He'd knocked her out and had a new victim. His gun was to the back of Peter's head. "I'm out of practice," Peter said, his voice shaking. "Tell Tig I'm sorry. I really just wanted to show people around my country."
"Drive, or you won't see another day,"
Dante said as the door closed. Peter put the van in reverse, and it moved, jerking out of the driveway. She didn't have a car to follow them with. She couldn't fire at the van, or they might lose Rebecca and Peter. She was fucking helpless. "Rebecca!" Owen screamed his love's name as he sprinted past Ariel. He ran down the street, chasing after a car he would never catch. "Ariel." Robert was breathless as he spun her around. "Ariel, are you hit?" They all came out of the house now, but she was numb. She'd lost Rebecca. She'd lost Peter. She hadn't seen through Dante's lies. Tucker ran after Owen, but it wouldn't matter. Owen wouldn't catch them. Owen would keep running, keep trying until Tucker had to pick him up. All because she'd failed. She felt Robert's hands on her body, heard Kim trying to talk to her. but none of it mattered. She'd failed. Chapter 15. Robert could still remember how utterly helpless he'd felt when he'd realized he couldn't get to her. Ariel had been on the other side of that bulletproof glass, and the doors had been locked. He'd stood beside Owen, as both of their women had been placed in danger, and it had been the single worst moment of his life. He couldn't imagine what Owen was going through, how he'd felt as he'd run like a madman after a vehicle he could never catch, how he'd run until he couldn't anymore. Tucker had found him lying in the grass, having chased that van until he'd thrown up and passed out. "We should move, and now," Ezra said. "I want us on a plane back to London as soon as possible." They were sitting around the conference table, but there were way too many seats empty. The ones that were filled contained shocked and numb people who wouldn't forget what had happened that day. It was early evening, and the morning felt like it had happened years ago. They'd been forced to regroup, assess, clean up, plan. "I know you do, Ezra, but we've got to get a pilot to you first. Owen can't fly at this point." Damon was on the left side of the split screen. "I can't trust hiring someone local." "I can get Cy there, but it's going to be 18 hours or so. I'm sorry. It's the best I can do." Big Tag's face took up the right side of the screen. He looked haggard, and early morning light streamed in behind him. It looked like he was still at the office in his house. "I'll have you out of there and another team in place sometime tomorrow afternoon." Tucker's eyes came up, staring at him from across the table. That stare told Robert everything he needed to know. Tucker wouldn't be leaving Germany. Not until the job was done. The mission parameters had changed, but they still would finish. And they would never leave a man behind. Or a woman. He understood what Big Tag was trying to do. He thought they were far too close to this problem. But he was wrong. This was his problem. Their problem. The Lost Boys would handle it. They were coming out of retirement. While they'd been cleaning up and dealing with the bodies, he'd also made a couple of calls. He'd put the plans in motion. In the end, it was a fairly simple job. "Then I think we should move safe houses." Ezra had been perfectly calm through the last several hours. He'd stood in the yard and looked down at Emily Seeger's body and merely nodded to his ex-wife, as though giving her some silent permission. He hadn't even seen the moment Solo had dragged the body away and started her incredibly thorough cleanup procedures. "I don't think there's a need for that," Big Tag replied. "Look, I know you're nervous, Ezra, but if you haven't gotten a visit from the police so far, you're not going to. Moving the team at this point could cause more trouble than staying in place. The club isn't open again until next Thursday, and I've already talked to Peter's wife. Can you give me an update? Have we recovered the van and Peter's body without incident?" No incident besides Peter's murder. They continued on, but Robert couldn't get his mind off what had happened this morning, and how it had changed everything. Ezra had immediately started tracing Dante's subcutaneous tracker. He'd taken the only other vehicle at the club, a motorcycle. Solo had hopped on the back, wrapping her arms around her ex-husband, and they'd gone after the van. The wait had taken forever. It had been even worse when they'd returned with Solo on the motorcycle, and Ezra driving the van. "I found the van left outside the city, parking lot of a secluded park. Dante had cut the tracker out of his arm. I found the body of Peter Bergman slumped over the front seat, where it was obvious he'd been shot in the head by whoever was sitting in the back seat." Ezra's words came out in a dull monotone. "There was no evidence of Dr. Walsh or Dante. I have to assume Dante had one of Levi's men meet them there, and they fled. I've got someone working on the CCTV cameras around the area." Damon leaned forward. "How is Owen?"
Owen is sedated. He'd been forced to do it because Owen had lost his shit. He'll hate me for it later, but I couldn't let him go running through the streets of Munich with a gun looking for Dante, when we have no idea where he is.
You made the right call, Rob.
Ariel spoke for the first time in an hour. She'd said very little since she'd been forced to kill Emily Seeger. She'd been an automaton, going through the motions, doing her part in cleaning up the mess that had been made, but it was obvious she was still in shock.
Owen wasn't capable of making proper decisions. He was too... God, I don't even know what to call it.
Grief, fear, guilt. The horrifying helplessness that came from knowing someone he loved was in danger, and he couldn't do anything about it. Big Tag's hand ran over his head. I'll be on that plane. Charlie's packing me up right now. I promise I'm going to fix this. Well, what I can fix. I can't bring Peter back. God, I'm sorry. I made this call. I knew we had a traitor, and I let you work with him.
And I agreed with you, Damon replied. I thought it was worth the risk to figure out who the traitor was. I didn't realize there were two of them, nor that Emily Seeger would show up and flip the balance we had. If it means anything at all to you, I would have made the same call. Solo was sitting across from her ex. She'd been serious and professional, her normally cheery disposition dimmed in light of the tragedy of the morning. Dante had done nothing at all violent before this. Speak for yourself, Tucker said. He was pretty fucking violent to me when he was working for McDonald. And Jax and Sasha. Fuck. You can't ask Sasha. Sasha's body was wrapped up and stored in the big freezer unit, alongside Peter's for now. They would find a way to carry Sasha back to London, and Peter would be given to his people here, so he could be buried in his beloved homeland. They would not do the same for Emily Seeger. Solo had promised she could handle that particular job. I know, Damon said, his tone solemn. If we'd had any idea that Dante was capable of this level of harm, we would never have left him in. We didn't know who the traitor was. We had suspicions, but we couldn't know for sure. We thought this particular op would be an excellent way to figure it out, since this was supposed to be nothing more than a fact-finding mission. Big Tag sounded weary. It wasn't supposed to end in a bunch of bodies. And Robert, you have to understand that we had no idea Seeger was anything but a nurse who'd worked briefly with McDonald. I've got everyone I can trying to run down your family. He shook his head. Don't. We have no idea if she was lying or telling the truth. I tend to think she was lying. We can worry about my past later. We need to find Rebecca. She's the only thing that matters now. Because Owen wouldn't be able to handle it if they lost her. Rebecca had come into this life because she loved Owen. Rebecca had given up a remarkable lifestyle, put her meteoric career on hold to help them. Owen would burn down the world if he lost her, the way he would if he'd lost Ariel. He stared at her across the table. She wouldn't look him in the eyes. Have we had any contact with Dante? Damon asked. He obviously took Rebecca with him. Or they would have found her body. It's a good plan. She's an excellent way to gain access to Levi Green, Ezra pointed out. That's our working theory at this point. It would have been easier to kill her and leave her behind the way he did Peter, but she has value to Levi. I've got some people looking into where Levi is, Solo promised. I've also written a report that will bring down the wrath of God on him if I can ever get that fucker in the right position. If I can prove he kidnapped an American citizen, I can burn him. If I burn him, well, I can really actually burn him. I've got plans. I need you to find a way to talk to him, Big Tag said. He'll meet with you, Solo. Levi Green had an unhealthy fascination with the gorgeous operative.
He likely would use the opportunity to meet with her, but Robert doubted he would handily bring Rebecca with him so they could nab her. No. Ezra shook his head. I'm not sending Solo in to deal with Levi. He's proven he'll do anything. Why should we give him another captive to hold over our heads? He could be anywhere. I think we should go back to London and start searching from there. We'll get in contact with Green and we'll negotiate. We have to do something he might want more than Rebecca.
Beck, you are not trading yourself for her, Solo hissed. You are not going to be a martyr.
Ezra gave her a smile that could only be described as predatory. I promise I'll take him with me. I think you're right, and everyone should come back to base, Damon pronounced. Ian is sending a team in, and they'll start an investigation. They'll be on the ground sometime tomorrow. You'll come back to the garden. I know he won't want to come. I'll make sure Owen gets where he needs to be, Robert promised. Where he needed to be might be up for debate, but he wasn't having one now. Thank you. I know this is hard on you, but I truly believe this is the best way to protect you all. Big Tag sat back. I'm going to take care of this personally, Robert. I know you will, sir. Sometimes it was good to be thought of as the reasonable one. They bought every single thing he was saying. They had no idea what he'd really been doing during the cleanup. No idea he'd already planned a mission. A mission he might not return from.
I disagree about Owen, Ariel said. He needs to stay here. I'll talk to him, but if you try to drag him back to the garden, I think he'll find a way to leave again. I understand that you're trying to protect him, but would you honestly sit in an office while your wives were being held by an enemy?
No, of course not. Big Tag seemed to think for a moment. All right. He can stay, but he can't be in charge of this op.
Ariel nodded. I'll make sure he understands. You might send Kai Ferguson, if you can.
I was actually going to ask you to remain there. You know what's gone on, and you could help with Owen, Damon replied. Ariel's head came up.
No, I think I should come in. Honestly, Damon, you should fire me.
I'm not going to fire you. Damon took a long breath. But I do understand why you're upset. Perhaps it's best if Ian sends in another psychologist. Come home, Ariel. She thought she should be fired. Why the hell would anyone fire her? He held the question, though, because it seemed like something they should talk about in private, and he was definitely going to be private with her. He had things to tell her, things she needed to hear, before he blew their world up.
I will certainly come back to London, she agreed, but we're going to have to talk, and I think it's time to tell Tucker and Robert the full truth. I won't hide it anymore.
Her eyes flashed, the first fire he'd seen in hours, and she turned to them.
I didn't work for Scotland Yard. That was my cover. I was recruited into MI6 during my last year at Oxford. I thought I would be an analyst. It turned out I had innate skills I was unaware of, and MI6 trained me and sculpted me.
They turned you into an assassin, Tucker said. Hey, that's a rough word to use. Solo crossed her legs and sat back. She's not some instrument of evil. She was doing necessary work. Tucker held his hands up. Hey, not using the E word here. I'm not judging her. I wish she'd been around earlier so she could have assassinated Dante. It would have solved a lot of our problems. And we knew about Ari's past. Levi made sure we did. He sent Rob that report on you, and Sasha made sure we read it. He thought Levi could get the warrants off you and him and Jax. Robert felt the need to defend Sasha, since he couldn't defend himself. I know what he did was wrong. He was passing along information to Green, but he was desperate. He'd started to have memories of a child.
What?
Ariel turned shocked eyes his way.
You never mentioned that to me.
He was closed off. He didn't trust anyone. He wanted to reach out to her, but he stayed in his seat. He only recently told me about it. He thinks he might have a daughter. I promised him I would try to find her. He had no idea how he would do it, but he would. "I'll let Adam know," Ian said, his voice hoarse with emotion. He knew what it meant to have children. Could he and Ariel have had a family? Would she have wanted a couple of kids? She would have been a wonderful mother. His mother would love Ariel. His horny-ass brother better keep his hands off Ariel. Tim would think she was gorgeous. He shook it off. He couldn't get sick now. Hopefully there would be time later to find out if Emily had been lying and his family was out there somewhere. Ariel stood up, her eyes bright.
"I'm going to go pack and make sure everything is cleaned up. I want to be ready to go."
She strode out, and Solo started to get up to follow her. Robert held out a hand. Let her be for now. Solo's brows rose.
"Are you going to take care of her?"
Yes. He would have one last night with her, because after what he was planning on doing, she might never be able to trust him again. I'll take care of her. But she needs to cry, and she doesn't like to do that around other people. Besides, we need to talk about what the agency is planning to do with us. I suspect since Ariel has been meeting with you that we're more entangled than I've been led to believe. We've been working with friendly parts of the agency, and some of Damon's old contacts at MI6, Tag acknowledged. I decided it was the best way to keep them off our backs. It was originally why we allowed Ezra in to interview you. We kept up the contact even after Ezra got burned. We've shared information about our progress. And our files? He understood the razor-thin line Big Tag had been walking. Tag looked at him straight through the monitor, his eyes gleaming with will. No. I would never share those with anyone without your permission. I swear it. The words settled something deep inside. There were reasons to work with intelligence agents, and Tag and Damon would know who to trust. And why wouldn't you tell us? The answer was self-evident. He'd lived through this morning. Because we had a leak. Of course. No one wanted to deceive you. And certainly Ariel didn't, Tag went on. But you run that group, and you don't always see the worst in people. You're not the same as the rest of us. We were operatives. We were trained to keep secrets, to always suspect. You were a soldier. I knew that before anyone confirmed it. You take care of your men, and you do whatever you can to make sure they get what they need. You thought I would tell the rest of the men? It was a possibility. You're not my commanding officer, Ian. I can't tell you what I would have done. Knowing what I know now, I hope I would have made the right call, but I can't say it for sure. I would have trusted them, and I would have been wrong.
Then don't blame Ariel, Solo said, her eyes somber. She wasn't allowed to tell you, and Big Tag pretty much is her CO.
I told you I'll take care of her. He would take care of them all. Now we should go and pack, though I was hoping to talk to Jax. A little lie, but a necessary one. He might be a soldier, but he'd been around the operatives long enough to have picked up a few tricks. Damon's gaze was grim through the screen. Jax was very upset when I told him about what happened. I'm afraid he and River took a sabbatical. They're at a friend's country house. The service isn't great there. I'll send a note that you're wanting to talk. Or I'll go out and see him myself when I get there. Give him some space, too, Robert said. You seem very calm. Big Tag's eyes had narrowed, and even with thousands of miles between them, he could feel that man's suspicions. He had to allay them, and quickly. Ezra wasn't as centered as he normally was because Solo was here. Ariel was lost in her own guilt and grief. It gave him cover. He couldn't have Big Tag start looking at him hard. He couldn't have anyone know he'd gone into Peter's office and taken all the information the man had found about Kronberg's safes. I have to be. Look, I was holding Sasha's hand when he died, and I'm the one who held Owen down and stuck a needle in his arm. It's been one of the roughest days of my life, and if I don't hold it together, I'll fall apart utterly. Tag nodded. Yeah, I do get that. I'm in the same position. Well, let's say I feel responsible for everything. Peter Bergman was a good man. He was an excellent intelligence officer who served his country well and was a friend to ours. All he wanted to do was retire and study history, and now... Well, sometimes it doesn't pay to do a favor for me. He understood the way Tag felt. Peter had been his friend, a nice guy, and now he was dead when he should have had a long, happy retirement. He should have been playing in his club and enjoying life. Sasha should have had a chance to redeem himself, although in Rob's mind he'd done that when he'd saved Owen's life. Sasha should have had his brothers beside him as he tried to figure out if he had a daughter out there in the world. He should have stayed in therapy and found himself again, but he wouldn't get the chance. Rebecca should be cuddled up with Owen. She shouldn't be... He didn't even know where she was. I'll be there as soon as I can. Let me know if Dante or Green make contact, Tag said. And Rob, Tucker, I'm sorry about Sasha. Please tell Owen that we won't stop until we get Rebecca back. Tag reached out, and the screen went dark. Damon nodded. And I'll be waiting here for you. We'll put every resource we have on solving this problem. See you soon. Ezra stood. Rob, I assume you're going to talk to Ariel. Tucker, can you sit with Owen until he wakes up and explain what's going on? Big Tag will be here soon, and all he has to do is stay calm. Tucker nodded. Of course. This was where none of them was thinking. He and Tucker would never leave Owen here alone. They were all considering Owen one of theirs, since he'd originally been a McKay-Taggart member, but the minute Owen had taken that damn needle of MacDonald's, he'd become a lost boy. And they did not leave each other behind. Beck, I need to talk to you, Solo said. I've got to call in, and I need to go over what you want my bosses to know and what you don't. Ezra looked surprised. Solo rolled her eyes. I told you I'm always on your side. We'll talk, and then I have a body to dispose of. I'm gonna make sure no one ever finds that bitch. I'll help you, Ezra promised. They walked out, talking quietly. And he was left alone with Tucker. When will Owen be awake? In an hour or two. Tucker looked to the door. Are we on? What did that fucker say? He'd gotten the text from Dante right before the conference call with Big Tag and Damon. Dawn tomorrow by the Chinese tower in the Englischergarten. I've figured out where that is. It's not far from here. But we won't get there, will we? That's all one big lie. He'll be there at Kronberg, Tucker said. He'll show up with Levi Green and try to take it all. And we'll be ready. They had to be. We'll be outgunned. Our other option is to turn it all over to Ezra, Robert offered, though it wasn't an option for him. That means the agency gets involved. No matter what Solo says, if the agency is involved, there's a chance she gets overruled, and the agency takes whatever we find. They could let Rebecca rot in order to get that data and beat whatever faction Levi's working for. There's a war going on in the CIA, and we can't let Rebecca be a casualty. It was what he'd realized after he'd come down from his fear. They couldn't leave this to anyone else. They couldn't let Tag and Damon take the responsibility. This was up to him and his men. That was when he'd started planning. "I'll sit with Owen." Tucker stood, looking perfectly resolved. "I'll explain it all to him when he wakes up. He'll be ready to go. I'll make sure of it. And the rest? I've got it. I promise. I won't let you down again." Tucker stood in front of him, putting a hand on his shoulder. "You've never once let me down. From the time I met you, I knew I could trust you. I knew. I don't know why, but I knew you. Let's get this done and get Rebecca back." "They might never trust us again," Robert warned. "We might get that data and really have to turn it over to get her back. We might not be welcome at the garden again." Tucker grinned. "Then we'll figure it out. We'll go to Bliss and hide out. They'll take us in. Jax is family. I'll find some weird dude who hunts Sasquatches for a living, become best friends, and we'll find a wife to share. Hopefully not a Sasquatch wife. But it won't come to that because I think Big Tag will yell and scream and threaten to do things to our entrails, and then he'll understand. Because he's family too, and that's what family does. But if it goes bad, we're with you, Rob. Now go and spend some time with Ari. Make sure she comes with us if everything goes to hell." Tucker walked out. Robert looked toward Ariel's bedroom door. She wouldn't be going with them. But he would have one last night with her. Ariel stared at herself in the mirror through the mist that filled the bathroom. She recognized the face, but there was something older about the look in her eyes. Not even a hot shower seemed to have washed her clean. How could she go back to the garden and take her place there again? After everything that had happened, how could she pretend she knew what she was doing? She should never have left MI6. She was good at shooting people from a distance and getting away with it. Not so great at her actual job. She would go home, make her report to Damon, and then... Deep down, she knew she needed time. She should take a couple of weeks and let it settle. But what she wanted to do was run. It wasn't even running. It was punishment. There was a knock on the door and she sighed. Kim. Or Robert. She rather hoped it was Kim because she wasn't sure what she could say to Rob now. There was a part of her that hoped he was so angry he couldn't deal with her. She slipped into a robe and went to answer the door because if it was Kim, she wouldn't simply walk away if no one answered. Kim would break the door down and get the answers she wanted. "I'm fine. Still in shock, but fine." That was what she would say. She would nod and listen to everything Kim told her and ease her friend's mind. When she was alone again, she could go back over all the ways she'd fucked up and cost several people their lives today. Tomorrow she would get on the plane beside Robert and try to explain to him how sorry she was. She opened the door and he was standing there, leaning on the door jamb, his kit in his hand. Her heart threatened to stop. He was safety and comfort, wrapped in a gorgeous masculine package, but she didn't deserve him. After what she'd allowed to happen, she didn't deserve any of this.
"Rob,
He brushed past her, walking into a room. "Take off that robe and find your position." The impulse to obey him was almost overwhelming. She could throw off her robe, kneel before him, and let him take control. Nothing else would matter but pleasing him and finding her own release. She could forget about the fact that Sasha was dead and Peter was gone. She wouldn't have to think about what Rebecca was possibly going through or how tormented Owen was. but those things weren't going away.
I think we should talk.
She needed to clear the air with him. No matter how she felt about herself, no matter what guilt weighed her down, she wasn't about to allow him to use her for some kind of revenge fuck. He dropped his kit on her bed and strode back to her. He very gently eased her hand off the door and shut them inside. And I think you will say all the wrong things.
Yes, I seem to do that quite a lot lately.
She stared up at him. His shoulders were stiff, but there wasn't a hint of anger in his eyes.
I need to apologize.
He moved in close, bringing his face to loom over hers. For following orders.
For lying. I lied to you.
And still I love you. Oh, this was worse. Tears pulsed behind her eyes, making the world blurry. She shook her head, unable to form words. That's better, he said, his hand brushing the line of her jaw. Don't say anything. Just cry for me. You need to let all this poison out of your system. You did not cause what happened today.
I was Dante's therapist all this time.
And you knew something was wrong with him, Robert said quietly.
You're not listening to me.
No, you're not listening to me. And I don't think we can move forward with this conversation unless you do as I asked you to. He leaned over and kissed the bridge of her nose. Do you really want to leave it like this? Us? Do you want to end this horrible day with me in another room thinking about you and here alone? No, she didn't.
Rob, I killed your wife today.
His lips curved in the most decadent and malicious smirk. Yes, and I haven't thanked you for that. He sobered and dropped his forehead to hers, his eyes closing. Damn it, Ari. I was so fucking scared that she was going to kill you. I wouldn't have been... I never want to go through that again. I know you think I'm angry, but I could kiss every single person who taught you, every mentor you had who turned you into a badass assassin, because what happened today turns out differently if they hadn't.
I am everything that report says.
She wasn't sure what Robert had read, but the truth was bad enough. You're everything, and more. And still, I love you. He stepped back. Should I stay or leave you to yourself tonight? The Dom was in the house. It was there in the polite tone of voice he used, the one that let her know she was in charge of making the decision, but that would change if she said yes. If she asked him to stay, he would take control. He would take command of her body, and he wouldn't stop until they both had what they needed. She knew she shouldn't, but he'd said the words she'd wanted to hear forever. I love you. She moved to the center of the room. Maybe they did need this. She let the robe drop, and she was naked in front of him. Ariel took a deep breath and fell to her knees, the carpet softening the blow. She'd taken a lot from him today. She'd taken the chance to get to know anything about his past. In her logical mind, she understood that it had been her or Emily. Taking out a dangerous threat was something she'd done 100 times before, but this threat had been important to Robert. This threat had held the keys to his past, and Ariel had taken it all away from him. A big hand palmed her head. I'm so glad you made the right choice.
You might not, after I tell you what I'm going to do.
She had to be honest with him about everything now. You're going to quit, he said simply. You have got it in your head that you fucked up, that you missed something, and that's why Sasha's dead. I've spent all day thinking about this. Why should you have known him better than me?
I was his therapist. She'd been hired to help the men MacDonald had tortured. She'd also been expected to identify whether or not one of them could be a threat. And Dante was an accomplished liar. He was excellent at his job. Tucker and Jax and Sasha lived with him for years, and they never suspected. Well, if they had suspected, MacDonald simply erased their minds. You can't compare the two, she pointed out. His eyes narrowed. I think you should get on your hands and knees. You're not listening to me. You think you can spank your will into me? I think I can spank you until you finally cry, and then maybe we'll get through this. Tell me you don't need it. If you don't, I'll be more than happy to spend the night holding you and kissing you and loving you. But he was right. She needed something more. She leaned forward, getting on her hands and knees. She locked her elbows and braced herself, the muscles of her legs tight and tense. That would make the spanking hurt more, get her more quickly to the place she needed to be. Robert hunkered down next to her, eyes running over her face. Ari, you need to let go. I am. She shook her head. That was wrong. I mean, I will be, once you start spanking me. Robert rose and walked to the bed, sitting on the side. Come here. It wasn't the voice of her dom, but of her lover, and she shook her head. Please, I want the spanking. She wanted to feel his hand smacking her. It might be the only connection she could handle right now. Her emotions were dangerously close to overload. It was precisely why she'd isolated herself these last few hours. She knew damn well Ezra and Solo were taking on the bulk of the burden of cleaning up her mess, but she wasn't sure she wouldn't lose it if she had to look at the faces of the others. You'll get your spanking when I'm ready to give it to you. The words were hard with command, and she sucked in a breath. She pushed to her feet and walked over to the bed, keenly aware of being naked. She had no problem with nudity, but this wasn't merely about her lack of clothing. She felt emotionally naked, too. After the day she had no more masks to put on. Sorrow and guilt hung on her, and they gave her no cover. I missed you today. She shook her head. I don't think I can do this right now. He didn't move, merely sat watching her. I thought you wanted to talk. We need to. She couldn't take her eyes off his, felt caught by them. We need to talk about what happened today. He reached out, and his hand ran from her shoulder down to her wrist. He ran it down slowly, as though relearning the texture of her skin. It struck her that though it had been little more than a full 24 hours since they'd last made love, it felt like forever. It felt like there was a chasm between them, and he was trying to breach it. When he reached her wrist, he slid his hand around it, manacling her. I think you want to talk, and you want me to listen. I don't think you want to hear what I have to say. I don't think you've had enough time to process what happened. It had gone so fast. He couldn't possibly have thought it all through, have considered the ramifications of what had taken place. I'm perfectly fine with what happened between you and the woman who handed me and my whole team over to MacDonald for experimentation, he said evenly. This is what I mean. She started to pull her wrist away, but he held her tight. I understand fully what you mean. Let me summarize all of this for you. You think it's your fault Sasha is dead because you magically should have seen Dante's betrayal. You are a psychic, and you simply ignored that particular superpower of yours. You were reckless, and that's why Dante was able to take Rebecca. And then when the woman my former self foolishly married threatened to murder you, you shot her first.
You didn't let her kill you, so maybe we could find her later on, and I could reconcile with her because I don't understand my own feelings. Or you think she might have given me information on the family she claims I have. That's why you should have allowed her to kill you. He didn't understand. You're simplifying things. No, you're simplifying them. He tugged on her wrist and drew her between his legs. She could feel the fabric of the black pants he wore against her thighs. He released her wrist, and his hands found her hips, sliding down her torso and lighting up her skin. It's a complex problem, and you're ignoring the fact that you are human, and you can't know everything. I don't care if you spent 1,000,000 hours in therapy with that man. You couldn't have known his true motivations. He was starting to get to her. I did know something was wrong with Dante. I still told Big Tag and Damon to go through with this mission. Because it seemed like an excellent way to figure out who was betraying us, he pointed out. I agree. It went to hell. That's what happens sometimes. We're dealing with it the best way we can. This was not your fault. She went still, not quite able to reply in any way she knew would satisfy him. Robert sighed and wrapped his arms around her, dragging her close to him. His cheek rubbed against her chest as though he found deep satisfaction from being close to her. Like I said before, I've missed you. I'm going to spank you now. As miserable as she felt, those words sent a thrill through her, and her nipples hardened. This isn't punishment. Robert released her and looked at her with the calm, controlled intensity that let her know he was totally in Dom mode. What I'm going to do is about giving us both what we need. You need release, and I need to take care of you. I need my hands on you. She had to make a decision. She could stay here mired in her misery, or she could accept what he was offering. It might not change the outcome of the day, but it would help her find some peace. Yes, sir. He made a sexy noise low in his throat and slid his hands up her torso until his thumbs nudged the underside of her breasts. I'm going to take you over my knee for this spanking. And it's not going to be playful. This is going to hurt, because you need a bite of pain. Yes, sir. This time the words were a sigh of relief. She was aroused. She always would be around Robert. But she was also relieved. As long as he was in control, she might be able to let go of her guilt for a few moments. She could stop going over and over what happened. She could simply let go and be with him. Robert shifted back a few inches on the mattress. He was so tall that even seated on the mattress, he had both feet on the floor. He patted his knee. Over my lap, for your spanking. She laid herself over his thigh, her knees, shoulders, and head resting on the bed. She turned her face toward the edge of the mattress, looking out. No. Turn your head the other way. I want to see your face while I spank you. Arousal pulsed through her as she obeyed. Robert took her arms, pulling them to the small of her back, crossing one wrist over the other, and then manacling them there with one of his big hands. His other hand held onto the outside of her thigh as he shifted. One of his legs was under her hips, the other under her ribs. He raised the leg under her hips, propping his heel against the bed frame. That lifted her ass, making it a nice target for him to spank. Ariel squirmed in anticipation. She wanted him to get on with it, but the devious man wasn't done tormenting her. Her sight was limited with her cheek pressed to the mattress, but she could see him in her peripheral vision. The arm holding her wrists at the small of her back was thick with muscle, and the hard line of his jaw was dark with sexy scruff. His other hand smoothed over her upraised ass, and she saw the corner of his mouth quirk up in a smile. You're beautiful, I know I keep telling you that, but I need you to understand I think you're beautiful inside and out. The reports that fucker Green sent didn't change my opinion of you. And now that I've had time to think about it, I understand why the bosses wanted you to keep your past from me.
You do?
Yes, he said gravely. They did it because your past doesn't matter. You were beautiful then, and you're beautiful now. You were mine then. You just didn't know it yet. The first smack caught her by surprise. His hand struck the center of her ass, fingers smacking one cheek, palm landing on the other. A startled yelp escaped her, and a moment later she felt the heat spreading through her.
Do you want me to count?
Ariel asked. He caressed her ass. No, because I'm going to spank you for as long as I want. I'm going to spank you until you can let go. I'll do it until you understand you weren't responsible for what happened today. His palm smacked against her ass for a second time, followed quickly by a third. She had no leverage, no way to control the spanking. All she could do was lie over Robert's lap and accept what he was giving her. Smack, smack. The blows were harder now, making her flesh quiver, and heat was spreading through her. He kept going, steady and relentless, yet never striking the same spot twice in a row. His hand spanked her from the top of her thighs to the top of her ass. Her chest worked, dragging oxygen into her lungs. The pain was now omnipresent, fading to a dull ache between blows, but never entirely disappearing. He smacked her left cheek, right on the sensitive sit spot. It was a harsh blow, and he held his hand there, trapping the heat against her skin. Ariel cried out as pain burned through her. The cold guilt that had gripped her all day was burned away by the heat. She'd distanced. She'd put things in intellectual terms and come to a conclusion without ever considering the human emotions that had gone into every decision that had been made. She'd pushed Robert away because she'd been afraid. She hadn't been willing to listen to his feelings because she'd feared loving him would mean losing him. She'd wanted to believe none of the men she'd spent so much time with could possibly betray them. She'd wanted each of those men to find happiness, and that wasn't going to happen. It wasn't her fault. That was what each smack of his hand stated plainly. Another hard spank, another wave of heat sweeping through her. Ariel cried out, her feet beating against the bed. Robert held her down, his mastery of her body complete. She couldn't get away. Not that she wanted to, but she couldn't. She had no choice but to feel, to accept, and to let go of all the things she couldn't have changed. The first sob escaped when he once more smacked her burning ass. He paused, and she knew he was looking at her. Ariel drew in a shuddering breath. Please. Please don't stop. Please don't leave me. She needed him so much. Robert raised his hand and spanked her again. Ariel thrashed in his hold, her feet drumming the bed as he spanked her with rapid, hard smacks that peppered her cheeks. The dam inside her broke, and the sobs took over. She barely noticed when the spanking stopped, and his hand was skimming over her sensitive flesh. He'd spanked her long and hard, and that meant that while the stinging pain had faded, the deep, aching heat remained. Ariel knew she wasn't crying prettily. The sobs came from her soul. She couldn't have stopped Dante. She wasn't a superhero. The problems of the world didn't fall on her shoulders. She wasn't responsible for what Robert's wife had done. He wouldn't have wanted her to change a thing about how she'd handled that moment in the yard. Robert wanted her alive more than he wanted to know about his past. She'd tried her hardest, and with every good intention, and she'd still failed. It was the way of the world sometimes. But she only lost if she didn't get back up and try again. She wanted so much to try again with this man. She cried until there were no more tears, only dry, gasping breaths. The world spun as Robert lifted her, turning to lay her on her side in the center of the bed. He lay on his side facing her. Ariel blinked tears from her eyes and looked at him. Her ass ached, her blood strumming through her system.
"Do you forgive me?"
She needed to hear it, though she knew what he was going to say. He brushed back her hair, a look of infinite tenderness lighting his eyes. "There's nothing to forgive. Not when it comes to your past. Now we should talk about the fact that you pushed me away the first time our going got tough."
"We found out you were married."
She felt the need to argue her point.
It wasn't some minor argument.
No, there was no argument at all. There was you shutting me out. There was you making decisions for me. He put a finger on her lips when she was about to reply. "No, you did those things. You decided I needed time. I knew what I wanted all along. I could have gotten every single memory back, and they wouldn't erase the ones I've made with you. I told you nothing would change, and it hasn't. I love you. I will always love you. I want you to remember that." He seemed almost grave as he rolled her onto her back, spreading her legs. Ariel hissed as her backside came into contact with the bed. She was so focused on the quick shock of pain, a sensation that made her pussy pulse and her nipples tight, that she didn't notice him buckling the cuff around her right wrist until the deed was done. Warmth encased her wrist, and she realized these cuffs were padded with some super soft material. When had he pulled out cuffs? He must have done it while she was on her hands and knees waiting for him.
"What are you doing?"
she asked. Robert arched a brow. "You want to try that again?" That was his Dom voice.
"No, sir."
He brought her left arm up and out, sliding the cuff around her wrist and buckling it in place. She heard a little click and glanced up. There was a small lock on the cuffs.
"You don't think the lock is a bit of overkill?"
The cuffs would strap her in. She wouldn't be able to get out. He tied red nylon rope to the D-ring on the left cuff, then fed it around the back of the headboard and tied it to the other cuff, which also had a small padlock on it. Robert stepped back after pressing the lock in place, staring down at her. "I like the way the locks look." "Spread your legs," he commanded. Ariel felt lighter after her emotional release, but the heat was still present. She tipped her head back on the pillow, exposing the line of her throat, and arched her chest, offering her breasts to him. "You're so fucking beautiful," he whispered. He made her feel beautiful. And worthy. Robert pulled his t-shirt off, tossing it to the side, baring that glorious chest. He put one knee on the bed, grabbed her right ankle and lifted it. He kissed her instep, her ankle, then propped her heel on his shoulder. She moved her toes across to his sternum, then slid her foot down the midline of his body, watching his muscles twitch and relax as she caressed him. She didn't stop when she hit his belt, but kept going, thrilled at the noise he made when her toes found his cock. He was hard. Hot, even through the barrier of his slacks. "I'm going to make you understand that there's nothing you can do that will make me stop loving you. There's nothing the world can do that will stop me," Robert said. "If you quit and move away from the garden, you better be prepared for me to follow you." He grabbed her ankle, lifted it away from his crotch. He nipped at her toes, then lay her leg on the bed before quickly shucking the rest of his clothes. She bent her knees, heels on the bed, and spread her legs, creating a place for him. Robert didn't hesitate. He climbed onto the bed between her legs. She was so ready, so in need of his big, hard body covering hers.
"Please,"
she said. It was only a single word, but he knew what she needed. Or maybe he needed the same thing. Needed to feel connected to her. Needed to remember what it felt like when they became one. He eased on top of her, his chest pressing against her breasts, his hips in the cradle of her thighs. His cock settled against her pussy, and when he flexed his hips, the hard, veined underside slid along the valley of her labia, caressing her clit. She wrapped her fingers around the ropes and arched up, trying to wiggle into place so she could allow his cock to sink inside her. Robert bent his head and nipped her right where her shoulder met her neck, a small punishment for trying to take control. Then his tongue swept up her neck to her ear. He sucked her earlobe as he lifted his hips, his cock sliding into place. Ariel strained against her bonds, hugging his hips with her knees. Robert was so deep inside her that for a moment she forgot everything but him. For a moment there was only Robert. Ari. He breathed her name, the word hot against her neck. He started to thrust, and she could do nothing but feel. Feel his cock inside her, his chest rubbing her nipples, his breath on her face and neck, and the heat from where he'd spanked her. "I want you to come for me. Together. I want it to be together," he whispered. He adjusted the angle of his hips so that each time he thrust in, his lower abdomen rubbed against the top of her pussy. Close. She was so close to where she needed to be. The next time he thrust, his pelvis bumped her clit. She wrapped her legs around his hips, heels digging into the flexed muscles of his ass. "Do that again." That sounded like an order. It was. "Do that again." He chuckled and thrust in. Ariel's whole body tensed. "I'm close. Robert, I love you," Robert said. "I love you, Ariel." That was all she needed. The orgasm overtook her, pulling her up and over a soft, rolling wave. She clung to him with her legs as Robert thrust once, again, and then she felt him shudder as he found his own release. Ariel sighed in pleasure as his weight bore her into the mattress. She wanted to wrap her arms around him, but she was stuck in his cuffs. She kissed his temple, where his silky hair was damp with sweat. A moment later, he rolled off of her, but didn't go far. He lay beside her, his head pillowed on her breast, one big thigh across hers. The other hand came up, casually yet possessively cupping her other breast. She closed her eyes. The moment couldn't last. Soon enough, reality would crash down around them, but they had this moment, and she would accept the peace he'd given her. Accept it for the gift it was. "So can we agree to put the idea of you quitting everything you know and love on hold?" Robert asked. He stretched like the big, gorgeous predator he was. "I seem to remember this very smart lady telling me I shouldn't make big life decisions when I was emotional." "And yet you tried to." He shook his head. "Nope. Being with you was a decision I made a long time ago. I was sticking to my decision. I recall offering to go anywhere with you. Deep down, I knew something was wrong with Emily. She's the reason I have those dreams. I think I'm remembering the night she had McDonald's men come pick me up." Now she really wanted her arms around him. "Let me out of the cuffs. We should talk about this." And make love again. They could do that all night. She would make love to him over and over until he could sleep. "I know how hard tomorrow is going to be for you." Because it would be difficult to leave the problem in Big Tag's hands.
It would be hard for him to leave Owen behind. He wouldn't leave Owen behind. God, how could she have thought for a second he would leave Owen behind? She pulled at the cuffs. There had been no real reason to put her in them. And he'd put padlocks on them so she couldn't use her teeth to work the straps and potentially get out. Those little locks would ensure no matter how flexible she was, she couldn't get out. You have no idea. Tomorrow isn't the problem. Tonight is going to be hell on me. He kissed her cheek and rolled off the bed, walking toward the bathroom. Robert! She shouted his name. Kim and Ezra were gone, dealing with the Emily situation. Let me out! He couldn't be doing what she thought he was doing. He couldn't have made love to her and then restrained her so she couldn't stop him from doing something phenomenally stupid, like going after Dante and Levi on his own. Except he wouldn't be on his own. He would have Tucker and Owen. They could all die together. But you look so pretty the way you are. Robert's voice floated out from the bathroom. She managed to move enough that she could see he'd gathered up his clothes. He wasn't washing up and getting ready for round 2. He was getting ready to leave. Please don't do this. Please. Wait for Ezra to get back. We can talk about this. She was starting to panic. There's nothing to talk about. He stood in the doorway of the bathroom, and now she saw what she should have seen before. He was dressed in black from head to toe. He had on a t-shirt and tactical pants, his boots on his feet. This was the way he dressed when he thought things could go wrong. You can't go after him by yourself. She pulled at those stupid cuffs, but the headboard held firm. He crossed the space between them and covered her with a blanket. His eyes were gentle as he stared down at her. You know Owen would do it if we were talking about you. He would never let me go in alone. He would move heaven and earth to help me get you back. I promise you we won't leave Rebecca behind. He couldn't walk out of here. He leaned over and kissed her forehead. I hope you can forgive me. We have to do this tonight. We don't have another choice. Yes, you do. You can wait. Levi won't kill Rebecca. She kicked at the blanket, trying to move herself up. Robert merely readjusted the blanket. He slid his hands between the cuffs and her wrists, as though checking to make sure he didn't have them too tight. I can't wait. We have to deal with this tonight. Are you thirsty? I can try to get a straw and some water, but I don't want you to knock it over and be cold. Is the temperature okay? No, it's not. And yes, I'm thirsty and hungry, and I need to use the bathroom. If she could get out of the cuffs, she might have a chance to put him on his ass and stop this whole thing from happening. I love you. He kissed her again. I'll be back if I can. If I don't come back, no, I don't regret a thing. Not even what happened to me with MacDonald. I wouldn't change it, because it made me the kind of man you might be able to love. Rob, don't do this. Could you say it? Just once. She shook her head. No. No. If you want to hear me say it, you get these cuffs off me. She wasn't going to give him permission to walk into a trap. Tears had started to roll down her cheeks. Then I'll have to love enough for both of us. I'm leaving the keys to your cuffs on the kitchen table. Goodbye, baby. I hope I see you soon. I love you. Never forget. He stood and walked out the door, and she was left alone. Chapter 16. Robert watched from the shadows. The security guard was making his rounds, strolling through the parking garage, his feet slapping against the concrete and making a racket. For that guard, it was just another night to get through. Nothing special,
No great thrills, except sneaking out here to take a cigarette break. He was about to take a nice nap. A figure dressed in all black rose like a shadow, given substance, from behind one of the company vans parked in the lower level of the garage. Sound echoed here, but the shadow was silent. Robert held a breath as the shadow wrapped an arm around the man and shoved something into his arm before dragging him behind the van again.
He hasn't lost a step, Tucker said quietly. Does he have the key card?
Owen's voice was tight, but then he'd been nothing but a mass of anxiety since he'd regained consciousness, though he was hiding it pretty well. Owen had woken up, punched him in the face, and gotten down to work. Rob's nose still ached, but it was nothing compared to how he felt when he thought about the way Ari had cursed him when he'd left her. He felt hollowed out inside at the thought that he might not see her again, that those might be their final words to each other. "He'll get what we need," Rob promised, shoving aside those dark thoughts. He had to concentrate on the job at hand. The dark figure moved again, coming out from behind the bank of company vehicles. He crossed the space between them, pulled up his balaclava, and grinned. "You guys ready? I already put the security cameras on a time loop. That guy won't be expected to check in with the security office for another 40 minutes. Even then, they're pretty lax, from what I can tell. Still, we should get moving." Jax. He'd hopped on a plane the minute he'd found out what had happened. When Robert had called him, he was already on his way to the airfield. He'd known damn well they wouldn't be coming back to the garden. Robert moved, holding his hand out to his friend. "You can't know how happy I am to see you. How was the flight?" It was roughly a 2-hour flight from London to Munich, but Jax had still been lucky to get into the city so quickly. He couldn't simply fly commercial. "Ungodly expensive," Jack admitted. "I had to use a guy who typically works for the mob. Real mercenaries charge out the asshole. But I got here, and I'm not in Interpol custody, so I'm calling it a win." "And River's okay?" Owen asked. Jax grew solemn, putting a hand on Owen's shoulder. "River is safe at a friend's country house with Buster. Damon thinks I'm there, too. He won't for long. River knows if this all goes south, she's supposed to head to Bliss, and we'll meet her there." Whoever was left would. If they couldn't go home, they would head for the small town in Colorado where River had lived before she'd married Jax. They would be safe in Bliss. "All right. Do we know where this asshole's office is?" Owen glanced down at his watch. "We've only got 5 hours until dawn. We can't be late." Tucker glanced his way, but they didn't have to say a thing. They both knew there was very little chance they would be making the exchange in the park. History had proven that Levi Green always had something sneaky up his sleeve. What was going to happen would go down here in the Kronberg building. They would either leave here with Rebecca, or they wouldn't leave at all. And they had other things to worry about. "You get rid of your tracker?" Jax winced. "Yeah, I had River cut it out. She was not happy with me. But she's now got it glued to Buster's collar, so I'll be seen moving around a lot if anyone cares to look. He'll be pooping in my name all over the English countryside." "Oh, they'll be looking." Robert started to walk across the parking garage. He had clear access now that he knew Jax had taken over the cameras. "Ezra will be back at the club any minute now, and I'm sure Ariel will let him know we're no longer in the building." He'd had Tucker pull out his tracker, and he'd done the same for Tucker and Owen, though he wasn't fooling himself. She would know where he'd gone. There was a possibility that Ezra simply called the cops on them. It would be a good way to foul up their plans. "I'm surprised she didn't come along." Jax fell into step beside him. "Oh, she did not have a choice in that," Tucker said. "Robert left her cuffed to the bed where I believe he had recently finished expressing his love for her." Jax didn't miss a step, but his head shook, and there was no way to miss the surprise on his face. "Dude, she's going to kill you. You're going to owe her so much oral after this. It's really the only way to pay a woman back. At least, that's what Kay says. And River has never complained. About the oral. She complains about other things. Ariel should thank him. Owen strode ahead of them to the elevators that would lead them to the upper floors where they needed to go. He'd taken the key card from Jack's and used it to call the elevator down. He's trying to keep her safe. I didn't protect Rebecca well enough, and look where we are. He hadn't done it for exactly those reasons. Rebecca isn't a highly trained operative, Tucker pointed out. I wish Ari was with us, but Rob is afraid she'll shut the whole thing down, or try to turn it over to Solo. I'm afraid she won't understand, and I didn't have the time to explain it to her in detail. She's already feeling guilty. I can't put more on her. He strode straight onto the elevator as the doors opened. And I couldn't risk the chance that she would put this in Damon or Big Tag's laps. This is our mess, and we need to clean it up. It has nothing to do with me being scared for Ariel. Hell, at this point, I wish she was here watching my back, but I can't put her in that position. She's still gonna kill you, Tucker said, checking the magazine on his cig before settling it back into the holster on his side. Jax had come bearing all the techie stuff he used to gain control of security systems, but they'd found the real goods they would need had been right there at the club. Peter might have been out of the business, but he'd still had a nice stash of weapons and explosives and tactical gear. It made Robert wonder exactly what else Peter had been doing at that club and whether or not Big Tag had a whole system of his own. Did Big Tag have his own intelligence agency running through clubs across the globe? It was an intriguing idea, and one he would have to think on later. It doesn't matter, as long as we get Rebecca back. Is our secret weapon in place? Yep, Jack said. Laced it myself. Hopefully we don't have to use it. There's a lot of wild shit in this place. There's some security even I had trouble getting through, but I figured out where the safe is. I know where the office is. The safe is in there. It's on 22. Tucker reached out and pressed the button that would take them to the 22nd floor. Robert looked to his friend. Tucker was calm, but he'd paled as though the mere act of walking into the building had cost him. Good. We thought you might remember some things when you got in here. Don't get lost in trying to remember. Let it come to you if it will. If it won't, don't push it. We can't afford to have you sick. The elevator stayed where it was, the door opening again as though offering to let them all go. What's wrong? Owen asked, his voice tight. Why won't it move? Jax frowned and pushed the button again. It didn't light up. Try the key card again. Owen swiped it over the panel. Nothing. Shit, Jax said, setting the black bag he wore over his shoulder down and starting to go through it. I'm sorry. I didn't think there was a code required for that floor. It must be only after hours. I screwed up. I'll fix it. Tucker reached out and quickly input a 6-digit code on the keypad offered under the floor buttons. He then pushed 22, and the doors slid closed again. How did you... Owen began. Muscle memory. You probably had an office up there. But he's been gone for years. Wouldn't they have cleared his code? Despite the fact that the elevator was moving, Jax plugged his tablet into the computer that ran the system. He went to work, making sure they wouldn't need a code for the rest of their stay. They should have, but they wouldn't have prioritized it if they knew he wasn't coming back. Robert noticed how tight Tucker's shoulders had gone. Stop. You don't need to remember. Everything that's good in life is out here, not in there. There's only pain in there, brother. Tucker took a long breath. I don't like this building. It doesn't feel right. I know, he agreed, though for very different reasons. He'd never been in this building, but Tucker had. Tucker had a life here, and it was likely the place where he'd lost that same life. We're going to do the job, get Rebecca, and get out. If Jax can get us a copy of whatever we're going to have to turn over to Dante and Green, he will, but this is almost over. And now we don't have to worry about codes. Jax unhooked his tablet. I've got control of the elevators. We won't get slowed down like that again. You okay, Tuck? I'm good. Tucker stared at the doors like something was going to attack him when they opened. We'll get through this. We go straight when we get to the 22nd floor. I don't know why, but my instinct is telling me there's going to be something on our left that we need to handle. Owen pulled the rifle off his back. I'm ready. I've got enough tranquilizer darts to bring down an army. What was Peter doing with all these darts? I found a flyer for a furry hunt, Robert admitted. I think they were actually having play parties where they hunted the subs. This is a different world, my friends. The doors dinged open, and Robert moved out first, Owen to his left. Robert turned and saw what Tucker had been talking about. There was a security guard on this floor. He sat at the reception desk, and he was staring at his laptop, earbuds in his ears. Owen sighed and lined up his shot. The guy went down without ever looking their way. They need better trained guards. Where is the office? I want this done. Tucker walked straight ahead. It's this way. This floor was different from the other parts of the building Rebecca had described. This was lush and expensive. Not that the labs were cheap, but she'd described them as industrial at best. This was the floor where McDonald's office had been. She'd walked these hallways, smiling and networking, never talking about the men she had in cages. Or maybe she had, and none of the people who worked on this executive floor had cared. Maybe they were too happy in their posh offices to care where the money had come from. They moved down the hallway, the four of them a unit in a way they hadn't been before tonight. They'd worked together, but they hadn't been so united in a cause. They hadn't been asked to sacrifice for each other until this moment, and it hadn't even been something to think about. His brothers needed him. He would be there. They came to the end of the hall, past the luxurious lobby to a set of doors that looked like someone had stolen them straight out of Versailles. They were French doors, elegantly paneled, and the gold nameplate proclaimed this was the office of the vice president in charge of research and development. Is the door locked? He was good at picking locks. He'd brought along a torque wrench and a pick. He'd stuffed them in his bag along with the more dangerous pieces of equipment he would need. Owen simply kicked it in. The door gave way, pieces splintering off. Isn't now. It was a damn good thing Jax had control of the alarms, and that the doors had been in the French style. Easier to kick in. He knew that because this wasn't his first robbery. Not even close. French doors were perfect because the weak point was in the middle, and no amount of deadbolts could stay a well-placed kick. Tucker went first, assessing the room quickly. We're clear. This was where he came in. Robert set his pack down on the huge desk in the middle of the room. How many times had he done this very act? He could only remember a few times, but he knew he'd done it more than a dozen. The bank robberies had been traumatic, heart-pounding, anxiety-inducing events. But the few times his team had snuck into quiet spaces had been different. There had been an odd freedom in those moments. And he'd been good at it. He pulled out the small amount of C4 he would need. The key was using only enough to blow the door. Any more, and he threatened to destroy whatever was in the safe. Any less, and the thing stayed locked. But they'd alerted anyone who could hear that they were currently being robbed. Found it. Owen had a hand on the large painting that dominated the wall across from the desk. It was a large landscape showing the Bavarian Alps. It was a peaceful painting that hid a safe he hoped was filled with the secrets they needed.
I remember this room.
Tucker was standing in the middle of the big office, a haunted look on his face.
I remember a woman. Not MacDonald. She's pretty. She's crying. I think I made her cry.
He had to shut this down. He hated to do it because Tucker needed some of those memories, but they had very little time. If there was any way to get out of this building with the goods and force the dawn meeting, they had to take it. The likelihood of them walking away with Rebecca went way up if they made it to the park. Hey, I know it's hard, but I need you to think of something else. Think about what we're going to do when we get out of here. Jack stood in front of Tucker. We'll get this job done, grab Owen's girl, and get back in time for waffles. Tucker's lips ticked up.
I don't think Ari's going to make us waffles. I think she's going to yell at Robert. A lot.
Jax gave Tucker a slap to the shoulder. That's right. Think about all the ways Ariel's going to kick Rob's ass. That'll be fun to watch. Jax was handling Tucker, which allowed Robert to examine the safe. He ran his hand over the cool metal. It was an old-school safe, oddly incongruous with the sleek modern technology of the rest of the building. You worked with one of these before? Owen asked. He knew the model well. Yes. It's fireproof and has 3 sliding bolts. It's electronic. Jax had joined them, Tucker standing beside him. I could probably break the code. I've got a routine for that. Jax's routine would try to crack the code basically by entering all the possible combinations. It could take hours. Hours they didn't have. No, I'm going to blow it. He examined the door carefully, estimating what he would need. Are you sure? Owen asked. If the data gets damaged, they would lose Rebecca. I've done this before. I promise I can do it again. It was the one thing MacDonald had taught him that would come in handy. He gently manipulated the C4, taking the small amount he would need. 3 small sections to blow each bolt. He worked quickly, and before he knew it, he was ready. Get back, he ordered. They moved out of the office. Robert eased behind the door before blowing the safe. Owen practically tackled him in his haste to get to that safe. Hey, be vigilant. Take everything and we'll figure it out later. They would go over whatever they found in the van Jax had rented. They'd ditched the car they'd been forced to steal since Solo and Ezra had taken the van, because they didn't think the body they needed to dispose of would fit on a motorcycle. Luckily, Tucker was damn good at stealing cars. Owen pulled the safe door fully open and exposed the secrets it held. There were files and drives, none of them labeled. Owen took them all. They loaded up and turned to go. Good work, gentlemen. A voice came over the loudspeaker. Fucking Levi Green. Now if you'll come down to the Blue Lab, we can finish our business. Dr. Walsh, could you please give our boys proof of life? Levi Green is an asshole, a snappy female voice said. Owen breathed a deep sigh. That's my girl. I'd like for Tucker to bring me the bag, and I'll release Rebecca. Robert, you can come and escort her back to Mr. Shaw. You'll forgive me if I don't want to greet him personally. Owen, you should know that no harm was done to any lovely doctors during this kidnapping. It actually wasn't my idea at all. Minions. What are you going to do? Can't live without them? Can't shoot them while they're still useful. He hated Levi Green. And don't think for a second that I'm alone. I've got a team placed around the building, Levi continued. This doesn't have to go bad. I promise you if I get what I need, you'll all walk out of here. If not, we'll make other arrangements. I don't want to kill anyone. Go down to the 4th floor and we'll have a chat. Jax and Owen can surrender to the team waiting for them. They'll be released when we're done." Jax frowned. This is a trap. Yep, and they'd walked straight into it. He had to hope his own trap sprang at the right time. Ariel stared at the ceiling and vowed bloody vengeance on her lover. Except she wouldn't really hurt him, but she could find ways to make his life hell. If he had a life when he was done doing whatever the hell he was doing. Meeting with Levi Green was what he was doing. She'd been so mired in her own misery that she hadn't seen Robert was planning a whole mission under her nose. One more thing she should have seen. Stop. 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 She wasn't going there again. She was a therapist, not a bloody mind reader. Rob was right about that, and guilt didn't solve a damn thing. It definitely wouldn't save her love. She hadn't told him she loved him. It was all he'd asked from her, and now he could die, and she hadn't given him the words. He could be dying right now. Panic wouldn't help either. She had to think. And the good news was she'd had plenty of time to do just that, since those cuffs weren't going to open themselves, and the bed was remarkably well built. Thank you, German engineering. He would be at Kronberg. He would almost certainly have cut out his tracker so they wouldn't be able to rely on finding him that way. He would have gone straight to Kronberg to try to get the files that named all the people who ever supported MacDonald's work. He would use those names as leverage to get Rebecca back. He was walking into a trap. It didn't matter that he knew he was walking into a trap. He would still do it. And no matter how prepared he seemed, Levi would have something nasty up his sleeve. She squeezed her eyes closed and tried not to see his dead body laid out on the floor. How much time had passed? How far had he gotten? They would have to have stolen a car unless they'd decided to take public transportation to their robbery. She could see that. Tucker would find a pretty woman and try to flirt. He could get very distracted by a shiny object. A frustrated scream came from her mouth, and she pulled at the damn cuffs again. She couldn't even cut herself and use the blood to try to slip her hands free because Robert had used padded cuffs. He'd very gently made it so she couldn't get away. She was right back to thinking about violence. She could do it without actually doing permanent damage. Attaching electrodes to his balls wouldn't kill him. "I don't know if we should open that door," a feminine voice was saying. "I mean, screaming in this place usually means do not disturb." But she needed to be disturbed. "Kim! Kim! Get in here right now!" The door came open and Kim rushed in, Ezra behind her. Ezra stopped, and his eyes went wide when he saw her. She'd kicked the blanket off in her futile attempts to get out of the cuffs, so she was pretty much out there for all to see. Kim stared at her for a moment. Did Robert get lost, or is this some game you guys are playing? Because I did not see him when we came in." Ezra had turned, giving her a bit of privacy. "I think I'll go look for him and have a talk. This isn't the time for punishment play." "He's gone." She didn't even care that Ezra had seen her au naturel. If he'd ever come down to play at the garden, he would have seen most of it anyway. "He and Tucker and Owen are trying to get Rebecca back. I don't know the whole plan, but I think Dante contacted them at some point, and he's willing to trade Rebecca for the files at Kronberg." Ezra's shoulders straightened. "Damn it. Do we know where the keys to those locks are? Please tell me he didn't swallow them." "He left them on the kitchen table," she said. They needed to get moving. They had to get to Kronberg. "I got this." Kim pulled a pin out of her hair and had the cuffs unlocked in seconds. "Of course you do," Ezra said with a sigh. "Get dressed. I'm calling in to update Damon and Big Tag, and then we'll go after them. You're sure they're at Kronberg?" She sat up, pulling the blanket around her. "It's our best bet." I'll check the trackers. Ezra had his phone in his hand, staring down at the screen. Unless they're hanging out 2 blocks away, I would bet they got rid of their trackers. I'm going to kill them.
Not if Levi kills them first, you won't.
She stood and walked to the closet.
I'm going with you. Someone needs to make sure they didn't completely clear out the armory.
Ezra groaned and put the phone to his ear. I'll check. Hey, Damon. Yeah, I know it's late, but we've got a bunch of puppies who've slipped their leashes. She dropped the blanket and reached for her clothes. The good news was she always carried a pair of athletic pants, a black t-shirt, and black hoodie. It was a force of habit left over from her MI6 days, and one she was thankful she'd never gotten out of.
So this is exciting, Kim said. I thought burying Emily would be the funnest thing I did all day, but now I might get to kill Levi.
She shimmied into her underwear while giving Kim her sternest side-eye. Kim shrugged.
I'm a look on the bright side girl. I can't help it. I feel super bad about all the dead people except Emily, because she was a hoe bag, but this job is all about making lemonade. It looks like you and Robert are solid now that his wife is permanently gone. He left me handcuffed to a bed. Did he take care of you beforehand? Her eyes narrowed. Dude, if he stripped you down and handcuffed you and didn't get you off, I will help you take his balls. We had a perfectly fine time, up until the moment he decided to go and do something spectacularly stupid. So you two are okay now? Our relationship doesn't... She'd been ready to say their relationship didn't matter, but it did. I love him. I'll very likely forgive him completely if he finds a way to survive. He wouldn't be Robert if he didn't go. I wasn't thinking straight, or I would have suspected what would happen. There's not a chance Robert leaves Owen here alone. They're family, and he takes that seriously. Yeah, well, you had a day. Kim grabbed the trainers she'd left by the door and tossed them to Ari. You can't blame yourself. We couldn't figure out if it was Dante or Sasha. Turns out it was both. Beck's feeling guilty too. Not that he talked to me about it, but he did talk to me. This has been the most the man has talked to me in years. Oh, sure, it was mostly him bitching about my grave-digging techniques, but there's progress there. He let me in the same car with him even after we finished putting Emily in the hole. I was kind of worried he would get in the van and leave me out in the middle of the forest, but he didn't. It was sad that not being left behind to walk 50 miles back to town was a relationship goal for Kim. Kim held up the cuffs. He padded them for you so you couldn't nick yourself and use the blood as a lubricant. That's super romantic when you think about it. We need to retrain your brain. She pulled the t-shirt over her head and started working on the trainers. Or I need to understand that it's over, Kim said wistfully. He's not the same man, and I'm not the woman he married. I'll always love Beck, but it might be time to let him go. Ariel pulled on the hoodie. It's past time. She wanted the best for her friend, and Ezra was toxic around her. He was a lovely man until the minute Kim walked in the door, and then he turned into something else. I promise, if we get through this, I'll set you up with a nice man. Really? Kim asked, as she grabbed Ariel's backpack and held it out for her. Big Tag's actually got a couple of pretty cute guys. I wouldn't mind being introduced to Michael Malone. It was good to know Kim used CIA files to pick out potential dates. I can make that happen. If you two are done setting up Solo's Tinder profile, maybe we should get down to the armory and suit up. They took some of the C4, so I think you're right. They're going after the safe. Before he died, Peter wrote up a memo about a man who'd contacted him on the dark web. He said that's where the secrets were kept. Ezra's expression had gone arctic. Or you can plan your double dates. Kim's face went stony. We're ready to go whenever you are. I've already got the building mapped out. I was planning on stealing that data if I had to."
"Of course you were," Ezra replied before nodding to Ariel. "Damon told us to stay put. We're going in anyway."
"I'm sure it was more of a suggestion." Damon couldn't honestly believe they were going to sit on their hands while their men were out there in danger. He'd been behind a desk for far too long. It was a lot of yelling, in that weirdly polite British way, and I think he promised to go medieval on me if I get in trouble. Ezra turned. "You two grab another couple of pistols. We'll talk about plans in the van." He strode away. Kim tossed her the backpack. "Let's get you loaded up." I think he might have been jealous. Ariel followed her out the door. It was time to save her man. Chapter 17. Levi Green hadn't come alone, but the team surrounding him was different this time. When Robert and his team had walked out of the office door, they'd found themselves completely surrounded. "Mercenaries?" He had his hands up as the group of 6 heavily armed men worked to pull the weapons off his body. The man who'd been assigned to him took his second pistol and grunted something to one of the others in German, or a language like it. He studied them carefully. They didn't move like a group that had worked together for years. The two dealing with Jax seemed to be having an argument. The man who'd just patted Tucker down glanced Robert's way. "It's none of your business." Peter or Solo would have known if Levi was working with German intelligence, so logic told him these men were mercenaries. The previous times they'd gone up against Levi, he'd either been surrounded by a military special ops team or had agency backup. Why was he working with mercenaries? The good news was they could handle mercenaries. "I hope everyone understands that we're dealing with a group of paid contractors and not U.S. or German military," Robert said. Jax nodded. "Yes, I got that." "I did too." Owen's low growl sounded like a promise. A large man was rifling through his bag. "We used to be German military. Don't think we're amateurs." "I wouldn't dream of it." It was good to have confirmation. Tucker merely nodded his way. They all understood they didn't have to be careful. They would be very reluctant to go hard at U.S. soldiers who were simply doing their job. The soldiers weren't briefed on which part of the agency they were working for. A special forces team didn't receive pamphlets educating them on what an asshole their boss was. They did their job, and Robert wasn't about to kill them over it. But a mercenary was just in it for the money, which meant his men could fight with everything they had. "You will take the package to the boss." The head of this particular group pointed a gun at Tucker. "I'm going with him." He glanced at Owen. "I will bring her back. I promise. I won't let anything happen to her." Owen's jaw was tight, and the look on his face let Robert know he would find a way to get clear of his captors. Still, he nodded. "See that you do, and watch your back. I don't like this at all." He knew exactly what Owen was worried about. Why bother to force them to march down to the lab when Levi could easily have been waiting right outside the doors with his hired army? Why all this drama when all Levi needed to do was reach out and take the bag in Tucker's hands? Because he was planning something. He wanted something beyond the files, or he had a plan in case he didn't get them. He looked at Tucker and nodded again, and then started for the elevator. There wasn't anything to do. Rebecca was down there, and they had to walk into the trap or they could lose her. Ariel wouldn't be happy with him if he got shot again. She'd been there the first time Levi had shot him. "Don't you die on me. Don't you dare die on me." Those were the words he'd come to consciousness to in that field in Canada, when Levi had first taken Rebecca and Owen into custody and shot him. Ariel had managed to get him out of the car,
stabilized him, and then she'd broken down. His angel had been crying when he'd finally managed to fight his way back, and he'd heard the quiet words she said. They'd been like a prayer from her lips. "I love you." He'd just remembered. She had said the words to him. God, he wasn't going to let today be the last time between them. No. He would get back to her and make her understand why he'd done what he'd done. He would hang around until she forgave him. If he survived. He followed the three men escorting he and Tucker. Tucker had slung the bag over his left shoulder, leaving his dominant hand ready if he needed to use it. He glanced Robert's way, as if to say, "You know we could still take them." He and Tucker had always had this shorthand. From the day they'd met, somehow he'd been closer to Tucker than the rest. Theo had been his closest friend, and Tucker had Jack's, but there had always been this weird connection between the two of them. He wouldn't have been able to allow Tucker to do this alone. It was a damn good thing Levi Green had realized that, but then Levi might not have known that Jack's was coming, and he certainly hadn't wanted to deal with Owen, so Robert had been his only choice. Why you? The elevator was moving toward the 4th floor. Why me? Tucker's eyes were on the display above the doors, marking each floor they moved past. Why would he want me to bring the bag? He specifically asked for you. Why would he do that? Why not let me handle the whole thing? You should concentrate on getting out of this alive, one of the mercenaries said. Tucker glanced Robert's way. He wants something from me. Don't you be a fucking martyr, Robert ordered. The doors opened, and the man behind him pushed Robert forward. He stumbled and found his footing. Up ahead, he saw a wall made entirely of glass. This part of the building was sleek and ultra-modern. There was a reception desk to his side, but it was empty. The whole place was eerily quiet, and up ahead he could see Levi Green, standing in the middle of the lab. He wore what Robert liked to think of as his asshole working outfit. All black, with a bulletproof vest over his chest and a ball cap on his head. It told Robert he was taking this scene seriously, and Robert should too. The mercenary at the front of their group swiped a card over the reader, and the glass doors opened with an audible swoosh. The lab was white, almost too bright, given how dark the night beyond was. Not that he could tell. The shades were drawn, giving him the impression of being inside an egg. Everything here was white, from the walls to the long desks to the laptops. To his left there was another set of doors that seemed to lead deeper into the lab. McDonald's labs had been like this. White and always scrubbed clean. Though there would be moments when blood would drop to the cold floor, stark red against all that purity. He couldn't let that be Tucker's blood this time. I meant what I said. He muttered the words under his breath as his heart rate ticked up and the adrenaline started to flow. Don't you dare walk into that room with even the slightest thought of not coming back out. I'm going to do what I have to do, Tucker said with grim resolve. I'll trade myself for Rebecca, if that's what he wants. Why would he want that? Rebecca was the prize here. Rebecca was the one who could look through the research and put things together for Levi. Tucker's medical skills were buried deep, and they came out at the oddest of times. When he was under stress, Tucker could do some amazing things, but Robert wasn't sure he could study research and come up with the same things Rebecca could. So why Tucker? For that matter, why the two of them? Whatever happened, he would have the answers very soon. Ariel strode toward the lift, leaving the sleeping guard behind. She had no way of knowing how long the man had been out, but she knew who to blame. She and Ezra and Solo had only made it as far as the parking garage of the building, but she already knew she was in the right place.
They're here.
Ezra followed her inside. Let's hope they've managed to take them all out the way they did that one. He's still alive, at least. I'm sick of dealing with dead bodies.
Hey, at least Emily was pretty easy to carry. Kim was the only one who seemed comfortable with their mission. I had to bury a 6'7" Russian operative once. He didn't fit in the trunk at all. Shop class came in handy that day.
The doors closed but didn't move. Ariel reached out to push the button that would keep the lift in place while they decided what to do. Ezra's eyes slid his ex-wife's way, and Ariel didn't miss the way his lips curled up before he schooled his expression again. We know the safe they're looking for is on floor 22. I say we go up to 20 and use the stairs the rest of the way. Ariel's heart nearly stopped when the panel overhead shifted. She immediately brought her weapon up, ready to shoot whoever had been hitching a ride on this lift. Kim and Ezra had gone into similar positions. "Hey guys, how about you don't shoot?" A familiar voice floated down. "I'm just your friendly neighborhood Taggart." Theo Taggart lowered himself down and dropped into the lift. Ariel relaxed.
How the hell did you make it here so fast? I assume Rob called you in.
Theo was dressed for an op. He'd pushed back the black balaclava that would have covered his face and allowed him to disappear in the shadows. I was already in Germany. I came over to do some research into Emily Seeger's background. I had just checked into the hotel when Rob called. I'm his secret weapon. But I might be so secret I'm ineffective. We don't have comms, so I'm not exactly sure where the guys are.
Hey, I'm Solo. It's a name and a state of being,
Kim said with a flirty smile. Theo reached out a hand to shake hers. Theo, though my nickname is Taken. And his wife likes to shoot people, Ezra pointed out with a grumpy look on his face.
Then I'm sure we could be friends.
Kim let go of the handsome Taggart's hand.
Sorry, I'm trying to get back in the dating game. It's just a little practice.
Ezra turned to his ex. Seriously? We're on a mission and you're trolling for a date? She shrugged. We're always on a mission. It's not like I can really get on Tinder. You're impossible. Ezra gave Theo his full attention. What do you know about this clusterfuck of an op? I know it's not going the way Rob hoped, Theo replied.
Levi's here.
Her stomach took a deep dive. Theo nodded. He is, but there's something going on. I infiltrated the building a few hours ago. I've been in the ventilation system trying to get a lay of the land, so to speak. I found an excellent perch above the security offices where I watched the cameras. Levi came in with a team of 12 men I'm fairly certain he picked up at Mercenaries R Us. I would warn Rob, but like I said, they had to go in without communications. They pulled this together very quickly. Levi's not working with a Black Ops team? Ezra asked. No, and that's the funny thing, Theo replied, because I have some friends who told me there's actually a team in town. If there's a Black Ops team in Munich, that would be classified, Kim said. Ezra's eyes narrowed as he focused in on his ex-wife. What do you know about it? I don't, but I would like to know who is leaking classified information. Kim was no longer looking at Theo like he was a potential way to poke at Ezra. She was now taking the man very seriously. I'll never tell, Theo promised. But I will say I'm worried that there's a team in town, but Levi chose to work with a bunch of contractors. Levi is having trouble with his bosses because the methods he's using are attracting too much attention, Kim explained. I would bet he doesn't want a team with him because the team tends to be debriefed at some point. They'll answer questions he would rather avoid. Which makes me wonder what he's doing in the first place. How advanced is this safe? Theo shrugged. I could have done the job myself if I'd had a little C4. Rob knows I'm here. Jax is here too. Of course he is, Ezra said with a little growl.
Theo ignored him. "Jax is with the others, but I didn't get to them before they went in to blow the safe. I'm afraid Levi is going to take them all into custody. I know where Levi is and where he's holding Rebecca. It's a lab on the 4th floor, but it's better protected than the rest of the building. The ventilation system is completely different, and I don't fit. None of us will. If we're going in, we have to use the door, and those are heavily guarded. We wouldn't be having this problem if Robert had done what he said he was going to do," Ezra groused. "You know why he did it." Ariel was still angry with him, but she understood who Robert was deep down. He would always have wound up here, because he couldn't make the smart play when it came to his friends. He would do anything for them. It was one of the reasons she loved him. "We need to get someone on the inside," Theo said. "It can't be me. They would shoot first and ask questions never. I think we send in Ari. Levi will underestimate her." "I doubt that, after our last meeting." As much as she wanted to be the one to go in, she knew it couldn't be her. "Besides, you send me in, and Robert's objectives change. Honestly, my objectives would be in question too. I would put him first. Saving his life is my only mission here." Kim stepped up. "I'll go. I'll let them take me in. Do you know what kinds of restraints they're carrying?" "No, I'll go. I'll be more of a distraction," Ezra offered. Kim moved in front of him, and her expression had taken on a gravity Ariel rarely saw there. "He will kill you, babe. He'll shoot you dead, and I can't live with that. He won't hurt me. He'll keep me alive." Kim's right. Ariel couldn't let Ezra go in. He wasn't thinking straight, and she understood why. "Levi's proven time and time again that he won't kill Kim." "I can deal with him," Kim said, practically pleading. Ezra's face went cold. "Of course you can. All right then. We make our way to the floor below where Robert is working. If Levi is going to come after them, he'll pick them up right outside the office. He won't let them get on the elevator again without an escort." "I'll walk into the situation. Let them take me. They're counting on maybe 3 guys," Kim mused. Ariel took up her line of thought. "They weren't counting on Jax, and they probably still don't know about Theo. Taking you into custody takes men off the rest of them. It gives us a much better shot. Theo, do we know how many Levi has with him in the lab?" "He's got 6 with him in the lab," Theo replied. "The other 6 have been on the move, but I would bet now that Robert is in the building, they're waiting for him. I wouldn't be surprised if they're already in custody. I don't know if he'll want them all in the lab or not. I wouldn't if I was Levi." "We won't know until we try." Ariel took a deep breath. "Kim, are you sure?" She nodded. "I'll go up to 22. We drop you off at 21. If Levi is keeping them there, you 3 free them. I'm going to bet my life that they'll take me down to the lab. You free whoever is left. Then we'll storm that damn lab the first chance we get." Ezra pushed the button to release the lift. He touched the buttons for the 21st and 22nd floors. "Let's get our guys." Her guy. She prayed she got to him in time. Chapter 18. The door to the lab opened, and Robert walked through, despite every instinct in his body telling him to run. There was something going on that he didn't understand, something at play that hadn't surfaced yet. "Gentlemen, it's good to see you, though the circumstances aren't optimal." Levi Green smiled as though inviting them to join his barbecue. "We should get together and have drinks someday when we're not at each other's throats. Wouldn't that be nice?" "Where's Rebecca?" He wasn't playing games with this monologuing motherfucker. Levi seemed to love to talk about his evil plans for hours before they got down to business. It was one of his worst flaws,
and that was saying something, since the man was pretty much akin to Satan in Robert's book.
No small talk, huh?
Levi had 2 men near him. They were muscular men, dressed in the same manner as the rest of the mercenaries. The others were scattered around the room.
That's not very civilized, but then I did shoot you, so I suppose there's some justification. Let's see what you brought me.
He snapped his fingers, and one of the men came forward, holding his hand out. Tucker kept the bag in his grasp.
Why should I turn this over to you when we haven't even seen Dr. Walsh yet?
Well, it could be because I have a bunch of men with guns and you don't have any. Levi mused, and then sighed, a long suffering sound. Look, I put this together in a hasty fashion. It's why I'm surrounded by a paid army. I couldn't get a team here in time, though given the nature of the transaction, it's better this way. If this doesn't go well, at least these guys won't be reporting everything to their commanding officers, who can then be questioned by my bosses. You're losing control. Solo had told them she thought Levi was getting desperate. Here was the proof she'd told them the truth.
Not the golden boy anymore?
Tucker asked, still holding the bag despite the fact that the guy with the gun was staring him down.
It can be very hard to stay on top at my position. I'm not one of the big bosses.
Levi stepped closer to Robert.
You should know all about this, Sarge. You have some power, but you're always still at someone's mercy, and they often have none.
That was Levi, always dropping hints that he knew more than he was saying. He knew he should ignore it, but impulse forced him to ask the question. Did you look up my records? A secretive smile played across Levi's lips.
I didn't have to. I've known who you were all along. You played a much bigger part in the reason I'm involved in MacDonald's case than you can imagine. I know it wasn't kind to lie to you, or keep what I know secret, but it was necessary. Honestly, I thought the reasons you were important were gone, but it's been pointed out to me recently that anything that is lost can be found again.
What is that supposed to mean?
He was sick of feeling like he wasn't in on the joke.
Come with me, Levi said with a welcoming smile, like he was a long-lost cousin inviting him home. Come back to D.C. and work with me. A whole world will open up for you. You won't need to try to remember. I can lay your life out for you, and you won't have to wonder anymore. Sure he would. I'm not buying into your lies.
You bought into Emily's, Levi replied. She told you many, and I'm not merely talking about when you were married. I bet she lost her shit when she walked in and realized you were still alive. She couldn't have expected that. I wish I could have seen it. She had to work hard to cover up what she'd done, and one of the ways she did it was to lie about the present. I can fix that for you. I can hand you back your life. Your mother isn't dead, Robert. Neither is your brother. Dante told me Emily fed you a bunch of lies about how you weren't on speaking terms with them. She didn't want you to remember. Could he be telling the truth? Yes. She had an agenda, and so do you. Did you work with her? You're not listening to me. I didn't work with MacDonald, so I didn't work with your wife, either, Levi explained. I came in after you were taken. I rather came in because you were taken, but that's a long story. It's one I would love to tell you. We can talk about it over a beer in D.C. I'll pass. If I've got family out there, I'll find them on my own. I'm not going to owe you anything. He had to worry about the family he had. He had to worry specifically about Tucker. Levi was playing Mephistopheles again, and Robert would bet Tucker would be the one tempted next. Levi was on the ropes, and he needed to bring in something big.
Having one of them cooperate would go a long way to securing his place again. And I happen to know that your brother tried to move heaven and earth when you died because he knew something was wrong. He didn't believe that military report, Levi said, his voice thick with sympathy. I admired him very much. It was sad what happened to him. What happened to my brother? The question came out of his mouth before he could think to stop it. Come with me and find out, Levi replied simply. His brother was still alive, but something bad had happened. Did his brother need him? You won't find him or your mother because I hid them. Do you understand? That wasn't MacDonald. I did this. And when I make a person disappear, no one finds them. If you want to know what happened to your family, you have to come with me. Levi's words were getting to him. His family. He'd felt them in his heart, in his dreams. What did you do to them? Everything your brother did, he chose to do. You can't pin this on me. I'm the good guy here. Levi took a step back, as though he realized he wasn't going to win this one. I protected your mother. Ask Owen what can happen when MacDonald uses a family member for leverage. Anger simmered in his gut. You're using her right now. You want to play the good guy? Tell me where she is. No quid pro quo. Just do the right thing. Levi's eyes rolled. You should be on your knees thanking me. But I get it. I have a thankless job. I'll send your mother your regards if I see her again. He turned to Tucker. All right, then. I made my play. Tucker, give over the bag. Not until I see Rebecca. Tucker had a tight hold on their only leverage. I'll give you the bag once Rob's out of the building and all the men and Dr. Walsh are safe. You are under the mistaken impression that this is a negotiation. Levi nodded, and 3 of his men circled Tucker. He saw the moment Tucker decided to fight. His body went tense, and there was a look in his eyes that always hit before Tucker lost his shit. If they were in a fair fight, he would welcome it, but he couldn't trust that Levi wouldn't decide to take Tucker's legs out. Literally. Hey, I don't think this is going to work. Robert used a calm tone, trying to get Tucker to chill. Give it up. We always knew it would likely come to this. Tucker stood in the middle of the larger men and stared them all down. Come on, Levi. Give us something. We've done your dirty work again. At least let us see Dr. Walsh is here and alive. He had to get Tucker to back down, or this could go very poorly. Dante, bring her out. Levi looked to the side and nodded again. The door to the back of the lab swooshed open, and Dante strode out, a meaty hand on Rebecca's arm. Levi, I am begging you not to do this, she was saying, as she scrambled to keep up. I thought I told you to gag her. Levi tisked his lackey. Good help is so hard to find. Rebecca, we have talked about this endlessly. You know I'm a reasonable man. If Tucker merely turns over what I need, everyone is free to go. We'll only have a problem if the files containing evidence of all the high-level people who worked with MacDonald aren't in that bag. I'm worried it's not there because some asshole already stole it. You don't know what it will do. Rebecca struggled against Dante's hold, but she was so small compared to him. What is she talking about? Robert didn't understand what Rebecca was talking about. Levi had closed the space between himself and the doctor. He loomed over her. Do you want me to use my other method right now? I'm quite desperate. I'll do it. It doesn't matter that Big Tag will come after me. There are sharks out there with even bigger teeth than his, and they are circling. Do you want to push me? Rebecca went still, and tears coursed down her cheeks.
I'm begging you.
And I will try very hard to accommodate you, Levi promised. As a matter of fact, why don't you leave with Robert now, and I'll handle the rest of our transaction with Tucker. Yes, Tucker said quickly. His whole body was tense, as if he was holding something in. His skin had paled. He was obviously trying to keep his shit together. Rob, get her out of here. This is a bad place. Get her to Owen and leave the building. What the hell was Levi planning to do? He couldn't leave Tucker here alone.
No, Rebecca said. I need to be here.
Levi turned, the normally placid expression on his face going hard. Give up the bag, Tucker, or I swear I'm going to lose my patience, and you won't like it when I lose my patience. I'm not sure which one I'll do first, but one of your friends is about to take a bullet. I'll keep shooting until you comply. Tucker passed the bag to the man in front of him. There's your freaking intel. The man took the bag and immediately moved to a laptop set up on one of the long tables. He started going through the drives. Let Rebecca go now. Tucker's voice was tight. Rob can take her to Owen and they'll leave the building. I don't think Dr. Walsh is ready to go yet, Levi said.
Tucker, you need to get out of here,
Rebecca began before Dante slid his hand around her throat. Robert started toward him. Hey, let her go. He was immediately hauled back by two of Levi's guards. They gripped his arms tight. Tucker was held by the other two. I told you they would be difficult, Dante said. They won't listen to reason. It would be better to put Robert down now and do what you're going to do. If I can get out of this building without Big Tag coming down on my ass, I will. Levi moved to the man who was working on the laptop. He picked through the bag and pulled out the 3 drives they'd found. You should worry, Dante, because Big Tag is going to be looking for you. He'll bring along his whole Scooby gang. You won't like what John Bishop can do to you. Or Kay. I don't particularly want to meet up with Kay again. I think she took our last interaction too personally. The last time Levi and Kayla Summers had met up, she'd been waterboarded at his command. Still, Robert thought there were far worse enemies Levi hadn't mentioned. I think you should worry more about Ezra. Levi chuckled. I don't worry about Ezra at all. I killed him once. He got lucky and happened to be wearing a vest. I can kill Ezra in my sleep. He knows who the better man is. The only reason I don't is Solo has an inexplicable affection for the man. She's going to come around. One of these days she'll see him for who he is, and then everything will fall into place. Or she'll realize I'm the better bet. If I can finish this job properly, I'll be a king at the agency. She'll be my queen. You're psychotic. He'd been around Ari too long. He knew a lot of terminology. You've got a narcissistic personality disorder with delusions if you think that woman is hiding her love for you. A narcissist only thinks of himself. I assure you I've done everything I've done for my country and for her. Levi's eyes had gone cold. I love her in a way Ezra never could. His love was a fragile thing. The first time she screwed up, he dumped her. I assure you my love can survive the apocalypse. I mean, what's a little assassination attempt among friends? Right, Solo? The door came open, and Solo was being led in, her hands in zip ties in front of her. Her long blonde hair had come out of the ponytail she usually wore, and there was blood on her cheek. Levi stalked toward her and stared for a moment before bringing his hand up to brush the blood off her cheek. He inspected her carefully. You should be very happy that blood wasn't hers. I gave specific instructions about how to handle her if she should manage to show up. He'd never taken his eyes off her.
Hello, Solo. I swear, Levi, if you don't cut me out of these right fucking now, we're going to have a problem.
Solo snarled his way. He merely winked at her and looked oddly satisfied. We always have problems, and we always work them out. Now, where are your friends? Because I struggle with the idea that you walked in here alone. These men are not the cream of the crop. If they caught you, it's because you allowed them to catch you. I don't know what you're talking about. Solo looked Levi straight in the eyes. I came here for the data, and you know it. I came for the same thing you want. I wanted it so I could turn it over to my boss and send you and your bosses straight to jail. Why do you try me so? He ran a hand over her hair. We could work together. Maybe it's that tiny penis you're packing, Solo replied with an arrogant smirk. Is that why I can't quite remember sleeping with you? I needed a lot of liquor to get through that night. Levi's hand came up, and he slapped Solo right across the face, his big palm open. The sound cracked through the lab, and Solo's head snapped to the side. Robert tried to launch himself across the room, but those hands held him fast. Solo spit blood, and her eyes came back, flashing fire Levi's way. There you are, you son of a bitch. That's the Levi Green I know. You mistake obsession for true love. You know what Beck has never done to me in all his anger? Hurt me physically. You require a reminder every now and then, Solo. I'm sorry. I lost my temper because I know you've been spending time with him. It doesn't do well to spark my jealousy, Levi said, going right back to cool and collected. I'll make it up to you. You'll keep your fucking hands off her. He might not trust Solo fully, but he wasn't about to let her be abused. He wouldn't let anyone be abused. God, it was why he'd gone into the army. He could remember it as bright as day. He'd stood in front of his mother and told her he was going to protect his country and make her proud. Stay with me. Tucker's voice broke through the fog. Don't leave me, Rob. Except for a moment he'd heard the name Russ instead of Rob. He shook it off. It was another life. He needed to stay in this life. I'm here. I'm not going to leave you. You're going to do what I tell you to do. Levi came to stand in front of him. Unless you want to change your mind, there's a place for you in my office. I want what you promised me. We gave you what we could. Now let us go. You don't want Big Tag after you. A knot formed in his gut because every instinct he had told him this was going to go bad. He'd known it could, but now he realized the moment was here. This wasn't a handoff. Levi could have easily blown that safe on his own. He wanted something more. Like I said, I don't. But I'm in a position where I no longer have a choice. He turned back to the man looking through the files. The mercenary simply shook his head, causing Levi's jaw to tighten. Nothing? The man shrugged. There's plenty here, but not what you're looking for. He's got blackmail material, but it has nothing to do with MacDonald. Levi nodded, a sharp movement. Take it all anyway. Let's get ready to move out. I don't like the fact that Solo let herself be taken. It means she's planning something, and we're out of time. Bring me Mr. Tucker. No! Rebecca shouted. Dante tightened his arms around her like a python, getting ready to squeeze the life out of his victim. The two men with hands on Tucker started to move him toward Levi, who was opening a briefcase. Robert started to struggle. He wasn't sure what was in that case, but it would be bad. Levi would use whatever was in there on Tucker. What are you doing? Tucker looked back, fear in his eyes. I've been here before. God, Rob,
I've been here.
He couldn't stand that look on Tucker's face. Green, take me instead. I'll go with you. He would find a way to get out later, but he couldn't let them take Tucker. Tucker was his responsibility. There wasn't an ounce of compassion on Levi's face as he pulled out a hypodermic needle. That plan doesn't work for me. I don't actually need you, Robert. I was trying to be a nice guy.
What the fuck is that?
Solo asked, her eyes wide.
It's the cure!
Rebecca managed to get the words out around the hand on her throat. Tears coursed down her cheeks.
But we don't know what it's really going to do. It could kill him. I'm begging you not to do this.
I'm sorry, but the truth of the matter is, I don't need Tucker at all. Levi's voice sent a chill through the room. I do need Dr. Razor. Tucker started to fight, trying to pull away from his captors, but they drug him closer and closer to the needle. Robert kicked out to the side, making contact with the first asshole's knee and cutting his legs out from under him. He gained his balance and struck the other man, trying to hold him with a swift uppercut to his chin. He heard a low growl and the crunching of bones, but he had no sympathy. That asshole had something he needed.
Don't let him get a gun, damn it!
Levi shouted. Something hard hit his back, and he suddenly was held down by 200 pounds of mercenary. He rolled to the side, trying to get that gun in his hand. He managed to force the fucker off him and pulled the pistol free from the unconscious guy's belt. He glanced up in time to see Solo thrust her zip-tied hands high in the air, only to bring them down hard. She pulled her hands apart. The ties broke, and she was Grace in motion. Solo brought her arm up and back, making contact with the man behind her.
Fall back!
Levi shouted the command. The doors to the lab burst open, and he wasn't alone anymore. His brothers were here. Owen and Jax strode in, guns out. They were followed by Theo and Ezra. And Ariel. She was there. His angel with a semi-automatic. She didn't even hesitate. She immediately fired, taking out the man coming for him. 1 minute the guy was raising a weapon to fire a shot that would have taken off Robert's head, and the next he was slumping to the ground. The lab was in complete chaos. Glass shattered from the bullets flying. Ariel reached his side, ducking down because they had a little cover from one of the desks.
Are you all right?
Ari asked. I'm fine. He tipped the desk over to give them more cover. The sound of lab equipment crashing warred with the gunfire. God, Ariel, I didn't want to put you in danger, but I can't tell you how happy I am to have you here. There was no one else on earth he would want watching his back, helping him save Tucker. She was on her knees, but she managed to take his face in her hands.
Rob, I love you. I need you to hear that.
He couldn't help but smile. He'd given her a hard time about not saying it, but he'd known what she was doing. I know, baby. Now give me some cover. Levi is trying to shoot Tucker up with God only knows what in an insane attempt to bring back Reezer.
Oh my God.
Ariel nodded his way.
You have to get him away from here. I'm better at a distance. I'll cover you.
If you can get a shot, take it, he said before brushing his lips over hers. I love you. The room went quiet as quickly as it had been thrown into chaos. Let him go, Levi. Ezra's voice boomed through the quiet room. We've got you. There's no way out. Robert looked over the table and realized they were in a standoff. Tucker was in Levi's grasp, a needle in his neck. Levi hadn't pushed the plunger yet. Dante was using Rebecca like a shield. 2 of the mercenaries were left standing. It looked like Owen had taken a bullet to his left arm, but he was still there, his gun aimed in Dante's direction. But from there he couldn't get a clear line of sight. Rebecca was in the way. Ariel might be able to do it. They were in the perfect position for a woman with spectacular aim to take a shot. He didn't want to put this on her. He knew he should be the one to take Dante out. She'd wanted out of this life. But Ariel was Rebecca's best option. "Drop the weapon, Owen, or I'll be more than happy to put a bullet through your bitch's brain," Dante growled. "Do you know how much I hate you all? It would be my pleasure to kill her." He watched as Rebecca mouthed the words to her lover. "I love you." She was ready, was going to give Owen the power in that moment, the power to save her. But he knew damn well Owen wouldn't take the chance. Owen dropped the weapon. "Just let her go. You can do whatever you want to me, but let Rebecca go." "Excellent." Levi seemed perfectly calm, despite the fact that he was surrounded. "Now the rest of you can do the same, or you'll lose more than the lovely Dr. Walsh. I'm not actually sure what's in this needle. I only know that Dr. MacDonald thought it was a cure in case she ever needed to access one of her soldiers' past memories. At least that's what her notes said. She'd never actually tried it. So back off, or I'll use this on him. Solo, you know you can't kill me." "I can let Beck kill you," Solo said, but she lowered her weapon. "I don't think that was within the parameters of your mission," Levi replied with a chuckle that held not an ounce of humor. "She's playing all of you, you know." Or Levi was lying. Robert looked down at Ariel. They couldn't see her, might have missed her coming in with the rest of them. She nodded up at him, as though she understood. "Robert, I meant what I said. Lay down that gun," Levi commanded. "I'm okay, Rob." Tucker's words came out shaky. "Stay still, brother. Don't move." He had to get Tucker out of this. The problem was they were only going to get one shot, and they needed to take out 2 people. "Rob, I'm okay," Tucker said, more solid now. "Do what you have to do. I'm okay. I'm going to be okay." Tucker was telling him to take out Dante, to make the choice to sacrifice him if they had to. He was choosing Rebecca's life and Owen's happiness over his own. Ezra hadn't put down his gun yet, and neither had Theo. Jax was too far back, but if the fighting started again, he would move in. He caught Tucker's gaze, saw the resolve there. Tucker was ready for anything that might happen. He was at peace with it. He wouldn't be able to live with himself if Rebecca died. "I'm not joking, Robert," Levi warned. "I'm going to do this if you don't put that fucking gun down, all of you." He would do it anyway. Levi had always meant to do this. He'd always meant to shove that needle in Tucker's neck to try to unleash the beast inside him. It's what he'd been building toward the whole time. Rob glanced down and gave Ariel the signal. Ariel rose. Time seemed to slow for him, but he knew it couldn't have been more than a second or 2. He watched as she rose and without a single hesitation took the shot. A hole appeared in the middle of Dante's forehead, and his big body dropped. Owen was on Rebecca in a heartbeat, throwing his body over hers and getting her out of the line of fire, because the last 2 mercenaries were still fighting. Robert took his own, firing at the last of Levi's men. He turned the gun on Levi, but Tucker was in the way. They were too close in height to get a solid line of fire. "Well, that didn't go the way I wanted it to." Levi sighed. "At least I'll still get something out of it. Time to wake up, Razor." Robert yelled as Levi pushed the plunger and Tucker's eyes rolled to the back of his head. Robert took aim, because Levi wasn't living through this. Solo stepped in front of the gun. "I'm so sorry, Robert. I can't let you do that." She touched her ear.
Boys, it's time. Take him into custody. Dr. Walsh, I think you should check on Tucker. Kim, what's going on?
Ariel's hand brushed his as she came to stand beside him. What do you think is going on? Ezra's eyes burned as he took in his ex-wife. She used us, and now she's going to save her boyfriend and take the data. I should have known this would happen. A group of men in all black moved into the room like the Black Ops team they were. These weren't mercenaries. This was pure American military, and they obviously answered to Solo.
I feel okay.
Tucker was still on his feet. His hands were shaking, but he was able to move away from Levi, who was surrounded by Solo's men.
A little dizzy, but I'm okay.
Robert rushed to Tucker. Ariel was right behind him. Tucker had gone pale, but he seemed solid. He wouldn't be satisfied until they'd figured out what the hell Levi had shoved into his system.
Let me take a look at him.
Rebecca's hands were shaking, but she moved to examine Tucker.
Beck, I'm so sorry it happened this way, but I need Levi alive,
Solo said, her voice low. There was a look of naked pain on her face when Ezra took a step back from her.
I'm following orders.
Yes, she's only following orders. Levi was in handcuffs, but he was still breathing, so Robert couldn't call it a win. He was also flanked by several soldiers, as if they'd been ordered to ensure the man survived. Looks like I'm walking away with the girl again, Ezra. Your girl. You can have her. Ezra turned his back.
Beck, please. I'm following the letter of my orders. Can't you see that? I should take Tucker too, but I'm not going to. I'm going to leave that part out of my briefing. Come with me.
Solo sounded vulnerable.
You can be right there when I interrogate him. We need to figure out what he knows. I can make this right. I can get you back in the agency. Come with me.
The funny thing is, I was going to ask you to have coffee with me when all this was done. Ezra shook his head, a rueful gesture. You got me. You always did. At least you showed your true colors before I got back in deep.
Beck, you have to know I'm doing this for you,
Solo said. Are we under arrest? Ezra asked.
No.
Solo shook her head.
Absolutely not. And we're going to clean the whole place up. We're taking care of everything so you can get your people out. I promise this is going to work in your favor in the end.
Her cell phone rang, and her face fell.
I have to take this. Please wait for me. We can talk. We need to debrief.
We have nothing at all to talk about. Every word from Ezra's mouth dripped with ice. And I can't wait. I have to get my team back to London before Damon realizes Jax is gone. Goodbye, Solo. Solo took a deep breath and answered her cell.
Good evening, Mr. President.
She walked off to talk to her boss. He couldn't think about it right now. He had to focus on Tucker. How was he doing? Ariel was right behind him, her hand on his shoulder.
We should get him to a hospital.
Tucker shook his head.
No, I want to go home.
I'll be fine. You can't take me to a hospital. You know why. Tucker tried to stand, but his eyes rolled back and Robert had to catch him. Tucker's body began to seize and Rebecca shouted out. He looked down at his brother and prayed he would survive. Chapter 19.
How is he today?
Ariel wrapped her arms around Robert, hugging him from behind. She breathed him in, loving everything about this man.
This was how they'd started every morning for the last 3 weeks. She would wake up warm and safe in Robert's arms, but he would slip away while she was getting ready, and she would find him here. He's stable. Robert's hands covered hers, and he held her there. No change. Tucker lay on a hospital bed, hooked up to an IV. They'd transformed one of the living spaces to a room where they could take care of Tucker. He'd gone into a coma that day in Germany and hadn't woken since. Luckily, they'd been in a lab with medical equipment. Rebecca had worked with the medic on the Black Ops team to stabilize Tucker and keep him out of the hospital system. He was perfectly healthy, according to Rebecca, with the singular exception of the fact that he wouldn't wake up. The drug seemed to have only affected his brain, and specifically the parts dealing with memory. None of them understood why he was in a coma, but Rebecca remained certain he would come out of it. Tucker had missed their wedding. It had been a small affair, held right here in the garden. They'd married alongside Rebecca and Owen. None of them had wanted to plan a big wedding after what had happened. They hadn't wanted to take the time. They'd realized tomorrow wasn't a guarantee, and hadn't wanted to wait a second longer to be tied to the ones they loved. She'd always thought she would have a big wedding, but now she knew the marriage was the most important thing. Her husband was the most important thing. "He's looking good today." Rebecca strode into the room, glancing down at the clipboard in her hands. Yesterday had been testing day. Rebecca was completely focused on her patient. Between her and Stephanie Carter, Tucker had all the medical care he needed. "He looks the same," Robert replied. He shifted to gently pull Ariel to his side, his arm sliding around her shoulders. "He always looks the same." Any time they were in a room together, he had a hand on her. He would tangle their fingers or drag her onto his lap. Her husband was hungry for affection, and she was more than happy to give it to him. It was good to be connected. "Maybe on the outside." Rebecca gave them a sunny smile. "But his latest tests give me great hope. I still don't completely understand what the drug did, but he's healing. I think it's only a matter of time before he wakes up." But who will he be when he wakes up? Robert asked the question that had been haunting them all since that day. Will he be Tucker or someone else? Rebecca lost her smile. "He'll be himself. I have to believe that. We all have to." Because the idea that they could find themselves losing Tucker and being left with the man known as Razor was unthinkable. Ariel reached down to touch Tucker's hand. He was warm and looked like he was sleeping. He looked so young, lying there. It was hard to believe it had been weeks since she'd seen him smile or listened to him tell a terrible joke. "He'll be Tucker, and we'll deal with whatever comes next." Robert needed to understand that she would do anything to help the men. "We should get down to the conference room," Robert said. He leaned over and put a hand on Tucker's head. "I'll be back this afternoon, brother." She often found him in here. He would sit and read out loud or put a game on the telly and talk to Tucker while he watched. All the lads took turns sitting with Tucker. "I'll stay with him," Rebecca offered. "I don't need another conference meeting. Owen will talk about it endlessly. I liked it better when we weren't at war." They'd always been at war. It was simply out in the open now. And the man they were at war with was nowhere to be found. Kim had done everything she'd said she would. She handled the cleanup at Kronberg. She'd given them the cover they'd needed to get Tucker stabilized and back to England. And then she'd disappeared with her prize and hadn't been heard from again until the night before. They'd all gotten the message that they would be meeting with Kimberly Solomon this morning, but she wasn't sure what they would be talking about. God, she hoped they weren't at war with Kim.
Ezra still wouldn't mention her name without cursing. "Thank you," Robert said as he took Ariel's hand and started to lead them out. "Are you all right?" She knew she asked the question far too often. He led her to the hallway that would take them to the lift. "I'm as good as I can be. And you're the reason why." He brought her hand up and kissed it, even as he kept walking. "I love you. I know I say it a lot." "I like to hear it." She squeezed his hand. "I love you too. Are you ready for this? You haven't seen her since that day." "I have questions for her," Rob admitted. "But I'm not going to lose my cool, if that's what you're asking. We might want to watch Ezra, though. I'm surprised they're letting her come in. I thought for sure she would be on the shit list." Big Tag had shown up the night before, his youngest brother in tow. It made her think he'd known about this meeting longer than he was willing to admit. Had Kim been negotiating with Tag? Trying to work her way back in? All she knew was they were meeting with Kim, and Big Tag was going to make sure Ezra didn't do something he shouldn't. "I have to believe she has something important to share with us." She didn't like to think about how Kim would have gotten them answers. Levi was gone, taken somewhere Kim wouldn't have to worry about Geneva Convention restrictions. "Here's hoping she's uncovered something that will help us with Tucker. Or maybe she's found out something about Sasha," Robert said, sounding more optimistic than before. They were trying to figure out where Sasha had come from. They had a promise to keep to him. He stopped at the wall and looked down onto the garden. At this time of day, it looked like a gorgeous oasis amidst the sleek modern lines of the rest of the building. "You know, I used to stand right here and wait for you to walk in." She'd always known. She would walk in and try not to look up because she'd known her gorgeous protector would be looming above her. She grinned. "You still do." "I always will." He kissed her forehead. "Wherever you go, I'll always be waiting for you to come home to me." She sighed and leaned into him, loving how peaceful the club looked at this time of day. By tonight, it would be a decadent wonderland, but she loved it like this, too. She had to hope Kim had managed to get some information about Robert's family. The garden was their home, but he had another one out there, and she no longer feared it. No matter what happened, they would face it all together. The door that led in from the lobby opened, and Big Tag strode through, Kim walking behind him. She couldn't hear what they were saying, but it didn't matter, because she was suddenly staring at the third person who'd walked through the door. She had rich brown hair that brushed the middle of her back. Petite and slender, she looked young and slightly afraid. "Is that who I think it is?" Robert asked. "Veronica Croft." Kim had brought them the one person in the world who could answer their questions about Tucker. The one person in the world who might be able to save him. Veronica Croft took in the space before her. It was stunning. Solo had tried to explain to her that the place they were going wasn't a normal office, but she hadn't understood. The garden was magical. Unfortunately, she was a woman who no longer believed in magic. She forced herself to stand tall. "I'd like to see him before we have the meeting." Ian Taggart was completely intimidating, and that was saying something since she'd been intimidated by some of the best. "Did you honestly believe he was running away with you? He likes to play with pretty girls like you. That's all you were, Ronnie. You were a toy to him, and now he's done with you. I'm done with you too." She shivered, despite the warmth of the day. Sometimes she could still hear Hope MacDonald's voice telling her how stupid she'd been. It had been those words that had sent her into hiding, because Stephen Reeser might have been an asshole who'd used her, but she'd believed him when he'd told her MacDonald was dangerous. It might have been the only truth he'd told her. "You know he's in a coma, right?" Taggart asked. "He can't talk to you." It was the only reason she'd been willing to come out of hiding. If she'd found out Stephen was alive and out there waiting, she had no idea what she would have done. "I explained the situation to her," the woman who called herself Solo said. "I didn't lie or anything." "Yeah, well, you've been known to withhold information," Taggart shot back. "You'll forgive me if I verify every single thing that comes out of your mouth, Solo." Ronnie wasn't sure exactly what was going on. The big guy had been polite to her, and cold as hell to Solo. She'd kind of thought they worked together, but now she was wondering if Solo had given her a rosy version of the situation. God, she hoped she wasn't making a mistake. This was a dangerous place to be. For years she'd hidden, even after MacDonald had died. Even after Stephen had died. She was still trying to wrap her brain around the fact that Stephen Reeser was alive and apparently didn't remember who he was. Solo had told her a bunch of stuff she didn't exactly understand about his situation, but she got the gist. He was alive. And he was in a coma. "I understand his health situation," she replied, "but I need to see him with my own eyes." She needed to be sure they weren't mistaken. She wasn't completely sure what she wanted to find in that bed. If it wasn't him, she could go back to hiding. If it was, well, then her whole world would have changed. Taggart nodded. "All right. He's upstairs. I'll take you there. You'll see he's getting the best care we can possibly give him. I think one of our doctors is up there now." "Excellent. I have some questions." Like, will he wake up and decide I'm a risk to him? Will he ever remember that he made love to me like I was the most important person in the world? Will he remember that he left me alone? Taggart stopped in front of the elevator. "Ms. Croft, I need to explain something to you." Now she would get the "I'm a badass spy and you're a nobody and you're going to tell me everything I need to know" speech. She knew the type. She'd been hiding from them for years. "Go ahead." "You are safe here." Taggart's expression had softened. "I'm not the agency, and I won't allow Solo to steal you away. All I'm looking for is some answers to help my men. You are free to come and go as you please, but if you need protection from something, we are here for you. I don't know what Solo told you about us, but I promise no one is going to fuck with you here. We've got a room for you. If you need sanctuary, you have it." Tears pierced her eyes. "I haven't felt safe in years, Mr. Taggart." "Then let's change that today." Taggart turned again, heading for the elevator. "After you see Tucker, I'll take you up to the conference room. You'll meet my partner Damon Knight and some of the men who Tucker is close to." "If I was going to steal her away, would I have brought her here in the first place?" Solo asked with a long-suffering sigh. "I thought of all the people in the world you would understand." Taggart frowned. "I left the agency so I wouldn't have to pull that shit you pulled in Munich. Don't expect me to understand. Also, Ezra's turned into a whiny man-baby, and it's all your fault. He used to be stoic, like a man should be, and now he wants to talk about his feelings. You did that to him." The elevator doors opened, and Solo stepped on after Taggart, the two of them still arguing about someone named Ezra. Or Beck. She wasn't sure. They all had too many names to keep up with. She followed, feeling better than she had before. Maybe she could get what she needed from this. Closure. And answers. Answers for herself. Answers for their daughter. This concludes the reading of Lost in You by Lexi Blake. Copyright 2019 by DLZ Entertainment, LLC. This book was read by Ryan West. This unabridged recording was produced in 2019 by Blackstone Publishing, which holds the copyright. Neither this recording nor any portion of it may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authorization from Blackstone Publishing. If you would like to obtain a monthly update telling you about new releases, call 1-800-SAY-BOOK. That's 1-800-729-2665. For a complete listing of our titles, visit our website at www.downpour.com. Thank you.